He stares at his reflection, silver-white hair gleaming, a dark suit clinging to his frame. A deep question echoes, as he grapples with the stranger in the mirror. His golden-brown eyes, a mix of confusion and resolve, search for answers deep within. Suddenly, the reflection changes, a black-haired man appears, his eyes downcast, burdened by an unseen weight. The white-haired man's plea grows louder, a desperate cry for his own name. Two figures now stand in the mirror, present and past, distinct yet undeniably connected. Then, the names burst forth from his memory, revealing his true identity and a legendary title. Two sides of the same coin clash. One face screams inner turmoil, the other, pure, icy resolve. What's going on inside him? But as a voice drops hints about a great clan, he's locked onto something else entirely, eyes glued to a screen. Suddenly, a raw, internal scream echoes, I'm fucked. The pressure is getting to him. Click. He's in his zone, meticulously brewing tea, a moment of calm before the storm, perhaps. Alone, he finds solace in the simple act of preparing tea. He raises the cup, taking a measured sip, lost in thought. His eyes, filled with a distant look, hint at a mind far away. He's been out for 10 years, he realizes, and somehow, he's back in middle school. What kind of time warp is this? His younger self, a dark-haired kid, stares back, confirming the exact year, second year, precisely. This is wild. Deep in the zone, a younger Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely locked in, sketching with intense focus, a quiet kush. Escaping him. As the masterpiece comes to life, he can't hold back the triumphant ma. Kaha. Kahaha. As his excitement explodes. Fast forward, and the present Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely radiating with a powerful blue aura, standing victorious, shouting, it's finally complete. Another epic version of himself unleashed. A booming ha-ha-ha echoes as he remembers, this was the ultimate character he forged back in his prime, a true masterpiece of his youth. That blue energy is still crackling around his hands, a clear sign of the insane power and connection he has to this legendary creation. But then, his face gets serious as he admits the truth, he's still totally obsessed and saturated by that game. Suddenly, the History of the Arcana Continent interface pops up, showing off the epic world that completely consumed his younger self. Massive dragons are tearing through the fantasy skies, proving just how insane and immersive this game's world truly is. And then, a breathtaking fantasy city, glowing with otherworldly light, stands as a monument to its sheer scale, hailed as one of the greatest fantasy games ever, not just here, but in another world too. Behold the Arcana Continent, a world teeming with colossal dragons and mythical creatures. From bustling cities to untamed wilds, every corner of this world pulsed with adventure. But even with all its glory, no other game could touch it. Then, the digital gates of that incredible world started to glitch. The day Arcana's service was terminated. The news hit hard, the legendary MMORPG was gone. But as the world tried to process the game's end, a whole new level of chaos exploded. Then, a sickening thud ripped through the air. The chaos reached a fever pitch, exploding into a blinding, destructive blast. Then, the impossible happened, Archana, the game itself, ripped its way into our reality. A full-blown reality break tore across the entire globe, unleashing hordes of monstrous creatures from the game world. Everyone thought it was the end, the absolute apocalypse. But from the chaos, new heroes emerged, striking back against the monstrous invasion. Some were even re-simulated, their very beings transformed into their powerful in-game avatars, blazing across the battlefield with incredible speed. As the legendary players finally made their debut in the real world. When Arcana crashed into reality, it wasn't just monsters that came through, it was a whole new breed of heroes, wielding insane skills from the game. Not only could they bust out game skills, they were also straight up fighting monsters and saving the world. These players blew up fast, becoming instant heroes. Lee Ho-yeol, though, was stuck in his own head, just thinking about this crazy new world. That's when it hit him, the brutal truth about his dreams versus his reality. Yeah, he totally dreamed of being a player too, just as famous and powerful as everyone else. But the VR machine. Millions of one to buy, hundreds of thousands a month to rent, totally out of his league. He could only mumble apologies, crushed by the weight of his bank account. A younger Lee Ho-yeol, on his knees, pours out his heart to his son, a raw apology for not being able to give him everything he deserved, for being a bad father. As his father's business imploded, his son, a beacon of innocence, tries to cheer him up, promising they'd be fine with ramen and that he and his mom would step up. Ho-yeol, crushed, shoulders the blame, but his son, bless his heart, tells him he's innocent. The kid's words just twist the knife in Ho-yeol's gut, his face a mask of pure agony. That's when the cold, hard truth of reality hit him, forcing him to ditch Archana way too soon. Flash forward to now, the older Ho Yeol is gripping his head, absolutely drowning in regret, cursing his past self for ever quitting the game, if only he'd known. He glares at his phone, the pathetic level 55 mocking him, a brutal reminder of what could have been, a furious shit escaping his lips as he realizes how little he achieved in less than a year. Chilling with a blonde-haired dude, Ho Yeol can't help but dwell on the cosmic joke of it all. He was supposed to be a level 55 mage from the jump in Archana. The blonde guy next to him just lets out a thoughtful, A guttural kook rips from him, his mind screaming, it's good. I'm going to go crazy. Mercury, as the intensity builds. Behold, Granfell Claudie RPS Romeo. The legend himself, introduced in all his glory. With an aura of undeniable presence, he commands attention, a true icon of the game. This wasn't just any character, this was the legendary Granfell, painstakingly built by Lee Ho Yeol, a testament to his struggle against poverty. But it was more than just a game, this character was a deep, personal investment for Lee Ho Yeol. The epic tale of Granfell, the one Lee Ho Yeol poured his heart into, begins now. Born into destiny, Granfell was the heir to an ancient and powerful lineage. His journey was forged in fire and blood, a relentless crusade against terrifying beasts in a world painted red. Every single victory, every single struggle, all of it was for one purpose, to exact a revenge. He once made the ultimate choice, to become a demon hunter, carving a bloody path through hordes of monsters. This was the world of his legendary avatar, Granfell, a powerful force standing tall against a swirling vortex of purple energy. But now, he saw it as just a pointless, cliched story he'd messed around with, a persona he thought he owned in middle school, screaming, stop, at the encroaching shadows. This past was also his dark secret, a memory that still screamed, tomorrow, with dramatic, glowing eyes. As a grown man, he found it utterly embarrassing, these cringy memories he'd somehow forgotten, making his current self yell, shut up me. Sipping his coffee, Lee Ho Yeol felt a massive wave of irritation, mentally screaming at his younger, super dramatic self to stop talking in that weird manner. The internal struggle was clear on his face, as his past self kept up the dramatic antics, driving his present self absolutely nuts. The internal struggle rages on. Can he really fit into normal society with his dramatic flair? But his internal monologue gets a hard stop when Kim Jin-woo, his colleague, drops a bombshell, yo, HyoLSSI, that hair is looking super celeb-worthy. Going idol mode, are we? Jin-woo keeps pushing, picking up on Lee Ho Yeol's vibe, HyoLSSI, what's with that look? Something up. Jin-woo's just trying to be friendly, offering a drink, but for Lee Ho Yeol, it's a full-blown panic trigger. He's spiraling, a desperate cry echoing in his mind, no, I can't. The ghost of his dramatic past looms large and he's convinced, I'll be sued. At his desk, Lee Ho Yeol is in a full-blown existential crisis, convinced he can't hack it if he's not down to earth, feeling like a total fraud with his every word and action, haunted by his Granfell persona and a new player ID, asking himself why he's the only one cursed with this past. He declares, I can't make it. Everything I say, everything I do differently. Finally, a decision solidifies in his mind, a resigned acceptance of his fate, forget it, I can't work like this. Guess I'm forced to become a player. A guttural groan rips from Lee Ho Yeol as he fixates on his sketchpad, the sheer magnitude of his choice hitting him like a truck. Then, with a sharp click of the mouse, he dives headfirst into the digital realm. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination igniting his spirit as he declares, alright, time to clean up this mess. He's brutally honest with himself, confessing he barely recalls his past from 10 years back, and has zero clue what it actually means to be a player now. He's well aware that top-tier players, like Nam Keelman, rake in hundreds of millions from clearing insane high-level dungeons, a brutal, glowing maelstrom of magic and monsters. But even with all the insane rewards and epic battle visions, he still needs way more intel to conquer this new journey. His legendary pride, honed as Granfell Claudie RPS Romeo, absolutely crushes any petty desire for cash, because he's already had kings begging at his feet. So yeah, he's got zero greed for that kind of stuff. He's diving deep into the player world, ready to uncover its secrets and see what kind of insane reality he's about to face. But hold up, the info is super scarce, leaving him totally in the dark. He's scrolling like crazy, but what? Only 2 pages of results. That's practically nothing for something so huge. Ho Yeol squints at the screen, totally baffled, like, what even are demon hunters? And if a ranker just disappears, is that it? No news, no trace, just gone. He keeps digging, but it's all just cryptic clues and bad vibes, every click just makes it weirder. Suddenly, a headline hits him like a truck, his eyes practically popping out, the action base, gone. Totally wiped out. The words scream at him, confirming the nightmare, action base. Yeah, it's toast. The image is pure chaos, bodies everywhere, the land ripped apart, a brutal monument to whatever monster leveled that place. More info drops. Akshan was the only place to become a demon hunter, the sacred ground for anyone wanting to fight demons. The sheer scale of the Akshan base's annihilation is absolutely mind-blowing. And the truth hits hard, the demon hunter role was basically deleted from the game, leaving absolutely no one to even pick it. Lee Ho Yeol's face is a picture of pure shock, as this forgotten history just hits him like a truck. The role was deleted because, let's be real, demon hunters were just too darn weak. Their entire legacy was reduced to nothing more than a forgotten tombstone in a desolate, frozen wasteland. Seriously, demon hunters were basically useless even 10 years ago, rocking low stats and only getting the great power to pick a build path. Even with flashy skills like Infusion Sword and Double Cut, their powers were just fundamentally weak. And get this, it was way harder for them to level up by actually hunting monsters, so they were stuck doing lame, bread delivery, quests just to grind out some XP. This reliance on basic tasks meant their growth was agonizingly slow and totally useless. Demons. Pure chaos, pure destruction, an endless threat. But the so-called demon hunters? Totally useless against them. Their methods were a joke, their stats pathetic. This world, Grand Fel, had zero use for such a broken class. He kept digging into the dark past, realizing demons barely showed up in demon hunter quests, trapping them in endless, boring grind fests. It wasn't just pointless, it was a dead end. No progression, no fun, just a total waste of time. Watching other players, one hunter scoffs, "Yo, isn't that the class literally no one plays? That trash role?" The brutal truth hit hard, demon hunter was officially the most useless class, period. A gloved fist tightens, probably just thinking about how much of a dead end that class was. Ho Yeol's face goes dark, the truth sinking in. A voice screams in his head, but it got deleted because it was too weak. This isn't just some game. Every skill here is real. A low groan escapes him, but his eyes are glued to the screen, the words, "To the update for Archana is insane. Now's the time," practically screaming at him. His eyes narrow, a silent question burning in his mind, desperate for any more information. The chat log explodes onto the screen, a wild flurry of excited messages. "You can't be a bread shuttle now." "Really?" And "OHLMOO, who would have thought that bread shuttle would be so popular?" Someone else shouts, "If I had known this would happen, I would have become a demon hunter." The hype is real. A giant question mark practically materializes above his head, his eyes flaring with a faint blue glow as he tries to compute this insane turn of events. Suddenly, a system message from Ajul Wason pops up, dropping the bombshell. "Help the children of Ajulu in order to explain to the children that don't understand what's going on. Demon Hunter is a class specialized to defeat the new demons added to this update. This changes everything." He just stares, a single, disbelieving word tumbling from his mouth, "Update." The ultimate confirmation flashes across the screen, a stark blue box screaming, "History of Archana version 8.11 reality update complete." It's official. The screen then shifts, revealing a terrifying, jagged demonic figure, its presence radiating pure menace, along with a chilling warning, "Impossible to defeat. Now they're the strongest. The monsters. These things are no joke." Even more of these monstrous entities flood the display, their glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth screaming that a new, formidable threat has just been unleashed upon the world. A chilling system message blares, revealing the brutal truth. Player casualties are skyrocketing thanks to these superpowered demons, and even top-tier players are getting mentally shattered and possessed. The gravity of the situation hits him hard as he grapples with demons suddenly appearing in reality, and a mind-boggling question: where are all the demon hunters? A chilling possibility dawns on him. He sits, deep in thought. A ghostly vision of a former ally flickers behind him as he asks himself, what if he's the only demon hunter left after Action's epic collapse? He turns to the window, the immense burden of leadership weighing on him. Is it his turn to step up? He pictures himself in a blazing magic circle, staring down a colossal, shadowy demon, but the doubt gnaws. Can he really pull this off, even after a decade-long setback? He tries to rationalize, telling himself there's no way these new demons are the same as the old ones, and a whole decade is more than enough time for everything to flip on its head. But the ghostly figure of his ally lingers, a silent reminder as he faces the harsh truth: even the most powerful players are getting crushed. He's questioning everything, a harsh voice in his head screaming, "You're weak." A jolt of pure shock hits him, as if that accusation just landed a punch. But just as quickly, a steely resolve takes over, and he roars internally, "I, Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, am not running from some pathetic demons." He's deep in his own head, the sheer weight of his legacy and who he is crushing him. A silent, powerful declaration echoing, "That is my pride." His stare is locked, unyielding, his resolve now unbreakable. His mind races, filling a notebook with his unwavering conviction: no matter what temptation or taunt those demons throw my way. Back in the real world, arm bandaged, he's glued to his monitor, his resolve burning. They'll never break the high pride of Grand Fel. The screen blurs with information, a portal to the world he's now ready to conquer. Lee Ho-yeol, bathed in a cool, contemplative light, stands at the precipice, a silent resolve building within him as he braces for the inevitable. Any lingering doubts, he realizes, were absolutely meaningless. Turning from the grim reality, all hesitation vanished in an instant. A monitor blazes with a terrifying demon update, screaming, helpless casualties, revealing a world torn apart. The city outside, once a beacon, is now a desolate wasteland, utterly crushed by the demonic onslaught. A voice, dripping with cold resolve, cuts through the silence, stating, "Be honored." His bandaged wrist a battle scar, he clenches his hand, his determination forging into an iron will. With eyes burning with vengeance, Lee Ho-yeol declares, "I will make sure you return back to hell." Arms crossed, he radiates an aura of unstoppable power, a force ready to obliterate the encroaching darkness. Years after the cataclysm ripped through reality, the world was left in ruins, utterly transformed. Everything was shattered, but humanity refused to break, clawing its way back from the brink. The streets buzzed with life once more, as everyone adjusted to this wild new world. They got used to it, they survived, but the chilling truth lingered, for every light, there's a shadow waiting. Lee Ho-yeol is caught in a chilling revelation, negative emotions aren't just feelings, they're the ultimate fuel for the devil. These dark feelings, it screams, are being forged into a feast for pure evil, and you can practically see the sinister red energy starting to coalesce. A primal scream rips from his throat, his face twisting in pure torment as his eyes ignite with a terrifying, blood-red light and blood streaks his skin. And just like that, Kim Jin-woo is hit too, a sinister red aura erupting around him, clearly struggling against the same overwhelming darkness. Then, in a flash, Lee Ho-yeol is completely swallowed, his entire body consumed by a colossal, raging storm of dark red energy, his transformation accelerating at an insane pace. The crimson energy explodes, blasting outwards with an unstoppable, raw power. A phone screen lights up with a message, signaling that the final member is running a little late. The armored man, cool and collected, states, "There's still a minute left for the last one, so they should just chill for a moment." His eyes, keen behind the lenses, are locked on, ready for anything. Suddenly, Lee Ho-yeol, with that iconic silver hair, makes his entrance, looking sharp in his suit. A sudden "OH" bursts from the armored man, as he finally spots him. He quickly regains his composure, realizing, Lee Ho-yeol's already here, then declares to the group that he's the final member. Nam Keelman flashes a warm smile, his armor gleaming as he extends a greeting. He nods, confirming Lee Ho-yeol's perfect timing, then introduces himself, "You're right. On time. I'm Nam Keelman, the party leader. Nice to meet you." Lee Ho-yeol reciprocates, "Nice to meet you." A terrifying, pulsating purple energy field erupts, a cataclysmic event known only as a rupture. He stares into the chaos, realizing this is the horrifying reality for those without power. With Nam Keelman and Kim Jin-woo by his side, he continues to absorb the terrifying vision. The voiceover confirms, these ruptures don't just appear, they shatter the lives of normal people. A grim fate he narrowly avoided by awakening his true power. But the true stakes are far, far higher. He's now in an underground storage zone, checking a status window that screams, "Danger." Levels 35 to 40, with 88% destruction already done. He strides down the stairs, a confident smirk playing on his lips, thinking this isn't half bad for a level 30. He keeps digging for intel, comparing his own strength to the average player foolish enough to enter this zone. He stares up at the absolute titans on the staircase, a silent acknowledgement of their insane power. It's a level he can't even fathom right now. But he knows he's got to grind hard to level up. Luckily, it's not just the high-level players who are awakening. This means he can actually join a party with an average level similar to his own. He meets his new squad, Kim Jin-woo and Nam Keelman, both rank 22 realists, hyped to work with them today. Facing Nam Keelman, another rank 22 realist, he doubles down on his excitement for their mission. Nam Keelman, seeing his readiness, tells him to get ready to dive into the dungeon. With a fierce look, he's ready for whatever comes next. The world was on the edge, and Kim Jin-woo was right there, watching the destruction progress unfold. A digital countdown screamed for attention, blaring, "Destruction progress 19.8%. Dark, menacing energy pulsed from the rift. A terrifying visual of the accelerating progress rate that was about to tear reality apart. The legendary online game, Legend of Arcana, was shutting down its servers, but that was just the beginning. At 100% destruction, the rupture would collapse, and monsters would flood into our world. To fight back, players were now free to raid these ruptures, taking on the terrifying creatures bursting through the dimensional tiers. Every single monster was a piece of the coming doom. And only players had the power to confront this ticking time bomb, to fight back against the end. Understanding the insane stakes, Lee Ho-yeol, now geared up in his battle armor, faced his crew, Nam Keelman, Kim Jin-woo, and another tough hunter, and ask the crucial question, should we get going? The red-haired hunter and her squad are hyped and ready to go, while the blonde-haired hunter is absolutely pumped for the action. Kim Jin-woo gives the green light, already calculating the massive crew he's gonna roll with. He flashes back to his childhood, dodging epic sister wars, talk about a master strategist from day one. Lee Ho-yeol and Lee Jin-woo are on the move, with Jin-woo casually dropping that rolling with that arrogant guy is gonna be a total breeze. Ho-yeol, absolutely glowing with power, declares himself the ultimate shield, no worries, he's got this. The blonde hunter keeps an eye on Jin-woo, who's locked and loaded, staring down the path ahead. But then, Ho-yeol facepalms, totally regretting his over-the-top, king-level declaration. He then smirks, asking the red-haired hunter if she even knows what a knoll is, before flexing about how many he's already taken down. A flicker of self-consciousness crosses his face. As Lee Ho-yeol lets out a small cough, a silent plea to his companion, let's just not say anything, Grand Fell, he mutters, the notification of their entry into the rupture and the requirement to clear 3 underground levels now confirmed. The group steps into the rupture, the air thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the faint sounds of dripping and the ominous swat and whoop of unseen movements in the dark, blood-stained corridor. Where Lee Ho-yeol, the red-haired hunter, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jin-woo stand ready, their gazes fixed on the path ahead. The red-haired hunter observes their surroundings, noting aloud, I don't see any gnolls around despite the name. A moment later, Lee Ho-yeol confirms her suspicion, a party definitely came in here before us. He stands before a wall, examining the deep, jagged claw marks etched into its surface, evidence of a struggle, or perhaps a warning, left by those who preceded them. The red-haired man in glasses, ever the strategist, coolly declares there's no sweat, promising a clear path through the ruins if they just stick to the plan. Taking his word for it, Nam Kyeolman gives a firm nod, ready to believe. And then, Kim Jin-woo, sharp in his suit, is already hyped, shouting, let's go take down some gnolls. But Lee Ho-yeol, with his razor-sharp instincts, feels it, a chilling sense that something is seriously wrong here. Then, a chilling system alert screams through the air, gnoll spotted. 70 meters out. It's go time, everyone, prepare for a brutal fight. The squad, now fully geared up, stares down a pack of vicious gnolls, their faces set in stone, ready to unleash hell. No time to waste, Lee Ho-yeol, a blur of armored fury, explodes forward, leading the assault. But the red-haired man in glasses is already falling behind, gasping for air as the elite hunters leave him in the dust. As the armored squad charges deeper into the chaos, the red-haired man desperately yells for them to wait up. He scrutinizes the team's setup, 1 tanker, 2 melee powerhouses, and a lone magic dealer. While the core combination seems typical, he realizes the tanker is actually dishing out most of the damage, leaving the melee specialists to simply guard. Thwack, Nam Kyeolman unleashes a devastating strike. Even the magic user is primarily on defense, he notes, as the red-haired mage's protective barrier ignites with vibrant energy. And the mage is doing most of the dealing, he ponders, questioning if this bizarre role reversal is the new norm. Kim Jin-woo, feeling utterly useless, laments that he's just dead weight while his comrades dominate. Hyung. Slow down, the blonde-haired hunter shouts, a smirk hinting that their speed is breaking all records. But for him, the real issue at hand is his inventory, which he pulls up instantly. He's deep in his system menu, scrolling past high-tech gear like the Silver Sword superconducting weapon and the Adventurous Bow. But a harsh reality hits him, he's got 0 useful weapons. His only option? Avoid combat until he can gear up. But before he can even strategize, a piercing screech rips through the air as a terrifying, orange-glowing monster bursts from the darkness, launching a surprise attack. His gaze sharpens, a fierce purple light flaring in his eyes, ready to meet the unexpected threat head-on. The first monster is just the beginning. More crash and hiss, and suddenly, he's completely swarmed by a glowing, monstrous horde. Then, a frantic shout from a teammate cuts through the chaos, screaming about an ambush from behind a pillar. A monster's glowing red claw strikes, but a shimmering white energy barrier instantly deflects the blow. Across the battlefield, the blonde-haired hunter lets out a pained grunt, his red glowing sword barely holding back the endless onslaught. And Nam Kyeolman, engulfed in a dark aura, is fighting for his life, shouting that they're completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. The monster horde is absolutely relentless, a crushing wave from every angle, and Lee Ho-yeol is barely holding on, screaming internally that he can't keep this up. Then, a brutal hit slams into him, his face twisting in agony as crimson energy explodes around him. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired hunter is getting absolutely swarmed, shouting for Kyeolman to come save him. The very ground is soaked in blood, a grim reminder of the sheer brutality of this fight. Kim Jin-woo gets blindsided, yelling in pure shock and rage. But the blonde-haired hunter isn't giving up, his face set in stone as he gets ready to unleash hell. Close by, the red-haired hunter is absolutely livid, shouting a frantic warning to Jong-hoon to look out. He unleashes a massive swing, his giant, blood-soaked sword tearing through the monster lines. The impact is absolutely brutal, a crushing, bone-shattering hit. A raw, primal scream tears from his throat, as Lee Ho-yeol takes a brutal hit, the force rattling his very core. But the blonde-haired hunter is a blur of motion, his sword a searing, vertical arc of pure destruction. The monster doesn't stand a chance, exploding into a gory mist as the blade tears through. Blood splatters, but he's unyielding, the blonde-haired hunter a defiant silhouette amidst the chaos, sword still poised. He carves through the enemy lines, as Lee Ho-yeol, a silver-haired whirlwind, tears through the monstrous ranks behind him. Taking in the chaotic scene, Lee Ho-yeol coolly assesses, looks like the beast has yet to be trained. His gaze unwavering, a chilling calm in his voice, he declares, it doesn't seem so bad, but punishment comes sometimes. A wave of relief washes over Jong-hoon, as he stammers out a, thank you, to the stoic Lee Ho-yeol. The moment of calm shatters as a monstrous claw slams into Kim Jin-woo, sending him reeling with a choked "Keuk," as Lee Ho-yeol, unfazed, simply states, I don't want to talk like this. The monstrous horde is on the attack, their glowing eyes locked on their prey, with a chilling warning that 2 targets slipped through. One of the creatures lets out a terrifying bellow, its maw wide open, as if confirming the missed targets. Then, another monster lunges from behind, a chilling warning to move echoing through the chaos. Its razor-sharp claws extend, ready to tear into its victim. Kim Jin-woo is completely overwhelmed, he falters, his mind racing, unable to process the onslaught or figure out what to do. But then, a calm voice cuts through the panic, Lee Ho-yeol's presence a sudden anchor in the storm, telling him to calm down. He issues a swift, decisive command, promising to handle any immediate threats while instructing his companion to prepare a stunning spell, even if it's a rushed cast. Snapping out of his daze, Kim Jin-woo acknowledges the order, turning to follow the instruction with renewed determination. In a blinding blur of motion, a monster is violently cleaved, its form erupting in a spray of blood and raw purple energy. A monstrous entity unleashes a guttural cry, its dark, fiery aura pulsing with pure malevolence. But Lee Ho-yeol holds the line, his blade poised for action as he shouts, how much time do we have left? Kim Jin-woo's voice slices through the pandemonium, a desperate assurance, almost done. It's coming now. Everyone, watch out. His face a mask of pure strain, he pours every ounce of his being into the spell, a golden aura exploding around him as it reaches critical mass. And with a final, explosive surge, the spell's name rips through the air, Fire Arrow. Fiery projectiles erupt, streaking towards the monster horde, engulfing them in a torrent of destructive flames while Lee Ho-yeol keeps up his relentless assault. One creature is instantly consumed, its form vanishing within the raging inferno. Another is caught in the fiery blast, its body dissolving into ash. The spell culminates in a massive, widespread explosion, eradicating the remaining threats in a blinding flash of heat and light. The fire arrow's explosive power absolutely decimated the monster horde, leaving nothing but a fiery, chaotic mess in its wake. As the inferno died down, the hunters looked on, one of them barely daring to ask if it was finally over. Meanwhile, the red-haired hunter quickly checked on her teammate, her voice sharp with worry. But Lee Ho-yeol, ever the leader, calmly stated he was fine and told them to focus on the rest of the team. He stood over the smoking monster corpses, taking in the full scope of the destruction and the exhausted faces of his team. Suddenly, a system message popped up, Silver Arrow acquired. He made a mental note to snag that epic loot later. Elsewhere, the red-haired hunter hooked Lee Jin-woo up with a healing potion, and he was super thankful for the assist. But hold up, the fight wasn't done. A monstrous, guttural scream ripped through the air, as a creature's eyes blazed red with pure rage. The beast's furious roar echoed, a defiant fuck, proving this wasn't over yet. The monster's furious scream ripped through the air, and the hunter let out a pained grunt, the chaos far from over. Suddenly, the blonde-haired hunter snapped, his voice exploding with rage, screaming at his Hyung about being out of his mind and demanding answers. He could understand being scared of the hidden ones, sure, but that wasn't the point. His frustration hit its peak, as he roared, what the hell are you doing by not helping? Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes blazed crimson, his fury unleashed as he screamed at the tanker for walking them straight into a death trap. Voice dripping with venom, he snarled, how are you even a tanker? Explain yourself. The crimson glow in his eye flared, a deep rumble echoing his escalating power. Then, a searing red aura exploded from his body, pulsating with raw, untamed power. His rage culminated in a visible shockwave, cracking and distorting the very fabric of reality around him. A chilling, mocking laugh rips through the air, painting the darkness in an ominous red glow. As the shadowy, monstrous form finally reveals itself, its glowing red eyes burning into their very souls. But the blonde-haired hunter, bloodied and enraged, snaps his head toward Lee Ho-yeol, his voice a raw snarl, you think this is funny? You're not sorry. If it wasn't for you, Hyung, we wouldn't be in this insane mess. You were supposed to be the tanker, you were. His furious accusation hangs in the air, a desperate plea mixed with pure rage. When a sudden, violent surge of crimson energy explodes from the very earth itself, sending the red-haired hunter reeling back in sheer terror, her mind racing to comprehend the sudden, infernal blaze. Meanwhile, the monstrous entity looms, its shadowy presence a constant, terrifying backdrop. While Lee Ho-yeol, his eyes blazing with an infernal red glow, unleashes a devastating aura, his voice a chilling echo of the monster's own mocking laugh, "Kohahaha. You asked if this was funny?" His very form becomes a conduit for the raw, crimson power, radiating outward with terrifying force. The monster's twisted grin just gets wider, its voice dripping with pure, unadulterated contempt. It's literally laughing at their struggle, finding it all hilariously pathetic. And then, it unleashes a chilling, echoing cackle, its twisted laughter just bouncing off the walls. But amidst the terrified hunters, Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely locked in. A system message blazes across his vision, confirming the activation of his natural enemy skill, a game-changing power-up that's about to supercharge his combat against this demon. His eyes snap open, burning with an intense, crimson glow, a silent, terrifying declaration of his true, awakened power. The monster's smug grin completely vanishes, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. A terrifying, crimson aura absolutely explodes around him, a demonic shadow manifesting behind, and Lee Ho-yeol's sheer presence alone sends a jolt of pure fear through the monster. Its earlier taunts are completely gone, replaced by a grudging, terrified acknowledgement, as the monster finally, truly understands the immense power it's up against. The tension is palpable as a voice declares, "You're a demon." The words hit hard, and a sinister red light flashes across Lee Ho-yeol's hair. And his eyes ignite with an intense, demonic red glow. Then, a terrifying, monstrous grin splits his face as his natural enemy skill explodes into action. Nam Keelman is caught completely off guard, blood erupting from his face as he screams in agony. In a flash, Lee Ho-yeol grabs Nam Keelman by the throat, hoisting him into the air like he weighs nothing. He demands, a demon, with terrifying force. The blonde-haired hunter can only stare in disbelief as Lee Ho-yeol tightens his grip, demanding, a demon, while another voice nervously asks, about? He stares, disbelief twisting his features, as the accusation rings in his ears. Then, reality itself shatters, and he's plunged into a terrifying, glowing red abyss. Nam Keelman, equally disoriented, frantically searches for his allies, but they're gone. A primal scream rips from Lee Ho-yeol's very core, his eyes burning with an unholy crimson fire. A terrifying growl erupts from his chest, the transformation taking hold. The blonde-haired hunter can only watch in frozen terror, speechless at the nightmare before him. The red-haired hunter, face streaked with blood, screams for help, but no one can save her. Her arm, a bloody, mangled mess, shows the savage impact of the assault. Lee Ho-yeol lunges, his eyes blazing with demonic power, and bites deep into her shoulder. He lets out a guttural cry, the transformation tearing through him. A demonic force consumes him, unleashing a terrifying purple aura that makes the blonde-haired hunter shriek in pure horror. The blonde-haired hunter's mind is shattered, screaming about his low mentality, desperately trying to keep the monstrous figure away, his very status now defined by sheer, paralyzing fear. He screams for help, trapped in a nightmarish illusion, a chilling, mocking cackle echoing in his ears. But the transformed Lee Ho-yeol doesn't care, sneering that humans are nothing, delivering a devastating blow to the red-haired hunter. His eyes blaze with an infernal red, the raw power of his strike ripping through the air. He hoists the red-haired hunter into the air by her throat, dark, swirling energy crackling around his grip. The blonde-haired hunter can only stare, utterly frozen, as Lee Ho-yeol's hand pulses with sinister light. "Don't you care about this human trash?" he snarls, but a chilling voice cuts through the chaos, warning that to kill this human would make him the ultimate demon. Still consumed by the demonic energy, he's ready to strike, his form crackling with purple power. The blonde-haired hunter, witnessing this terrifying display, realizes his opponent's armor is still on, forcing him to go for the weak spots. His eyes blaze crimson as he snarls a challenge, daring anyone to stand against his monstrous might. He brings his energy-infused arm down in a devastating arc. But the blonde-haired hunter, his own eyes now glowing with a fierce red light, activates a skill, his sword igniting with a matching crimson aura. With a swift, whirring motion, he intercepts Lee Ho-yeol's attack, their clashing energies creating a violent impact. Lee Ho-yeol recoils, a flicker of surprise crossing his demonically altered face. The blonde-haired hunter's battle power surges, an intense red aura exploding around him, fueled by the demonic presence. He unleashes a powerful strike with his glowing blade, connecting squarely with Lee Ho-yeol, who cries out in pain. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, slamming into a distant wall with a heavy thud, his suit tearing from the impact. Still reeling from that insane hit, Lee Ho-yeol's demonic form is absolutely crackling with raw, red energy. The force just keeps pushing him back, his unstable power barely holding together. But then a furious roar rips from his throat, his rage just completely overriding the pain. He screams that humans are just so fake, his voice absolutely dripping with venom. His fury just explodes as he remembers the betrayal, that memory totally fueling his demonic transformation. His eyes are absolutely glowing with malevolent red light as he condemns them for being friendly just a minute ago, and now. With an insane surge of power, he manifests a blade of pure, crimson energy, ready to absolutely strike. His glowing red eyes lock onto his target, a chilling determination etched across his face as he absolutely lunges forward. From a distance, the red-haired hunter watches in stunned disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips at the sudden, violent resurgence. But he's not out yet. He pushes himself up from the shattered ground. His eyes blaze with an infernal red light. The name, Silver, ignites a volcanic fury within him. Then, with a terrifying surge, a crimson aura explodes from his body. His face twists into a mask of pure, unbridled fury. Still absolutely seething, his demonic aura blazing, he just snarls, utterly dismissing his pathetic enemies. His eyes are pure, burning crimson, and the power surging from him is absolutely insane. But even with all that power, he can't help but wonder, how did it all go so sideways? Meanwhile, an analyst, totally zoned out, gets snapped back to reality by someone yelling his name. He just manages a drawn-out, confused, "yeah." His face twists in annoyance as he snaps, "Why are you always looking for a fight? Just drop it already." He lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering about how he told them to join the Guild of Ruptures for a reason. He waves off his own thought, but then the other person just tells him to quit altogether. He lets out a dry laugh, clarifying, "No, I'm an analyst," as a deeper, unfulfilled desire flashes through his thoughts. The analyst's mind is a battlefield, haunted by a brutal inner voice screaming, "Not live like a loser." He lets out a frustrated sigh, a memory flashing of someone taunting, "What was your name again? You're the older brother, right?" Elsewhere, a crew of guys is just cracking up, their banter dripping with sarcasm. One of them drops a bombshell, "Yo, Taewon just dominated an A-class raid," and another just shrugs, "Tell him congrats for me, I guess." But the analyst is trapped in his own head, the taunts echoing like a broken record, "You're the one who has to grind harder just to not embarrass your brother. Seriously, are you even the older brother?" The analyst can almost hear the cruel laughter, the brutal questions hitting hard, "Are you even brothers? LOL. Ha ha ha. Seriously, what do you even do in the ruptures? You better listen to your brother if you don't want to end up dead." But a fierce determination ignites within him, a primal desire burning bright. He just wanted to be a brother his brother could be proud of, and now, with a new resolve, he declares, "I'll help." Then, without warning, a terrifying, demonic entity with blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth erupts into existence, its very being a vortex of raw, malevolent power. A sudden, earth-shattering "Kwang" rips through the silence, forcing out a shocked "HUH." Then, Lee Ho-yeol's hand, now blazing with an infernal red energy, lashes out, his voice a chilling declaration of power, "You can't escape from me." Lee Ho-yeol lets out a guttural "cuff" as an intense surge of power rips through his body, his grip tightening on the pencil, a half-finished sketch of an ENTJ figure lying beneath his other hand. Suddenly, a chilling system alert blares, status abnormal, possession, and he can only wonder, happening, as the transformation takes hold. His body contorts, erupting into a terrifying, shadowy form wreathed in dark energy, and a chilling voice booms, declaring, "Then let's go." The monstrous form hesitates, its crimson eyes burning with an unsettling intensity, a single, guttural, "What," escaping its lips. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired hunter and Lee Jinwoo stare in utter disbelief, the blonde-haired hunter desperately yelling, "No. Wait." Panic etched on his face, he screams out another desperate plea, "Don't go in." A chilling realization dawns on the blonde-haired hunter, his voice cracking with terror as he yells, "He's a demon." Ignoring their desperate shouts, the demonic Lee Ho-yeol turns his back on the devastation he's wrought, striding purposefully through the rubble. A unified, desperate scream rips through the air, a resounding "No," as they witness the unfolding catastrophe. Lee Ho-yeol screams, a primal sound ripped from his throat as the demonic power surges, his body contorting, eyes blazing with an infernal red glow. The shadowy aura explodes outward, crimson tendrils of pure power ripping through the air. While a chilling voice invades his thoughts, mocking his weakness. "No," it snarls, "your mentality is too low. I put everyone in danger." The demonic entity roars its supremacy, "You cannot resist. If it weren't for me." Then, a colossal, shadowy claw bursts forth, obliterating an unseen foe with devastating power, a shocked gasp silenced instantly. He rockets through the air, a dark, sword-wielding blur, leaving a trail of pure destruction. A cataclysmic impact erupts, a thunderous roar of raw power as crimson energy detonates, wiping out everything in its wake. His demonic hand tightens, armored and crackling with dark power, a terrifying display of his newfound might. He tears through the air, a crimson streak of pure destruction, leaving nothing but chaos and ruin behind. A guttural scream rips from him, pure torment, as the demonic voice snarls, "It hurts. It hurts. You fool. Keep this up, and I'll end him too." The taunts intensify. "Don't you care if your master lives or dies? Do you want to be a murderer?" His expression twists, a silent war blazing in his gaze. A tense silence hangs, the internal struggle reaching a fever pitch. But then, a flicker of defiance, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Is that your pride?" the voice sneers, striking at his core. "What?" he snaps back, clearly caught off guard. A searing surge of pain seizes him, making him clutch his chest. His hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist, raw red power erupting, a desperate fight for dominance. A devastating crimson surge slams into him, the raw power tearing through his very essence. His eyes blaze with an infernal red as the power surges, a chilling resolve etched onto his face. Untamed energy erupts, swirling around him in a maelstrom of pure, destructive force. A guttural scream rips from his throat as the entity's voice booms, twisting his very pride against him. But even through the torment, a cold, hard resolve takes hold, as he embraces the power and calls out to Nam Keelman. The world distorts. As darkness swallows all. Suddenly, the scene snaps to Nam Keelman, sprawled and broken amidst the debris, his once sturdy armor shattered. A pained groan escapes him, as Lee Jinwoo kneels, his face a mask of desperate concern. He stares down at the bloodied figure of Nam Keelman, a chilling realization dawning on him as the words "demon" echo in his mind. A faint voice struggles to escape the injured man's lips, revealing a horrifying truth: he had been possessed by a demon. Jinwoo's voice cracks with concern, calling out to his senior, Keelman Hyung, "Are you okay?" With the help of the other hunters, Keelman is slowly brought to his feet, a faint, almost mocking chuckle escaping him. Despite his grievous wounds, a faint glow emanates from his hand as he confirms, "I'm alive, but now I was stabbed." Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol stands before an exit, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he utters, "I told you." A chilling declaration. His golden brown eyes hold a knowing glint, reflecting a detached understanding of the chaos he leaves behind. With arms crossed, he looks down, his voice calm and assured as he states, "You do not need to worry." A chillingly confident dismissal. Then, without another glance back, he turns and walks away, leaving the scene of destruction and the injured behind him. What a cold exit. With an undeniable swagger, he proclaims, "For I am here. Because it's humanity's darkest emotions, that are the ultimate demon bait. These raw, dark feelings are what summon the demons, a chilling reality the hunters are all too familiar with." So he lays down the law, "Be prideful. Fear no demon." He stands as a beacon, declaring that a demon hunter's attacks are more than just brute force. Only the demon feels the true impact, because the real weapon is pride, a concept that hits Nam Keelman right in the soul. A subtle glint from his ring as he reflects, "I never forgot. Not for a second, no matter the years." Later, he's back in action, standing over the analyst, eyes locked on a glowing blue holographic display, absorbing every piece of data. Flashback to a total bust. No loot, just a pathetic imp and zero rewards. What a rip-off. Beneath a brilliant, cloud-dotted sky, the metropolis pulses with life. Skyscrapers pierce the clouds, a monument to human ingenuity. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol is glued to his phone, scrolling through comments, and something totally grabs his focus. He keeps reading, face stone-cold, as the screen spills the tea on some hunter's bad luck with loot. Suddenly, a voice breaks the quiet, challenging him, "Bro, you seriously want me to buy that?" He just sips his drink, cool as a cucumber, and drops a casual, "Yep." The other guy lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly struggling, "Look, I'm a guild leader, but just recruiting someone based on a random post like this is kinda." A man with fiery reddish-brown hair, gripped by an unseen force, drops a bombshell. He was the party leader, and he was possessed. His true identity flashes across the screen: Nam Taemin, a level 368 barbarian, ranked 11th, and the absolute guildmaster of Jaeon. But now, in a stark contrast to his past trauma, Taemin is seen in a moment of intense calm, coolly sipping his drink, his gaze sharp and focused. As a new thought or declaration begins to emerge. Soaring high above a gleaming, futuristic cityscape, an enigmatic craft hangs suspended in the heavens, dominating the view of colossal skyscrapers that stretch endlessly towards the horizon. Then, a shockwave of disbelief. What? Down below, two formidable enforcers in sharp suits stand sentinel, their presence unyielding. As Nam Taemin, utterly taken aback, can barely process the sudden shift in someone's stance, finding it almost impossible to accept. A booming, almost mocking laugh erupts from him as he challenges the notion of distrust between siblings, his gratitude dripping with irony. His brow furrows, a sharp retort cutting through the air, "Don't be sarcastic. But then, another burst of laughter, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he teases about the prospect of becoming an ant. No, a voice firmly states, a hand stirring a cup, I'm serious. But Nam Taemin, he's feeling a profound sense of relief, exclaiming that he feels so much better now, and his true role is finally crystal clear. He confesses to struggling to keep up until this very moment, but now, he's ready to take pride in himself and carve out his own destiny. A confident, almost mischievous smile spreads across his face. As he glances off-screen, a new thought sparking in his mind, he's getting seriously curious now. He can't help but wonder what kind of person this brother figure truly is, having undergone such a massive transformation. His expression shifts to one of deep contemplation, mulling over the sheer hassle of dealing with that imp. He deduces that if the status abnormality had no effect on him, then his mentality stat must be absolutely off the charts. The focus sharpens on a gleaming dagger, as he remembers, you also mentioned he fought with a dagger instead of magic. A guttural "kugh" rips from him, his pencil flying across the page as he battles an internal struggle. The sketch, a hyper-detailed portrait of a man, is emblazoned with ENTJ, a cryptic clue to his intense mental processing. Switching gears, Nam Taemin, mid-conversation, drops a bombshell, baffled why anyone would dive into that rupture, considering their stats. He's convinced the only reason for such a wild tale is sheer, unadulterated belief. He presses on, trying to make a crucial point, only for his companion to cut him off, demanding to know why he'd ever doubt his trust. Taemin quickly clarifies, insisting he does trust him, because he's the ultimate witness to everything. A confused, escapes the other man, while a crucial detail drops, boss Nam Taemin, the guild management team scout, is on the hunt for fresh talent. Now at a table, Taemin lays it all out, confessing his entire rise is thanks to this guy, doubling down on his trust, and even pulling out a contract. A genuine smile breaks across his face as he drops the ultimate truth, revealing the man is none other than his older brother. He continues, hyping up the organization's prestige. The analyst, clearly flustered, manages a quick thank you. Taemin then pushes the contract across, demanding his brother's immediate thoughts. The analyst snaps to attention, reaching for the papers. A knowing smirk spreads across Taemin's face as he observes. But the moment his eyes hit the text, the analyst's composure shatters, sweat beading on his brow. He can barely choke out a question about the insane contract conditions. The morning sky stretches wide, a canvas of soft blues and whites. Below, a mundane building stands tall, its windows reflecting the quiet start of a new day. But for Lee Ho-yeol, the day begins with a jolt, a sudden realization that he is about to be overtaken by Yuelv, the thought echoing in his mind as Lee Jin-woo watches over him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. Amidst the turmoil, a system message flashes, confirming his level has increased, a small victory in the face of mounting pressure. Later, under the spray of the shower, he still grapples with the implications, muttering in disbelief, his frustration evident as Jin-woo stands by, a silent, glowing presence. Despite his inner turmoil, Granfell attempts to project an air of indifference, claiming such matters are beneath his concern. Yet, his true feelings quickly surface as he admits his concern, then turns to Jin-woo, seeking advice on how to distribute his newly acquired stat points. Overwhelmed by the decision, he decides to postpone it until he can rest. Even in bed, the thoughts plague him, leaving him with a sense of disarray, while Jin-woo remains a silent, watchful guardian, his blue aura softly illuminating the room. The city blazes with the last light of day, a stark reminder that a clean space equals a clear head. Every window pane is scrubbed to perfection, reflecting the relentless pursuit of order. But the grind is real, and a desperate cry for a break echoes from deep within him. The concrete jungle stretches out, a sprawling testament to the world's unyielding pace. On the stove, a culinary creation bubbles, surrounded by the aftermath of intense prep. Lee Ho-yeol, multitasking like a boss with his phone, expertly whips up his meal. One bite, and the verdict is in, pure, unadulterated health. As he savors his dish, a mysterious, glowing presence watches, and he can't help but connect this disciplined existence to the legendary Granfell, a life of ironclad routines and epic self-control. This isn't just cooking, it's a masterclass in growth. Lee Ho-yeol is still on that grind, the soft clink of a cup just a small part of his new, disciplined routine in the kitchen. But in the background, a majestic silver-haired figure stands tall, with a smaller, dark-haired observer watching, hinting at a deeper power within. Ho-yeol's mind is racing, realizing that this whole self-restraint and discipline thing isn't just for work or leveling up, it's transforming his entire life, top to bottom. Even when he's totally wiped and just wants to order takeout, he keeps going, driven by the knowledge that he's getting stronger, all thanks to that tiny, glowing observer. He takes a moment, just sitting there, soaking it all in. A subtle glow sparking from his hand as he works, a quiet click and thump the only sounds. Because Granfell's powers, they're not just one-trick ponies. He's a magical prodigy, able to copy almost any spell just by seeing it once, his eyes blazing with power as golden symbols erupt around him. And it's not just magic, he's also incredibly intelligent, a true force of nature, engulfed in a fiery red aura, ready to unleash pure destruction with his glowing sword. Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo wasn't just a genius mage, he was also incredibly ripped. Li Ho Yeol was meticulously jotting down every single one of these incredible traits. He thought, that pretty much summed it all up. Someone chimed in, confirming he'd nailed every single detail. But a nagging question remained as he kept writing, what if these insane traits were actually coming to life? Snapping a quick selfie with Jin Woo, he figured he just had to roll with it and trust the journey. Later that day, at 5:15 p.m., his phone suddenly blew up with a notification. He grabbed it, a little, escaping him as he saw just how long this message was. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world made this text so ridiculously long? A weird, unsettling vibe hit him, and without even reading it, he decided to just ghost the sender for now. Then, with a surge of determination, Li Ho Yeol grabs his phone, ready to unleash his newfound power. A brief pause, a deep breath, and then it's go time. He declares his ultimate goal, to master the art of spell imitation, just by seeing it once. He dives into his phone, frantically searching for player magic and devouring every guide from 3-minute lectures to earning money as a player mage. The results pop up, and he's ready to absorb it all. Phone in hand, notebook ready, he's all set to crack the code of player magic. But elsewhere, a worried Nam Taemin, sporting some new specs, is clearly grappling with something serious, his silence speaking volumes. The ignored text message finally reveals its shocking contents, a desperate SOS from the Satagild Guild, begging for his help on a dungeon raid that could change everything. Meanwhile, the analyst drops a bombshell on Nam Taemin, another guild might have made him an offer, and he's absolutely floored, demanding to know if it's true. This news sends the guildmaster into a rage. South Korea's #1 guild, Jaeon, offered a sweet deal, new car, paid fees, and a 7-to-3 split, but he's absolutely furious at that measly ratio. The analyst then drops another bomb, confirming that someone else actually made an even better offer, leaving him scratching his head about the details. Ever since the Mage's Tower exploded into existence in Seoul, foreign guilds have been swarming in, setting up branch offices, and Nam Taemin is absolutely blindsided by this revelation. His surprise instantly morphs into pure fury, as he roars, demanding to know exactly which foreign guilds are invading his turf. With a furious snarl distorting his features, he unleashes a chilling declaration, who dares to step foot into MY territory. Meanwhile, a mesmerizing, intricate magical circle pulses with an otherworldly blue glow, radiating immense, mysterious power. High above the sprawling, neon-lit city, a mysterious cloaked figure stands silhouetted against the dark, ominously pondering the situation, even if it's just a foreign guild. The analyst's mind races, sifting through the top guilds in Seoul, a silent question hanging in the air, could one of them be making this audacious move? But his guildmaster is beyond contemplation, his fury erupting as he roars that no other guild could ever match this insane offer. Clutching the contract like a lifeline, Taemin seethes, realizing this deal is so explosive, he can't even show it to the other Jaeon leaders. He just can't let this go. Taemin's mind is fixated on the prize, demanding every single detail about the person at the center of it all. Towering over the seated analyst, Taemin's voice thunders, catching the man off guard with a bewildered, "What? Who?" With a fierce resolve, Taemin declares he's going to storm the other guild himself before anyone else can even think about stealing this chance. He rips open his shirt, a raw display of his burning intensity, demanding, "Tell me everything about him." The analyst stumbles, trying to articulate a description, but all he can manage are awkward, Taemin's patience snaps. "What?" he barks, "you could describe a mythical animal better than that." Li Ho Yeol and Nam Keelman are locked in, eyes glued to something intense. Nam Keelman lets out a shocked gasp, and Li Ho Yeol's mind races, trying to grasp the animal nature of what's unfolding. Cutting to the analyst, he's just dropped some serious intel, finger pointing up, a quick confirming his point. He doubles down, confirming his intel, his mind racing with the thought that this person is like a character ripped straight from a fantasy novel, a total aristocrat. Nam Taemin's jaw practically drops, a bewildered, as the analyst's words hit him. And not just any aristocrat, a fancy one. The source of the buzz is right there, a phone screen showing off a majestic game character, next to a notebook crammed with insane magical diagrams and notes, spilling all the secrets of its power. A hand scribbles furiously in the notebook, the analyst's voice cutting through, a confident, "I see it," confirming his grasp. Meanwhile, Li Ho Yeol and Nam Keelman are also deep in the data, staring down at the same kind of intel, their faces etched with intense focus. The phone screen practically vibrates with the game character's stats, raw magical energy practically bursting from its form, and the analyst drops a bombshell, "I can see the flow of magic." A guttural sound rips from Li Ho Yeol as he processes the data, a surge of realization hitting him, he can use these insane items, he just needs the mana. He thinks to himself, Granfell is exactly as expected, who cares about the parents? This is pure middle school syndrome. But seriously, best genius. An Kivich bursts from him, as Nam Keelman gives him a confident thumbs up, clearly impressed. Now that he's absolutely sure he can use this stuff, his mind immediately jumps to the next big move. A holographic screen pops up, showing all his stats, and he announces it's go time for stat distribution, with Keelman watching his every move. He weighs his choices, then decides to go all in on mana, opening himself to every type. His finger hovers, then taps, locking in 2 points for both stamina and agility. Then, with a decisive tap on mana, he declares 0 points for it, reasoning it's already too low to bother. Later, a worn document in hand, he delves into the grim tale of Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, the last of his line, who forged himself into a demon hunter for vengeance. He lets out a low grunt, his bandaged hand poised over the system, still dumping points into his stats. A sudden thought hits him, why is he thinking about his old life now? He worked hard, but man, what a brutal, unlucky existence it was. A sly smirk creeps onto his face, a silent nod to the twisted fate. Back to business, his finger flies across the glowing screen, boosting his luck stat, a small tweak with potentially massive implications. Later, chilling in bed, the gravity of his decisions hits him, this isn't just for him, it's for Granfell too, and he can't help but wonder who's gonna get the short end of the stick. He can't help but chuckle at the numbers, just bumping his luck from 1 to 2 literally just doubled his entire fortune. A slight grin plays on his face as he imagines the possibilities, thinking, who knows? Maybe I'll actually find a coin on the street tomorrow. That silly thought hangs in the air, a tiny spark of hope. But that playful mood quickly fades, his eyes snapping open, locked on the grim reality of his future. He's locked onto the holographic display, and a single, electrifying thought explodes in his mind. This isn't just any ordinary coin, it's something far bigger. A smirk spreads across his face, as the system drops its next bombshell. A class quest. The system just dropped a game changer, hinting at an epic new challenge. Hold up, what just happened? A class quest. Yeah, you heard that right, a class quest. This is the prologue of Counterattack. Is this the class quest everyone's been talking about? Ever since Arcana became super rare, quests have basically vanished, and the reason is totally obvious. Seriously, there are barely any NPCs left to even give out quests anymore. Normal quests are practically extinct, but somehow, he just snagged a class quest. Lee Ho Yeo's mind was racing, the sheer weight of this new quest hitting him hard. This wasn't just some random class quest, from everything he knew, this was going to be huge. He stares, and the truth hits him like a truck. This wasn't just any quest, this was the class quest, tailor-made for Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo himself. A gasp rips from his throat as the sheer magnitude of it hits him, confirming his wildest theories. The quest itself explodes into a vision of a noble paladin, gleaming in golden armor, a figure of pure, unadulterated power. This was it, the class quest, a game-changing event for Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo. This was a solo mission, a quest given to only one person, an absolute game-changer. And with it, the true counterattack was about to ignite, heralded by a shadowy figure crackling with raw purple power. This was huge, blowing up the news worldwide, with every outlet screaming about Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, the first paladin to hit top 10, and the first to snag a class quest. Even Guildmaster Nam Taemin and Paladin ranker number 2 Lee Jinwoo were in the headlines. The Dungeon Hunter's class quest sent shockwaves through the Paladin community, sparking outrage over fairness and igniting debates about society's reliance on guilds, while the quest's true conditions and secrets remained a total mystery. The S-grade class quest hits him like a truck. Most people are stuck with B-grade, but he, a class S, just scored the ultimate challenge. It's insane. He's thinking, wait a minute, how could someone like him even get an S-grade quest? It just doesn't add up. Then, a decisive click of his mouse, and it all snaps into place. He leans back, eyes narrowed, the pieces of the puzzle finally connecting. And then it hits him, so this means I'm the only demon hunter left. Mind blown. He lets out a breath, a wry smile playing on his lips, because, honestly, it just makes perfect sense. Suddenly, the world warps, and he's in a desolate, ruined land, a place whispered about as Erection. This is the legacy of the Demon Hunters, a name that sounds epic, but the truth is anything but great. Now geared up in battle-ready armor, he surveys the desolate landscape, the grim reality of his quest hitting him hard. A booming voice cuts through the silence, a chilling welcome to Erection, the ultimate training ground. The command is brutal, climb this monstrous cliff, starting from the very top. No time to waste, move it. Just looking at that sheer rock face is enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Lee Ho Yeol, rocking his new, sleek gear, glares up at the insane climb, a raw curse ripping from him as he grasps the sheer impossibility of it all. Down below, Nam Keelman and Lee Jinwoo are practically speechless, their faces screaming, is this guy for real? They're already complaining, fed up with what feels like endless, pointless grind, just wanting to blast through it already. But even with the rage, Lee Ho-yeol digs deep, clawing his way up the cliff, every muscle screaming as he pushes past his limits. Elsewhere, the Shadow Mage, with those chilling purple eyes, lays down the law. This grim place is their new, brutal training arena. And just to rub it in, he casually mentions that the facilities are basically ancient junk. The squad of hunters, including Lee Ho-yeol, are absolutely drained at the cliff's base. One of them calls out, "Time to eat," but another immediately fires back, "Wait, the cafeteria is where we just came from." Lee Ho-yeol checks his system screen, which is just taunting him with the remaining 523 meters of the 800-meter climb, and a brutal message flashes, "Go faster, you Nimrods. If you don't eat, you won't be able to get out of action." He lets out a frustrated groan, staring up at the endless cliff. This brutal training just keeps going. A flashback hits. He's chilling with Lee Jin-woo, who's like, "Dude, anyone else would have given up by now." But Lee Ho-yeol just chuckles, "Demons couldn't even make me humankind." The system screen keeps scrolling, declaring that those were all trainings that made me stronger, then hilariously drops a line about his middle school album's really bad. He reaches out, his hand connecting with the glowing blue system interface, declaring, "Anyway, that's in the past. Let's look at what kind of quest it is." His eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue, fully locked in and ready for whatever comes next. A quiet, surprised, escapes him. Now at a desk, he's totally focused on the screen, about to dive into the details of his next big quest. High above the city, a massive skyscraper gleams, reflecting the epic sunset. This isn't just any building, it's the Anti-Arcana United, AAU, Korean branch, the front line in the fight against Arcana. Built to stop the chaos, the casualties, the damage from Arcana, it's run by the very people who created it. As Arcana bleeds into reality, these unsung heroes tirelessly collect data, feeding it to the players on the front lines. Translation: they're absolutely swamped. An analyst groans, stretching in his cubicle, utterly fed up with the Arcana he's stuck with. He asks a colleague if Sunday means new rupture updates are coming, but his coworker just reminds him it's past 8, so they're probably already here. The analyst just sighs, totally resigned. He grumbles about Raymond Bastard constantly pushing updates, then gives up on hope, deciding to just keep hitting refresh. He lets out a relieved sigh, thinking the immediate crisis is finally over. But what he doesn't know is that every system update means real-world chaos is just around the corner. Then, his eyes snap wide open in pure shock, as a terrifying new notification blazes across his monitor. He leaps up, pure disbelief contorting his face, shouting, "An update. Huh." He practically lunges over his desk, screaming at the screen, What? Are they kidding me?" His colleague, though, just lets out a tired groan, completely resigned, as the analyst screams, "No way." The analyst explodes from his chair, yelling about the new update, his brain already in overdrive with the sheer chaos it means. He's already halfway out the door, screaming that he's quitting, leaving his stunned colleague to yell, "Where are you going?" His face a mask of pure panic, he screams to unplug the phones, because the reporters are already on their way. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, the analyst is absolutely losing it, his face a mask of pure panic as someone yells about his phone, and he can only manage a strangled gasp in return. Then, everything just shatters. Only to be replaced by a blood-red sky and a terrifying system alert, "A new demon will come to you soon." The terrifying update keeps coming, revealing a new ranked monster, a massive, wolf-like creature, already maxed out at 200 of 200. And it gets worse. More demonic figures, followers of Count Oscura, pop up, definitely new ranked monsters. Then, the big reveal hits, Count Oscura, a level 430 nightmare. The terrifying vision vanishes, leaving Lee Ho-yeol and the analyst absolutely flabbergasted, the analyst gasping, level 430. He then freaks out, reminding Lee Ho-yeol that even the strongest hunter is only level 403, then screams that he's quitting and they should just quit together. Still reeling from the shocking revelation, Lee Ho-yeol could only acknowledge the grim reality. He explained that if they were to get help from the NPCs in the tower, it would only complicate matters further, creating a whole new set of problems. The analyst, his expression tight with worry, knew the NPCs in the tower wouldn't do anything, and the tower itself offered no assistance. They wouldn't do anything this time either, leaving them utterly alone. Lee Ho-yeol confirmed his fears, stating that it was impossible either way, and they were basically just being forced to watch people die. The analyst could only utter a single, despairing phrase, "It's over." The rupture they faced would inevitably lead to a breakout. Overwhelmed, the analyst cried out, asking why he couldn't just quit, why things had to get so difficult so quickly. If they failed the rupture raid, then everything would come out, exposing the truth to the world. Still reeling from the grim prognosis, the analyst can't believe what he's hearing, questioning the value of human life when the updates are barely survivable. Lee Ho-yeol, watching the meltdown, can only think one thing: this whole situation is absolutely insane and makes no sense. The tension is palpable, a silent scream echoing that only a miracle can save them now. The analyst, looking utterly defeated, can only manage a single, desperate question: why are they even fighting this impossible battle? But Lee Ho-yeol's gaze sharpens, a silent promise in his outstretched hand, because a new class quest just dropped for the last demon hunter standing. The prologue of the counterattack is on, and it's time to get ripped. And just like that, he's in the gym, pushing his body to the absolute breaking point, a system window taunting him with the repeated quest for training, a brutal regimen of running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, all still at zero. His legs are absolutely shaking, every fiber of his being screaming as he pushes past his limits. His whole body is vibrating, a brutal sign of the training's intensity, and someone asks if he needs a bag, like, is this even normal? Nam Kyo-min tries to help, but he's like, nah. His resolve is ironclad, refusing to get used to being weak. Even a simple, delicious sandwich, just sitting there, is a mission impossible. His hands are shaking too much to even eat, and he's already dreaming of a new look after this nightmare. He's so utterly wiped out, he can't even keep his food from going everywhere. A total mess compared to the analyst's face on his screen, a silent, grim reminder of what's at stake. But even through the pain, a surge of satisfaction hits him as the system flashes his progress on the Train Your Weakened Body quest. He crushed it. 20 kilometers, 800 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, and 300 burpee tests, all done. He knows he would have quit if it wasn't for Granfel's legendary pride driving him. After pushing his limits, Lee Ho-yeol crashes into bed, ready for some epic recovery, thinking he's earned a good night's sleep. But even totally wiped out, he's still hyped, pumped to see what insane quest drops next. Next morning, the grind starts again. Footsteps hit the pavement, and the city wakes up to another day of challenges. High above, the city sprawls, a calm before the storm of his next brutal workout. And just like that, he's back at it, shirtless and absolutely grinding, pulling himself up, every muscle screaming with the effort. Outside, the sheer agony forces a raw, frustrated shout from him, cursing the brutal, never-ending grind. His feet hang, a clear sign of how high he's pushing himself, fighting through every ounce of pain. Sweat pours down his face, his eyes blazing with an insane, almost otherworldly glow from the sheer effort, a primal roar tearing from his throat. Then, a system window pops up, confirming he absolutely crushed 200 pull-ups and 500 sit-ups, but the running and push-ups are still pending, making him scream, action, in pure frustration. A guttural groan rips from his throat, his mind absolutely blown by the system's audacity. A repeat quest. Are they seriously out of their minds? Buried under a mountain of completed tasks, Lee Ho-yeol is just grinding through the sheer agony. Taking a ragged breath, he just keeps counting, the numbers stacking up like crazy. This brutal grind has been going on for a whole week already. The system's message just rubbed it in: once I complete one, another one comes up. This Train Your Weakened Body quest was still stuck in progress. Then, the glorious message popped up: you have finished today's goal. He'd crushed the 2.0 kilometers run, 500 pull-ups, 500 sit-ups, and 500 burpee tests, every single one done. But that relief lasted about 2 seconds before it hit him: this was just today's goal, meaning it's happening again tomorrow. Completely wiped out, he just collapsed onto a bench, a tiny, fluffy companion chilling next to him, as the crushing reality of this never-ending quest just slammed down on him. Drained and defeated, Lee Ho-yeol couldn't believe it: he'd actually crushed the daily grind yet again. A system notification flashed, confirming he'd absolutely dominated a full week of his daily quest, and he figured his natural stats were the only reason he hadn't completely broken down. But then the frustration hit: how many more times would he have to suffer through this before the real rewards kicked in? He just prayed the reward wasn't another brutal workout. When suddenly, a new, game-changing message popped up. Screaming that he'd met the requirements and just scored a massive boost to his stamina and dexterity. His jaw dropped as he realized these weren't temporary buffs, they were permanent stat gains. And a surge of pure hype and disbelief made him shout, completely oblivious to the shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes smirking behind him. The system then dropped the bombshell: stat-boosting items were insanely rare and expensive, with just 1 point costing millions of won. Lee Ho-yeol lets out a soft groan, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sketches, still reeling from the insane stat gains he just got from his daily quest. The system's message echoes in his mind, confirming the absolutely insane reality of his new strength. He considers the implications, realizing that if this was a daily reward, it meant continuous, exponential growth that would make him unstoppable, far exceeding the quest's effort. Later, discussing the matter with the analyst, Lee Ho-yeol expresses his willingness to repeat the arduous task 10 times over for such an epic reward. Suddenly, a new system notification flashes across the screen, announcing a massive update to the Count family's territory rupture. The news continues, revealing that most guilds have already declared their intention to abandon the newly updated area, a clear sign of its extreme danger or difficulty. Both Lee Ho-yeol and the analyst react with wide eyes, a shared expression of shock and concern. The system reiterates the update, confirming the new rupture in the Count family's territory for Thursday. The notification concludes with a final, ominous detail: the rupture has opened, bringing with it a new named entity, the formidable Count Reagan. He gasps, a chilling revelation hitting him like a truck. Count Regura, a demon and a vampire, clocks in at an insane level 480. This isn't just a rupture, it's the ultimate nightmare, the hardest challenge ever. His fingers fly across his screen, desperately trying to keep up with the breaking news. The analyst, grim-faced, backs up the chilling report, quoting Rao's ominous words, "We have no way to say if it's good or bad." That number, level 480, screams from the screen, a terrifying beacon of impossible power. A single, desperate thought explodes in his head: kill that. The chat goes absolutely wild with panic and disbelief. Everyone, from Raymond to Bong Suyun to Min Jae, is freaking out, demanding to know how the barrier broke, what's up with the balance, and if anyone can take down a level 480 monster like Count Regura. Breaking news. Rao confirms Count Regura is a demon-vampire hybrid, and get this, the biggest guilds have already bailed on the raid. Their reason for bailing is crystal clear: the risk is just too damn high. Absolutely crushed by the news, he collapses, his body radiating a faint blue glow, a silent scream of despair. Demons are the ultimate nightmare for players, their oppressive aura making every encounter a brutal struggle. They just keep getting stronger, evolving with every fight, and players are constantly hit with insane status effects just trying to stay alive. So, seriously, how is anyone supposed to take down a beast like Count Regura? This demon vampire is a pure nightmare, a creature he never thought he'd have to face, a horrifying vision of horns and blazing red eyes. But then, a new class quest drops, prologue of the counterattack, dear last remaining demon hunter, demanding he hunt a demon and a vampire, a crazy challenge that might just be his only way forward. The quest is clear, he's gotta take down Action, a shadowy, red-eyed demon, the ultimate target. He glares at the quest screen, the grim truth sinking in: the only vampire left is Count Regura, and the sheer scale of this mission is crushing him. He's hit with a wave of pure terror, a fear that chills him to the bone. But it's totally justified, he realizes, because he's literally supposed to hunt an impossible enemy. But wait, these are just his emotions, Lee Ho-yeol's feelings, and his heart is beating like nothing's even happening. This body isn't even his anymore, so what's Granfel's take on all this? Then, a subtle, chilling shift starts to ripple through him. Like pure ice spreading through his very being. His eyes now blazing with an otherworldly, icy glow, revealing the terrifying emergence of a new, dominant will. A chilling, utterly dismissive thought cuts through his mind: these pathetic, inferior species are just wasting his precious time. The transformation is absolute, his gaze now razor-sharp and utterly unwavering. The Granfell persona within Lee Ho-yeol takes over, and he's not holding back, vowing to unleash absolute retribution for their transgressions. But then, a shocking realization hits him like a truck, as he finally understands the true, brutal extent of Granfell's plan. He clutches his head, fighting a losing battle, screaming internally against the murderous desires threatening to take over. Just a regular building, but don't let that fool you, because something big is about to go down. Breaking news from his search results. Lee Ho-yeol is deep in thought, phone in hand, piecing together the puzzle. Boom! Count Ascura is officially in Russia. The hunt is on. Scrolling through all the magic intel, one burning question hits him: why is this happening? The secret? It's all about the Mage's Tower, and that insane glowing blue portal at the top. This isn't just any portal, it's a massive teleportation spell, letting you go anywhere in an instant, and some shadowy figure is watching it all unfold from above the city. And get this, it's the only reason why major guilds from all over the globe have set up shop right here in Korea. A sly smirk crosses his face, as Lee Ho-yeol connects the dots and sees the bigger picture. He's scrolling through his phone, and bam! A rainbow attack alert pops up, making him wonder if he should just hail a taxi to get there fast. With last night's chaos putting every guild on high alert and the Mage's Tower under lockdown, he's gotta move, a quick rustle as he springs up. He lets out a frustrated thud as he stretches, muttering that he's already burned too much time. He's throwing on his suit jacket like a boss, and Lee Jin-woo, totally caught off guard, yells out, demanding to know if he's just gonna ditch him. He stops dead, a puzzled look on his face, realizing Garota's -T has gotten lighter, a crucial detail he almost missed. He spins back to Jin-woo, a sly grin on his face, and casually suggests he should totally rock a puffer jacket. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he snatches a massive wad of cash. A smug look spreading across his face as he declares internally that there's no way he's missing out on tea time. He's already out the door, but Jin Woo, absolutely fuming, screams after him, telling him to put on a puffer jacket instead, calling him a pig. The Mage's Tower, an epic, towering fortress, dominates the skyline. Its epic architecture now just a backdrop for the chaos as he rolls up, a lone reporter already snapping pics of his arrival. He's barely out of the car when the driver's like, move it, and someone else drops the bombshell, Jaehyun's coming today. He heads for the tower, only to be greeted by Nam Keelman and a squad of hunters, who look totally baffled when he asks, what's up with the Mage's Tower? Keelman lays it all out, dude, the place is crawling with reporters, and it's under lockdown. He figures the guild master's probably in a total panic. He keeps going, pointing out all the hunters, rankers, and magic users swarming the place, all of them there, right now. His eyes narrow, thinking about how few real magic users there even are, and how just purifying magic drains a ridiculous amount of mana. The Mage's Tower was already a madhouse, but then, out of nowhere, a red-haired hunter just straight up grabbed some poor suit, yanking him into the fray. The grabbed guy screamed, shouting that Jaehyun was here and everyone needed to hurry. But the real chaos was the media circus, with reporters everywhere, one even yelling, I'm from MBC. Give us a word. They completely mobbed Guildmaster Nam Keelman, hitting him with rapid-fire questions about the new dungeon, and if he was actually going to share any intel with the other reporters. Then, another reporter, Lee Yong-hyun from KBC, jumped into the fray, adding to the noise. Someone even asked if Jaehyun had figured out how to purify Count Oscura, but Nam Keelman just brushed them off, telling them to save their questions. Behind the chaos, the red-haired hunter just let out a quick, sarcastic laugh. Then, turning to survey the whole mess, the hunter just muttered, what a shame. Grand Fel, deep in thought, clutches a mysterious glowing artifact, his mind racing with the ultimate challenge. He confesses he's still clueless on how to take down Count Oscura. Meanwhile, a reporter hounds Grand Fel about the dungeon ruptures, practically screaming his name. The media frenzy rages on, demanding to know why some guilds get preferential treatment for dungeons. Obviously, it's all about crushing the competition. In the middle of this madness, the guildmaster gets hit with a question about intel sharing, but he shuts it down cold. The red-haired hunter watches the whole circus unfold, thinking, if these guys actually cared about world peace, they'd be out there fighting, not just spectating. But then, the guildmaster's focus snaps to something new, his face completely shocked. A collective gasp rips through the crowd as someone screams, it's the Shining Guild. The guildmaster, absolutely fuming, yells at his team, demanding to know what they're doing and ordering them to grab their gear, now. The crowd absolutely erupts as two new figures from the Shining Guild step into the spotlight. Everyone's screaming for Camilla to turn their way, while the hype for Guildmaster Locks is off the charts. Locks, the blonde-haired powerhouse, stands absolutely jacked, radiating pure dominance as the Shining Guildmaster and the second-ranked player on the planet, while Camilla, with her fiery red hair, just chills beside him, cool as ice. From their perch above the chaos, Nam Keelman spots Guildmaster Locks and immediately tells Lee Ho Yeol they gotta bounce, because this crowd is getting absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Camilla is totally soaking up the fan love down there, waving like a queen and dropping a sweet thank you. Lee Ho Yeol just shrugs, saying the guy's probably just stressed, but Nam Keelman is all in, declaring this a massive win for them and for Korea. Up on the rooftop, the red-haired hunter links up with Nam Keelman and Lee Ho Yeol, as the guildmaster lays out the intel, every single major guild is swarming Korea, all because of the Mage's Tower. And with this massive influx, Jaehyun's ranking is just plummeting. He figures Jaehyun is probably going all in, betting everything on this expedition. Camilla's subordinate is clearly stressed, letting out a worried "kook" as he faces her. But Camilla, ever the calm leader, coolly tells him to chill out, no need to be anxious. Her eyes hold a fierce, unwavering resolve. The plan is simple, take it slow, step by step, and give it their all. Her subordinate, clearly impressed, can't help but call her Hyung and praise her reliability. Checking their intel on a tablet, he immediately brings up Lee Ho Yeol, asking if he tried to make contact again. He tried to change the terms and reach out, but the system update beat him to it. Camilla's mind races, a thoughtful look on her face, as she points out Lee Ho Yeol's increased strength, wondering if that's why he's making his move now. The big question hangs in the air, what if they run into him in the Mage's Tower? The city hummed with everyday life, but something epic was brewing beneath the surface. 100 videos, 100 ways to bend reality, the sheer power on display was absolutely mind-blowing. And there he was, Lee Ho Yeol, absolutely locked in, absorbing every single detail like his life depended on it. Another player, another attempt at a fire spell, this wasn't just theory, this was real-world application. Every single video, every single angle on magic, was just fueling his understanding. And then, it clicked. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place, and the entire system of magic became crystal clear to him. He'd cracked the code, 3 levels to magic activation, starting with the crucial step of inspecting the raw mana. Then, the real challenge, the delicate dance of interfering with its flow, twisting it to his command. And then, with a burst of raw power, he brought it to life, manifesting it right there. Suddenly, a soft, orange glow bursts from Lee Ho-yeol's palm, forming a small, flickering flame. He's absolutely stunned, staring at the raw power in his hand, and the guy next to him is just as blown away. But the moment is shattered as Nam Keelman's voice booms across the train, a furious warning cutting through the air, with Lee Jin-woo right there. He quickly looks down, mumbling an apology, confessing he had no idea he could pull off such a feat right away. But then, a surge of confidence washes over him, and he boldly declares his absolute control over his mana, leaving the guy behind him absolutely flabbergasted. Nam Keelman, though, isn't having any of it, threatening to shut him down if he scares anyone, then yelling at him to stop playing it cool. But he just brushes off the criticism, thinking to himself, he actually picked up this insane skill just from watching a video. His hand hovers over a holographic screen, showing off Hunter stats, proving his crazy theory that just watching a video was enough to master these complex skills. A sudden, intense realization flashes in his eyes, a silent whoa at his own unbelievable progress. New skills are popping up in his system like crazy, natural enemy, silver mastery, simultaneous shooting, exorcism ritual, and he's left wondering if the system just glitched out. Meanwhile, at a bus stop, Lee Ho-yeol, Nam Keelman, and Lee Jin-woo are just chilling, when someone blurts out, "What is it, a bug?" He glances up, and suddenly, a faint blue aura pulses around him, a clear sign of the raw mana now coursing through his veins. Their journey leads them to an epic, towering structure, the legendary Mage's Tower. And inside? It's a total spectacle, a bustling nexus of magic, with a colossal, pulsating blue crystal at its heart. Taking in the breathtaking interior, Lee Ho-yeol confirms, this is the Mage's Tower, adding, the inside looks totally different from the outside. He's now standing with Nam Keelman, Lee Jin-woo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, the whole crew ready to dive into whatever adventure awaits. He stares, captivated by the shimmering blue portal, a mysterious energy practically screaming from its core. A realization hits him like a truck, this has to be the portal. His face is stoic, but you can practically see the gears turning in his mind. Then, a jolt of pure insight hits him, and he's left speechless, asking, what is this power? He senses a vague, primal connection, like he could just will this portal magic into existence. But then, a quick mental recalibration, no, wait, it's more than just a feeling. He's blown away by how much easier this feels compared to that ignition magic from before. Suddenly, the calm is shattered as a guy with a megaphone barks orders, A1 Guild, move it. The analyst is starting the briefing. Lost in thought, Lee Ho-yeol totally blindsides another guy, sending him reeling. He blurts out, huh? Did I just portal push him? My bad, as the megaphone guy screams, HEY. Watch it. The armored, red-haired leader, Lox, is absolutely fuming, laying into his subordinate with a fierce glare. But elsewhere, a suited figure is caught off guard, realizing with a jolt, that the person he just collided with was none other than Hoyab SSI himself. Back to the action, Lox's assistant snaps him out of his thoughts, demanding they get this briefing started. Lox snaps back to reality, ready to dive into the critical information. The briefing kicks off with a click of the remote, revealing crucial intel, the newest rupture has just appeared in Russia. Then, a stark image flashes across the screen, showing everyone exactly what a rupture truly is. A complex diagram breaks it down, the outer circle is the massive 200-meter territory rupture, teeming with hundreds of entry points. The rupture distribution chart reveals even more critical info, the innermost circle is the court family's rupture, and there are 7 of them right now. And to wrap it all up, Lee Ho-yeol, phone in hand, drops the bombshell, the innermost circle, the fortress rupture, is where Count Ascura is located. He drops the bombshell, Count Ascura's castle is about to crash into reality. Coincidence? Nah, this is destiny, baby. But hold up. The scene cuts to a desolate, snow-covered wasteland. Where a massive, glowing purple rupture rips through the sky, crackling with raw, untamed energy. And below that terrifying portal, tiny figures are already gathering, hypnotized by its sheer power. Suddenly, a young man with a selfie stick pops up, broadcasting live and confirming, yes, everyone, I'm in Russia right now. This new rupture zone is already swarming with hunters and players, it's a total madhouse. And Kitty Eye is right in the thick of it, excitedly greeting his viewers, broadcasting live from the heart of the new rupture. He shivers dramatically for the camera, complaining about the freezing cold, but he's a content machine, ready to deliver the goods. As he turns for a better shot of the rupture, he suddenly feels a presence right behind him, and lets out a shocked, huh? Kitty Eye, ever the streamer, boldly confronts the mysterious figure, telling him to watch his attitude. He goes for the grab, trying to halt the stranger's advance, but it's clear this isn't going to work. Kitty Eye shouts, claiming insider knowledge of the rupture, but Lee Ho-yeol just gives him a dismissive, huh? Lee Ho-yeol's cool facade cracks, declaring he's completely out of patience. The sheer aura of the man makes Kitty visibly shake, his confidence crumbling in an instant. Lee Ho-yeol just pivots and strides off, leaving Kitty in the dust. Kitty, completely chastened, quickly backtracks, mumbling a desperate apology as the figure walks away. Lee Ho-yeol strides directly towards the colossal, glowing purple structure that's ripped through the snow, its raw power practically screaming. And as he gets closer, a subtle purple energy starts to glow around him, mirroring the rupture's own terrifying power. He's finally here. Lee Ho-yeol has arrived at the colossal rupture, a subtle smirk hinting at his anticipation. Staring up at the colossal, pulsating purple energy of the territory's outpost, he can't help but wonder if the interior will live up to his expectations for a real challenge. But just as he contemplates, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, and snow begins to swirl around him, a clear sign that things are about to get wild. And from those swirling flakes, a terrifying, shadowy monster with piercing red eyes starts to take shape, its menacing form solidifying right before him. Then, with a deafening, primal scream that rips through the snowy air, the beast lets out an earth-shattering roar. But before that roar can even finish, Lee Ho-yeol, now in a slick red combat suit, explodes into action with insane speed, landing a crushing blow that hits with a brutal kwaajik. His eyes blazing an intense green with raw power, he absolutely unleashes a relentless barrage. Then, with a final, decisive move, he lands softly in the snow, the battle ending with a quiet tuk. He's moving so fast, the very ground can't keep up, exploding with every single step. But a desperate shout cuts through the chaos, begging him to just slow down. With a fresh cut on her cheek, Leonie Bellucci is barely keeping up, her eyes wide with panic as she screams for him to wait. She knows he's way out of her league, but his insane speed is just too much. You can even see the faint glow of his power as he blazes past. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Lox and another hunter are just chilling, with Lox casually dropping a savage comment about her wanting to die faster. The other hunter is not having it, calling him out for talking trash and straight up declaring him a traitor. But Leonie's got bigger problems, whipping around to confront a terrifying, shadowy monster that just popped up behind her. Suddenly, a system window flashes up, revealing Leonie Bellucci's stats, a berserker from the Shining Guild, crushing it in the top 300. And with a furious snarl, her eyes ignite with a blazing, golden power, ready to unleash her ultimate trait. Her eyes narrowed, a furious scowl twisting her features as she let out a frustrated, guttural sound, clearly enraged by whatever words or actions were being thrown her way. He's breached the rupture, landing on the territory's edge, a brutal, frozen wasteland designed for levels 240 to 270, where the wind screams its warning. A subtle purple energy pulses around his feet, as Lee Ho-yeol pushes into the freezing abyss, the atmosphere thick with an ominous dread. He scans the frozen hellscape, a grim truth hitting him about this desolate zone. This is it, the absolute edge of the territory, and that brutal wind just keeps screaming. A chilling blue aura flickers around him as he visibly shivers, the cold here is absolutely brutal, far worse than he expected. His jaw tightens against the freezing assault, a stark reminder of why he ditched the mage life ages ago. His golden eyes snap open, locking onto a threat, a level 230 bloodied wolf, and it's close. A pack of bloodied wolves, pure menace in canine form, snarls and growls, their red eyes burning like hellfire in the freezing darkness. Facing down the formidable creatures, Lee Ho-yeol coolly assesses their power, a level 230 monster. But he's only level 87. But even with that insane level gap, his system display flashes his true identity, Grand Fellclaw's Arpius Romeo, level 87, with his core stats for stamina, agility, and mana ready to go. With a fierce glint in his eye, he slams down his natural enemy skill, a chilling confidence radiating as he declares, I can win. A smirk plays on his lips, he's practically laughing at the giant swag these creatures are putting on. But the bloodied wolves aren't backing down, one lets out a guttural growl, its red eyes blazing with pure, untamed hunger. As his hand ignites with an ethereal blue light, he sends a silent, deadly message, you chose the wrong opponent. The blue energy explodes, swirling around his outstretched hand, power surging, ready to obliterate. He stands against the entire pack, the blue aura exploding around him, ready to teach these ignorant creatures a lesson in true power. Blue energy explodes from his hand as Lee Ho-yeol takes his stance, absolutely ready to unleash pure power. He's about to make his enemies truly feel the fear of being hunted. His eyes are locked on, his resolve unbreakable. The objective is set, hunt a vampire, and let the world know that the hunt is on. Meanwhile, Leonie Bellucci is free-falling through a dark, dusty abyss, a streak against the void. She slams into a jagged, rocky surface, shattering the ground around her. A guttural cry of pain rips from her throat as the impact rocks her to her core. In the thick of the fight, as a monstrous claw flashes, Leonie Bellucci unleashes a furious roar, absolutely fed up with the endless horde of mutts swarming them. Totally engulfed by the relentless enemy, she keeps up her explosive rant, her words a testament to the brutal, overwhelming fight, as the blonde-haired hunter tries to cool her fiery temper. His voice just fades, a knowing sigh about Leonie's legendary intensity, even with blood smeared across her face. Blood and grime be damned, Leonie's amber eyes are blazing with pure, unshakable resolve, her face a mask of fierce determination. A massive, wolf-like beast lets out a guttural snarl, its fangs dripping, a terrifying reminder of the endless, brutal threat. The blonde-haired hunter, clearly exhausted, voices his deep worry, pointing out that no matter how many they drop, the horde just keeps coming. With dead enemies piled around them, Leonie just shrugs off their kills as nothing, her tone screaming that this is just the beginning. Nam Keelman, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene, can't shake the feeling that something is seriously wrong here. Towering over the fallen beasts, Leonie Bellucci coolly notes the mutt's bizarre lack of luck, a chilling comment that hints at their inherent weakness, numbers be damned. Surrounded by the carnage of the wolf horde, the blonde-haired hunter scrutinizes the fallen, declaring they weren't simply outmatched. He presses on, warning Nam Keelman to hold his judgment, implying a deeper mystery at play. Leonie Bellucci, her face a mask of fierce determination, vehemently disagrees, shutting down their theories. A chilling quiet descends, and a palpable sense of dread washes over them. Nam Keelman's eyes lock onto a bizarre, pulsating purple energy erupting from the earth, demanding to know if this agonizing glow is normal for their prey. Leonie Bellucci whips around, her gaze drawn to the eerie spectacle. The blonde-haired hunter's voice cuts through the tension, demanding if anyone has seen this madness, as another hunter voices their utter confusion. The purple power surges, engulfing the cavern in a terrifying, rapid expansion, its dark hum vibrating through the very air. Leonie Bellucci and the blonde-haired hunter stare in stunned disbelief, their faces mirroring the collective shock of the entire squad. A bone-chilling howl rips through the frozen air, and she freezes, a look of pure alarm flashing across her face. This isn't just any howl. And the blonde-haired hunter immediately recognizes it's no normal howl, with Nam Keelman chiming in that whatever's making it is absolutely terrified. He remembers their last hunt, and those monsters never made a peep like this, leaving him to question what in the world is going on. The chilling sound seems to be coming from deep within the desolate, snow-covered woods. But Leonie Bellucci isn't backing down, her eyes blazing, she declares they'll only know if they go look, demanding everyone follow her. The blonde-haired hunter is totally blindsided by her sudden dash, shouting in disbelief as he tries to stop her. But Leonie Bellucci isn't listening, she pushes forward, her voice booming as she orders the whole team to move out. Lee Ho-yeol, along with the rest, gets ready to follow, his face a mask of apprehension mixed with fierce resolve. He closes his eyes, a faint sensation registering in his palm, a whisper of power. The mana at the arrowhead pulses with a vibrant blue light, a clear sign of its latent energy, ready to be unleashed. It may not be a good arrow on its own, but he knows he can imprint his own mana directly onto its tip, turning it into a weapon of immense power. And then, with a surge of will, the process begins, the energy swirling into existence. His eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow as raw power erupts from his form, a blazing inferno of energy. Culminating in a powerful manifestation of his inner strength, a true spectacle of might. Fiery wings unfurl from his back, and a bow forms in his grasp, radiating an intense heat, a warrior reborn in flames. The sheer force of his awakened power engulfs him in a blinding inferno, an explosion of pure, unadulterated energy. A swirling vortex of flame and light, a testament to his incredible might. The air practically explodes, as a horde of monstrous figures, burning with malevolent fire, charges in. But Lee Ho-yeol, a blazing avatar of pure destruction, doesn't flinch. He slams into them, his fiery fist delivering a devastating blow. The monster gets absolutely rocked, its body twisting from the sheer, explosive power. Meanwhile, Leonie Bellucci lets out a raw, pained grunt, barely holding it together, a desperate wait for escaping her. She's there with the other hunters, her face a battleground of grit and worry. Her amber, burning with fierce intensity, mirrors the absolute pandemonium all around. Blood streaks her cheek, a grim badge of honor from the brutal fight. Back in the thick of it, Lee Ho-yeol is a whirlwind of destruction, his fiery form a blur of pure, devastating power against the last monster standing. Later, with the battle decisively won, he's chilling, sipping from a cup, the fiery power completely gone. A blazing arrow rips through the air, instantly grabbing the attention of the hunter squad, as Leonie Bellucci immediately questions its impossible magic. Her expression twists into pure rage, demanding to know who the hell just pulled that stunt. But then, a dimension-shattering rift explodes open, and out steps Lee Ho-yeol, coolly wondering how he ended up so far from the action. His boot touches down, a silent declaration of his arrival. The blonde-haired hunter, sizing up the mysterious figure, casually suggests he might just be a total stranger. He elaborates, theorizing the man could be an anomaly from another rupture, a thought that briefly crosses Leonie Bellucci's mind. Still, her fury burns, cursing the sheer stupidity of the situation. While the rest of the team battles the monstrous horde, Leone Bellucci screams at the civilian, warning him he's stumbled into a death trap. But Lee Ho-yeol remains utterly unfazed, his eyes calmly taking in every single detail of the unfolding battle. He casually sips from his cup. A quiet gulp, the only sound. But Leone Bellucci is absolutely livid, utterly ignored, while the other hunters can only stare. Her fury erupts, demanding an answer for his blatant disrespect. As she storms up to confront him, towering over his seated figure. Suddenly, a shout rips through the air, the blonde-haired hunter and Nam Kyo-min reacting instantly to a new threat. A frantic warning for the guildmaster to watch out. Forcing Leone to whirl around, her face etched with panic, yet he remains utterly unfazed. As a terrifying, red-eyed enemy bursts onto the scene. Lee Jin-woo is instantly in the thick of it, his blade a lightning-fast blur, tearing through the monstrous bandits. He keeps fighting with insane determination, parrying and slashing, but the sheer number of enemies is just overwhelming. A blonde-haired hunter screams in pure frustration, seeing just how impossible these odds are. Nam Kyo-min, already bloodied, curses loudly, demanding to know where this insane horde even came from. But even with all their effort, a bloodied bandit lands a brutal hit on Lee Jin-woo, making him roar in pain. Then, a system window pops up, revealing the relentless enemies are bloodied bandits at level 30, this is a serious threat. Suddenly, a red-haired hunter, blazing with a vibrant red aura, shouts a command for everyone to hold their position. But the pressure is just too much, and Lee Jin-woo is barely holding on, completely swamped by the relentless assault. Another bandit lands a devastating blow, a golden magical impact exploding as he takes a critical hit, completely surrounded and vulnerable. The bandits were swarming, a relentless tide of chaos, when suddenly, a desperate shout cut through the din. A stark warning about their overwhelming numbers and the deadly glint of their weapons. It was a sea of armed figures, an impossible number to face. The grim reality of their situation hit hard, a chilling thought echoing through the desperate ranks. But just as despair threatened to consume them, a blinding crimson surge exploded. Lee Ho-yeol, a streak of pure power, slammed into the bandit ranks, a whirlwind of devastating red energy. Every single strike was a blinding flash of crimson, a pulverizing blow that ripped through the enemy ranks. He was a force of nature, carving a path of pure destruction, his movements a deadly dance of power. Bandits dropped like flies before him, utterly incapable of standing against his overwhelming power. With the red aura still blazing around him, Lee Ho-yeol stood victorious, his real power, now on full, terrifying display. And from the sidelines, a voice sliced through the stunned silence, a mix of awe and urgency in its desperate plea. Leone Bellucci is in the thick of it, her face a mask of grim determination as the bandit horde just keeps coming. Those piercing blue eyes are locked on, calculating every move, every threat. And with a battle cry, she's right back in the action, her weapon a deadly flash against the first attacker. Bandits are dropping left and right, but it's a never-ending wave, they're swarming her. A raw, frustrated curse rips from her, her hand clenching as she realizes the sheer scale of this nightmare. But she's not backing down, a lone warrior pushing back against the overwhelming tide. Then, a desperate cry from one of the other hunters cuts through the din, asking what they're supposed to do now that they're totally surrounded. Leone throws a quick look back at her struggling team, the brutal truth of their encirclement hitting hard as bandits press in from everywhere. But back in his own world, completely unfazed, Lee Ho-yeol just sips his drink, a subtle, almost smug smile playing on his face. Amidst the fiery chaos, the blonde-haired hunter is absolutely stunned by the unfolding disaster. While inside a cramped vehicle, Leone Bellucci is absolutely fuming at Lee Ho-yeol, demanding to know why he hasn't made a single move. He just flashes a calm, almost mocking smirk, sarcastically asking if this is really the time for a tea party. Then, with a totally chill sip from his mug, he tells them to just run, before coolly deciding the whole thing looks doable. Outside, Leone Bellucci gets absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air, her body a chaotic blur of motion and debris. She slams into a solid surface with a bone-jarring crash, the impact sending shockwaves everywhere. But even bruised and battered, she pushes herself up, her eyes blazing with fierce determination, a fiery aura igniting around her like a supernova. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol stands amidst the debris, a powerful red aura exploding around his leg, absolutely ready to throw down. As if on cue, a massive swarm of dark, flying creatures absolutely floods the sky, filling the horizon with their menacing forms. The new threat appeared, and Lee Ho-yeol's reaction was immediate and visceral, a single, frustrated curse. Suddenly, brilliant blue energy surged and streaked around him. Yet he remained perfectly calm, sitting amidst the glowing aura, a small thermos clutched in his hand. He focused, mana pouring from the bottle to form an intricate magic circle, his goal, to inspect the mana within. Because interfering with it was simple enough. Now, all that was left was to manifest his power, but to do it on the scale he needed. That would take an insane amount of mana. He wasn't at that level yet, and if he was wrong, he'd just pass out trying to pull off this skill. But a thoughtful expression settled on his face as he kept holding that glowing thermos. A new question burning in his mind: what if these magic spells he was using weren't even skills? With mana surging into his palm, Lee Ho-yeol ignites an immense power, a glowing blue orb manifesting in his hand. Then, intricate symbols of pure light explode into existence, weaving into complex, glowing patterns all around him. A deafening kwaang of energy explodes, his eyes blazing with ethereal blue light, silver hair standing on end, utterly consumed by the raw magical force. Seated amidst the swirling blue aura, he holds his focus, his suit practically shredding from the sheer power he's channeling. Then, from the very ground, a colossal pillar of blue energy erupts, shooting skyward with intricate, glowing patterns. With an outstretched hand, he commands the surging power, shaping its raw, untamed force. The energy then explodes into a vast, shimmering barrier, an intricate magical structure swallowing the entire landscape. Nearby, Leonie Bellucci is thrown back, her face a mask of distress and streaked with blood, utterly overwhelmed by the spell's raw magnitude. She collapses to the ground, only able to stare up, speechless at the mind-blowing display of power. Still reeling from the sheer, raw power, Leonie Bellucci is absolutely floored, her mind blown by the insane magic she just witnessed. Meanwhile, the other hunters, Nam Keelman, Lee Jin-woo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, are all gawking at the colossal, glowing blue structure, one of them blurting out, "Why isn't anything happening?" The absolutely massive magical wall, pulsating with intricate blue energy, just stands there, silent and imposing. Its sheer, mind-boggling scale absolutely dwarfing the entire group as they just stare up in utter disbelief. Leonie, her eyes practically popping out with a sudden, shocking realization, blurts out, "What? Is it alchemy?" The red-haired hunter, totally stumped, thinks to herself, "I've never heard or seen anything like that. A skill that creates a wall this massive means." But Leonie, her eyes locked onto Lee Ho-yeol, shatters the confusion with a definitive declaration: "It's not a skill." As Lee Ho-yeol glances down, a subtle shock on his face, Leonie stands right behind him, her concern practically radiating. Her amber eyes, wide with a potent mix of apprehension and understanding, scream the gravity of her realization. The colossal barrier fades, but the sheer, unadulterated power remains, a primal energy that screams its defiance against all known magical laws. Then, with a look of absolute certainty, he reveals the shocking truth behind this incredible power: it's all him, all from himself. A blinding flash of white and blue energy erupts, momentarily obscuring everything in its path. Before revealing a vast, desolate landscape under a stormy sky, where distant figures stand against the harsh elements. Among them, 3 hunters, the blonde-haired, the red-haired, and Lee Jin-woo, walk away from the viewer, their attention drawn to the strange phenomenon, a collective gasp escaping them as they witness the impossible. Leonie Bellucci stares up in disbelief, questioning if what she sees is alchemy, a never-ending battle, or something else entirely, something that can create a wall, yet isn't a skill she recognizes. Her gaze then shifts to Lee Ho-yeol, who stands beside her with a serious expression, his presence a stark contrast to her bewildered state. Still reeling from the spectacle, she asks him directly what he is using, to which he simply replies, "Magic." The air practically crackles with leftover magic, shimmering particles of light dancing where the insane spell just went off, leaving behind a totally wrecked, rocky wasteland where the ground got ripped apart. A stunned murmur ripples through the hunters, their minds blown. Among them, Nam Keelman just stares at the messed-up landscape, his face a total blank of disbelief and deep thought, the chatter exploding as everyone tries to process what just happened. The magic dust still clinging to his armored leg. As someone in the group blurts out, "What is he? An alchemist?" Nam Keelman chews on the thought, his brow practically tied in a knot. Summoning a wall with alchemy means, wait, aren't alchemists just production workers here? After that insane power surge, Lee Ho-yeol was left reeling, asking himself if this raw force he'd just unleashed was actually magic. Nam Keelman, still trying to wrap his head around it, admitted that even he, a top alchemist, couldn't pull off a stunt like that. This was pure magic, not alchemy. The whole squad of hunters was just standing there, surrounded by this scorched, fiery wasteland, totally stunned and confused by the sheer power they'd witnessed. But then, a sudden, jarring tremor hit them, snapping Nam Keelman and Lee Ho-yeol to attention, as the red-haired hunter below them tensed up. The alarm blared, screaming that enemies were coming from the side. Lee Ho-yeol didn't even flinch, just instantly spun around, eyes locked on the incoming danger. Right next to him, Nam Keelman was just as fast, whipping around to face whatever was coming. Lee Jin-woo was right there with them, a blur of motion, ready to throw down. Leonie Bellucci, always on point, snapped around, confirming the terrifying news: enemies were absolutely pouring in from the side. Leonie Bellucci's eyes snapped to attention, locked onto the incoming threat. And Lee Ho-yeol, ever the calm one, coolly remarks that his tea time will just have to wait. A shocked exclamation bursts from the berserker. Her face a mask of intense alarm as the situation escalates. But before anyone else can react, the blonde-haired hunter explodes into action, weapon ready, as the battle cry, "Begin battle," ignites the air. He's already in the thick of it, shouting to "fight them," with a fierce, guttural sound. His glowing blade is a blur, a devastating force, as he proclaims the futility of alchemy against his backwind blade. Lee Ho-yeol observes the chaos, his gaze piercing. While Leonie Bellucci lets out a powerful "G" as she prepares for the onslaught. The fight is on. A blinding blue energy erupts, pulsating with raw power. Lee Ho-yeol, completely unfazed, focuses his power, his hand blazing with an electric blue charge. And just like that, a glowing bow materializes in his hand, shocking an enemy who can only gasp, a bow. Boom! The shot connects, blasting a bandit with raw power, while another screams, "Someone help. Isn't there a healer? He's been hit." The bandit reels, barely held up by his buddy, his face a mask of pure agony. But the attack isn't over. Another blast hits, pummeling him relentlessly. It's too much. The bandit looks down in utter defeat, knowing, "No. I can't dodge this." Then, a colossal explosion rips through the air, a blinding, earth-shattering blast. And just like that, the bandit drops, utterly annihilated, his last breath a silent scream. A bandit gets absolutely rocked by an unseen force, blood flying as he tries to figure out what just hit him, while Leonie Bellucci watches, a hint of shock on her face. Totally disoriented, he's left wondering, wait, was there an archer in our guild? But the truth is revealed as an arrow blazes through the air, a silent, deadly projectile. Leonie, a true marksman, lets loose a glowing arrow, pure energy radiating from its tip. But then, her face twists in confusion, like something way bigger is about to go down. A massive power surge hits, making her flinch, her jaw dropping in pure disbelief. At the same time, Lee Ho-yeol, cool as ice, is already charging up, summoning a fiery arrow that practically screams with power. The air explodes as the fiery projectile hits, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that obliterates everything in its path. From afar, Grand Fell unleashes another monstrous, flaming arrow, its fiery wake lighting up the entire warzone. The fiery arrow detonates with an earth-shattering roar, obliterating everything in its wake. Leonie Bellucci's eyes practically pop out of her head, utterly stunned, questioning if she's even seeing a mage. Her brain short-circuiting trying to figure out this impossible combo, an archer, but also a master of alchemy and magic. And the man behind it all, Lee Ho-yeol, just stands there, cool as ice amidst the swirling snow and dust, casually checking out the chaos he just unleashed. A blue aura flares around Leonie's clenched hand, her inner voice screaming, "Who is this guy?" The desolate, frozen landscape sprawls out, now eerily quiet except for the gentle snowfall. With a chilling wind whistling through the skeletal trees. The ground is absolutely covered in the frozen, lifeless bodies of countless bandits, a brutal monument to the sheer power just unleashed. But then, a bloodied hand, sporting a golden ring, clutches a mysterious golden artifact, signaling a new, ominous player has entered the game. In the freezing wasteland left behind, the guildmaster's voice slices through the silence, demanding to know more about Lee Ho-yeol and any intel the Hunter Association has on him. A terse, "Alright, good job" is the only reply, as Leonie Bellucci, still reeling, processes the chaos. But her mind is already elsewhere, fixated on that infuriating man, a total enigma whose power is still completely baffling. Watching him stand there, alone, she can't help but wonder if he's just incredibly lonely, stuck in a world that isn't his own. And to make things worse, he just won't give a straight answer to any of her questions, keeping everything a secret. Even after unleashing that insane power, he doesn't even look tired, his calm demeanor is just unreal. She has to admit, a little sheepishly, that her first impressions of him were totally off. But despite all his annoying secrets, she knows for a fact that if it wasn't for him, they'd all be dead right now. His insane power can only mean one thing, he's gotta be a ranker, but like no ranker she's ever seen before. Leonie Bellucci couldn't help but notice how incredibly handsome he was, quickly shaking off the thought, knowing she absolutely had to thank him for saving them. He literally saved her life, so a quick thank you was the absolute minimum. But then, a small, glowing thermos was suddenly offered to her, and her face exploded in a blush, making her jump back. Her brain went into overdrive, thinking, is he actually trying to share his water with me, sending her into a total internal meltdown. He just kept staring, and she was like, why is he looking at me, totally freaking out. The idea of him wanting to drink tea with her, or even more, just made her blush even harder. Even though she was a total mess, she decided, fine, if he wants to share, I'll drink it for him, right as Lee Ho-yeol cut through her thoughts with a calm, hey. A tiny, mortified sound escapes her as her brain tries to process the sheer awkwardness. Her eyes bugging out with a mix of shock and pure panic, she barely manages to choke out a bewildered, what? He just stares back, completely unfazed, dropping a casual, even if you look at me like that. Then, casually extending his hand with the glowing thermos, he deadpans, I don't have any tea to give you. His words just absolutely short-circuit her, leaving her utterly speechless, face frozen in pure mortification. Suddenly, the entire vibe flips. We're now in a tranquil, snow-covered forest, with a gentle breeze whipping through the trees. As a small, silent drone glides through the crisp winter air, totally out of nowhere. It hovers amidst the snow-laden branches, surrounded by a cluster of ethereal, glowing purple butterflies, looking absolutely magical. Their soft luminescence illuminating the frosty landscape with an otherworldly glow. Breaking news. A reporter is live, right in front of the Russian rupture, confirming this is today's arcana. This Russian rupture has been drawing massive attention, and for good reason. He's at his desk, revealing the shocking truth. It features the highest-level boss monster ever seen. With a red-haired hunter by his side, he clarifies that this isn't in Russian territory, but just its treacherous outskirts. Yes, that's right. And this is just the first of 3 insane new maps dropping in the update. They've got to clear all of these to even think about moving on to the next update, and the territory ownership is still up in the air. Get ready for a giant floating castle, completely inaccessible for now, plus shining snow and 2 other mind-blowing maps. The burning question on everyone's mind, what's the ultimate build to conquer this Russian rupture? And here it is. A formidable, red-armored warrior, standing in a blazing inferno, representing the first build to get the update. Check out these epic hunters, from the fiery red-haired archer to the blonde-haired powerhouse, all battling it out for the ultimate title in the game's wild outskirts. And get this, a brand new mage, Jael, is here, absolutely bursting with insane blue magical power. Lee Ho-yeol is totally hyped, glued to the screen, knowing this update is about to blow up and bring in some serious global fame. His fingers are practically dancing over the keyboard, ready for action. Then, he pops out from behind a curtain, shouting for the director. Back at his desk, coffee in hand, he's like, let's grab some coffee, while the whole world is going wild over this new update. Nam Keelman, his colleague, offers to fetch him something, even though it's late, but Lee Ho-yeol's all, nah, I got this. He's back to the screen, asking, how's the rupture looking? Any new videos drop yet? The whole world, he notes, is absolutely losing its mind over this new update. He's glued to the screen, already seeing new avatars selling out. But the real question is, has anyone dropped footage of the rupture yet? He knows this new content is gonna be a grind. Meanwhile, another hunter is absolutely floored, his jaw practically on the floor. Suddenly, Jael goes full mage mode, blasting out purple energy and dropping a chilling line as the hunter gets absolutely rocked, barely dodging the initial hit. The blast connects, sending him flying. The dazed hunter can only stammer out an apology, while Lee Jinwoo just cracks up, totally enjoying the show. Meanwhile, the boss president-director guy, a total power player in a suit, barks out orders, demanding everyone follow the first clear of the territory of outskirts. Jael's shocked, but Lee Jinwoo's got a reality check, warning that they're way too weak, and it's a death wish to go any further. Out in a brutal, snowy wasteland, the red-haired and blonde-haired hunters are freaking out, demanding to know who just pulled off that insane move. Was it Jaen? She couldn't believe her eyes, the sheer magnitude of what was happening right in front of them. A desperate, urgent cry ripped through the freezing air, hurry. The snow-covered trees of the forest stood there, silent and still. While the blonde-haired hunter absolutely booked it through the deep snow, his boots pounding with every desperate stride. He shot a look skyward, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat as the sheer madness of the situation hit him. His breath fogged up the freezing air, his face beat red from the insane effort and pure panic. Meanwhile, back at base, a guy at a computer screen was losing his mind, shouting in total disbelief at the insane new development. He was practically screaming, demanding to know which guild was behind this shining phenomenon, his voice a mix of pure panic and utter confusion. Back in the snowy forest, the answer was just about to drop, but it got cut off right before the big reveal. He stares, utterly transfixed, into a chasm of pulsating blue energy, a stunned, escaping his lips. His red-haired companion, equally grim, pushes through the snow-laden forest, the tension palpable. A chilling question hangs in the frigid air, Berserker. Meanwhile, the director, headset clamped on, echoes the name with a deeply worried frown, Berserker. His fingers hover, tense, over the keyboard as a map on his screen blazes with a shining point, making him question, the 32nd in ranking? The red-haired hunter confirms, yes, it's Berserker Guild's work, having just sent the video, as another voice demands, Berserker. You mean the guild? The director's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning, they went inside, the territory's outskirts. His brow furrows in utter confusion, but the shining still in the middle. A final, perplexing thought echoes through the desolate, snowy landscape, but why do they look so fine? Lee Ho-yeol, still locked in his control room, stares intently at the monitors, the tension palpable. Out in the freezing forest, Nam Keelman spots a mysterious figure, his mind racing, wait, is that person Korean? The director's face twists in disbelief at the mention of the Berserker Guild, demanding to know why a Korean is even there. Nam Kielman points, a brilliant blue ripple now clearly visible, a new mystery unfolding. But before they can even react, a horde of reporters descends, swarming the hunters and leaving Nam Kielman completely stunned. Lee Ho-yeol slams his hand down, utterly furious that other reporters are already there, desperate to snag an exclusive interview. Nam Kielman, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos, shouts in pure bewilderment, "What is even happening?" The director, still trying to cut through the noise, yells out, demanding an explanation. He glares at the screen, a storm of frustration and determination brewing in his eyes. Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely swarmed by reporters, hitting him with rapid-fire questions about who he is and what's up with the Berserker Guild. They're not letting up, practically yelling about what went down in the rupture, and telling him to just move, even though he literally just popped out of there. Totally swamped by the madness, he can only stammer out a confused, tiny, sorry. But his patience? It's completely gone, because a monstrous, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes and razor claws is now towering right behind him, oozing pure menace. His eyes, usually golden brown, suddenly blaze with an intense blue, a raw surge of power showing he's about to throw down against that terrifying monster. And get this, a hand is gripping a burlap sack with a weird red symbol on it. While Lee Ho-yeol looks up, totally shocked, the falling snow just adding to the sudden, icy tension. Blue energy explodes around him, his eyes absolutely blazing with determination, the sound of his power igniting ripping through the quiet snow. His hand is practically freezing with an intense, glowing blue light, a chilling power unleashed just as we find out Leonie Bellucci has somehow made her escape. Chaos erupts. A relentless mob of reporters, cameras blazing, descends upon the hunters, hungry for a scoop. In the midst of the frenzy, they're shouting about it first clear, but Leonie Bellucci and her team are clearly not ready for this media circus. The reporters are relentless, their questions cutting deep, demanding to know everything about this first clear and the new rupture. With the pressure building, Leonie tries to escape the mob, muttering a desperate plea for them to back off. Her face a mask of defiance, she shuts them down with a cold no comment. Nam Kielman sees her pulling away, a worried guildmaster, escaping his lips. Still fuming, Leonie snarls, telling them to go interview that bastard instead. Her anger is palpable. But the media frenzy doesn't stop there. Now, the boss president director guy is in the hot seat, facing his own onslaught of questions. But away from the spotlight, Leonie's rage explodes. A furious red aura erupts around her as she curses that annoying bastard with every fiber of her being. Her rage absolutely explodes, a crimson aura erupting around her as she screams about how someone else just bulldozed through and snatched the first clear. Meanwhile, Nam Kielman, Lee Jin-woo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter are absolutely floored, one of them blurting out, "What? How did he even pull that off?" Another hunter, jaw dropped, just manages, he actually cleared it first. Leonie, her eyes practically spitting fire, just keeps going, dropping the bombshell that the guy just casually said he was going home for a bit. The absolute nerve of it all triggers an explosive, unified shout of, "What?" Lee Ho-yeol just walks off into the snowy wilderness, like it's nothing. The crowd, cameras flashing, is absolutely stunned by his sudden exit, everyone's buzzing with disbelief. Back at the office, the boss president director guy is absolutely fuming, demanding answers from Lee Ho-yeol. He can't believe anyone would just ditch an interview after soloing a boss like that. Out in the field, the other hunters are losing it. Leonie Bellucci is absolutely furious, while another hunter tries to play peacemaker, saying there has to be a good reason for this crazy stunt. But the boss president director guy isn't having any of it, yelling that good reason is total BS. He's convinced this kind of arrogance just creates enemies, hunter or not. Then, out of nowhere, Lee Jinwoo's eyes go wide with pure shock, as a massive, blue rupture, explodes into existence. Lee Ho-yeol's insane blue energy attack absolutely wrecks Leonie Bellucci, leaving her bloody and beaten on the floor, and then, boom. A system message flashes, second clear. What just happened? The entire hunter squad is absolutely floored, their jaws practically on the ground as they stare in utter disbelief. "It's Jaein," someone shouts. And the red-haired guildmaster, Leonie Bellucci, is right there, her face a total picture of shock and awe. As the sheer magnitude of what just happened hits her. Jaein's guildmaster, she gasps, the name itself a testament to the insane power on display. Her thoughts are a whirlwind, flashing back to a conversation, Nam Kielman's interview. That's ancient history compared to this mind-blowing display of power. And just when things couldn't get crazier, an MBS reporter pushes through the bewildered crowd, desperate for answers, as the silver-haired powerhouse just casually strolls off into the distance. The boss president director guy, right next to Leonie, is absolutely speechless, as the insane news of a second clear blasts through the scene. The whole crew is just glued to the departing figure, the question screaming in the icy air, to clear it? Leonie just spins around, the brutal wind whipping around her, her brain still trying to process the absolute insanity she just witnessed. Completely unfazed by the chaos he just unleashed, Lee Ho-yeol just keeps on walking, his iconic red coat a blazing statement against the stark white snow. The shockwaves from the announcement are still reverberating as Lee Jin-woo urgently questions the red-haired hunter, demanding to know what Leonie said and if they caught it on tape. Far away, a breathtaking, snow-dusted mountain range looms under an expansive sky. Deep within this frozen wilderness lies the Jaeon Guild's secret base camp, a small outpost of red roof structures amidst the towering evergreens. Across town, the red-haired hunter is still reeling, asking the blonde-haired hunter the exact same burning question, what did Leonie say, and was there a recording? But the woman everyone's talking about, Leonie Bellucci herself, is caught off guard, giving an exclusive interview. She drops a bombshell, admitting that Jaeon wasn't the only top-tier guild in the entire country. The interviewer, clearly stunned, double-checks her words, and Leonie, with fierce conviction, declares that she's telling the absolute truth. After Leonie Bellucci's shocking interview, someone can't believe she's only talking about her first clear, especially when they barely made it through themselves. Elsewhere, the boss, president, director guy, glued to his phone, hears Leonie drop a bombshell, Jaeon isn't the only strong guild in Korea. He immediately scoffs, calling her a crazy berserker spouting nonsense, and rages about who else could possibly be stronger than Jaeon, even losing his appetite for ramen. Among the hunters, the red-haired woman is shocked, asking if the ramen offer was real, ready to take him up on it. The boss, president, director guy, now dead serious, watches the broadcast with Lee Jin-woo, hoping Leonie is talking about another guild clearing the rupture, kicking himself for not knowing sooner to adjust their ranking. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired hunter tells his companion that he doesn't think so, they're still stuck in the rupture, leaving the red-haired woman utterly confused about Leonie's statement. Her face contorted in frustration, the red-haired hunter shouts, demanding to know who else could have done it. Deep in thought, the boss, president, director guy confesses he'd have a hard time believing anyone who claimed to be better than Jaeon. But then, a knowing look crosses his face as he quietly admits, there is. The director's mind races, fixated on the one person, the single entity, who could possibly outshine Jaeon. But elsewhere, under a sky bursting with light, the world keeps turning. A towering structure gleams in the morning sun, reflecting the dawn of a new challenge. Inside, our hero finds solace under a powerful stream of water, letting the warmth melt away his worries. Water streams over his chiseled form, a brief pause before the next epic move. Meanwhile, Nam Keelman is living his best life in the shower, shouting that warm water is pure bliss, the ultimate reward. Afterward, as he dries his silver hair, Lee Ho-yeol can't help but cringe, muttering about how utterly embarrassing this all is. But Nam Keelman, now fully dressed, just grins and reminds him that he was the one who blurted it out. Lee Ho-yeol can only manage a bewildered, huh, while Nam Keelman just stares, a silent, knowing challenge in his eyes. The chaos begins. Lee Ho-yeol is already on edge, desperately trying to deny the wild thoughts swirling in his head about what's happening. But the real threat emerges, a shocking amount of dust has taken over their home, demanding immediate action. And then, the attack of destiny. Nam Keelman, a cleaning machine in gloves and mask, goes full beast mode on the dust, leaving his friend utterly traumatized. The horror is real. Lee Ho-yeol's mind shatters as he begs the cleaning maniac to just stop. The battle is over, and a soft talk signals the aftermath. 2 lonely cups by the sink are all that remain of the cleaning frenzy. But the real shocker? His friend is literally glowing with mana. Nam Keelman's mind goes to some unexpected places, a mischievous thought brewing. Shaking off the wild thoughts with a quick whatever, he's now wide awake and ready for anything after that epic cleaning session. Finally, peace. Lee Ho-yeol chills out on the floor, totally absorbed in his tablet, the cleaning nightmare a thing of the past. Nam Keelman glares at the holographic screen, a scowl forming as he checks his dungeon haul. Loot? Seriously, nothing but trash. He can't believe this is all he's getting. Then, a triumphant bing rings out, and he levels up. He quickly pulls up his full stats, a new rank flashing on screen. Level 86, Demon Hunter, with all his stats maxed out at 25. He's officially B6 now. A frustrated sigh escapes him, he's not being greedy after clearing a high-rank instant dungeon, but the rewards are just so disappointing, and on top of that. He pulls up another screen, showing his current HP, MP, and stamina, all sitting at a solid 86. His eyes sharpen, a flicker of the past battle in their depths. That dungeon was seriously dangerous. He flashes back to the dungeon's chaotic energy, where his magic was surprisingly mana-efficient compared to his skills. And thanks to that insane mana regeneration skill he snagged from the previous dungeon, he absolutely crushed it. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol takes a thoughtful sip from his cup, a quiet remark escaping him about someone being just too slow. Nam Keelman reflects on his latest dungeon triumph, knowing his top-tier gear and mana regen are just part of the package for a hunter of his standing. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol stares down a holographic screen, the narration box hyping him up as Grand Fel, the ultimate hunter, a solo legend who's conquered endless dungeons. Back to Nam Keelman, a grim expression flashes across his face as he confesses that without his crew, it would have been a total wipe. Chin in hand, he muses, just how much deeper in the red he would have been if he'd actually known who he was fighting. Lee Ho-yeol pulls away from the display, a stark realization hitting him, he was the one who fell short. His gaze snaps back to the holographic screen, where a stark silhouette with an exclamation mark screams his inner turmoil. Nam Keelman's eyes are still wide with the raw, lingering fear of his recent battle. Lee Ho-yeol casts his gaze downward, a narration box dropping a bombshell, Grand fell, the strongest, always delivered, but someone else. Not so much. His eyes snap up, a chilling thought piercing his mind, why was he suddenly recalling that garbage he knew about him? The Count family's territory is up for survey, and a mysterious blue light pulses on his cheek. Elsewhere, a powerful white-haired figure is desperate, demanding to go back, feeling an ominous wrongness he can't explain. And for today's experiment, a dark-haired hunter, radiating a green aura, has been chosen as the perfect test subject. He looks up, a silent gasp escaping him as he takes it all in. His mind races to the legendary player, the one with double swords and daggers, who unleashed the most devastating attacks. He remembers the sheer, blazing power of a red-eyed hunter, consumed by fire. A revolutionary thought strikes him, what if he could just copy those incredible movements? Then, a glowing blue system window materializes, his eyes going wide with shock as he instinctively reaches out, begging it to just stop. But the system is relentless, ignoring his pleas and flashing a brutal command to train his weakened body, listing today's grueling goals for push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running, hammering home that the basics are everything. Suddenly, a system alert screams into Lee Ho-yeol's vision, confirming the chilling, bad feeling that just hit him. Even while stuck doing chores, he's practically vibrating with impatience, muttering about needing to finish up so he can get back to the grind. The system's orders are relentless. Under the cold, judging moon, a desperate thought echoes in his mind, when will I ever get to sleep? As the city sleeps, a determined patter of footsteps breaks the silence. He's on the move, a dark blur against the city lights, pushing himself to the limit. Feet pounding the pavement, he keeps pushing, a relentless rhythm driving him on. Back at his desk, a tired sigh escapes him as the system pops up again, mocking his late-night grind by telling him to please go to sleep. Still looking exhausted, the system's tone abruptly shifts, asking about everyone's day before dropping a bombshell, urgent news. That sudden announcement hits him like a truck, his eyes snapping wide open, ready for whatever comes next. Lee Ho-yeol surveys the sprawling city, a chilling system alert confirming the Count's territory was about to unleash its horrors. But as he confers with Nam Keelman, a shocking detail emerges, the raid order is out, yet the gate remains stubbornly shut. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed woman with purple hair and glasses glares at a pulsating screen, demanding answers about the stalled progress in the Count's territory. Surrounded by a tense group of hunters, Nam Keelman, Lee Jin-woo, the red-haired hunter, and the blonde-haired hunter, she watches, their collective unease palpable, as the crisis deepens. The red-haired hunter can barely contain her shock, screaming that it's impossible, just one day, and the progress is still stuck at 0%. Her eyes practically pop out of her head, as she grapples with the sheer impossibility of it all. But the purple-haired analyst cuts through the noise with a chilling revelation, the rate of change just spiked. Lee Jinwoo's mind races, his voice tight with dread, as he asks if the monsters inside have just leveled up. The blonde-haired hunter, his face grim, confesses he's unsure, but promises to dig deeper into this escalating mystery. Today at Arcana's camp, a guttural groan rips from Lee Ho-yeol as he glares at his desk. His face a mask of worry as he confronts Nam Keelman amidst the biting snow. Nam Keelman, however, pushes back, convinced there's a hidden reason for the territory's chaos, adamant that the monsters aren't just powering up randomly. Yet, even with that reassurance, Lee Ho-yeol's anxiety only mounts, a desperate plea forming on his lips, they have to do something, anything. He repeats the desperate call to action, his hand clutched to his head in sheer exasperation. This isn't some quarterly report or company metric, he shouts, his voice cracking with raw fear. The stakes couldn't be higher, it's game over for all of them if that rupture collapses. The moment those monsters start pouring out of the rupture, a terrifying swarm of crimson, bat-winged demons will erupt, unleashing an unstoppable tide of destruction. The rupture has absolutely exploded, unleashing a terrifying torrent of grotesque, multi-limbed creatures, a chaotic blend of bone and sinew. With the monster spill going absolutely wild, every single guild and player in the city is now on maximum alert, ready for the fight of their lives. Breaking news alerts are blowing up everywhere, confirming the absolute disaster, the rupture in the Count's territory is totally breaking down, and nobody has a clue how to fix it. This whole thing has blown past anything they expected, the rupture is just collapsing at an insane speed, and the real cause is still a total enigma. Lee Ho-yeol just stares at the news, totally stunned, muttering to himself about how this has literally never happened before. The news keeps scrolling, but it's all useless, no real intel to work with. With a determined look, he vows to get to the bottom of this whole mess. But here's the real kicker, the hidden truth: vampires are beings that literally share their power through their blood. And it's none other than Count Escora, this massive, monstrous figure, who's been sharing his blood with the monsters in the territory's outskirts, totally orchestrating this entire nightmare. A monstrous hand clenches, a pained groan echoing as the truth is revealed. When these empowered creatures fall, their stolen authority snaps right back to its source. This brutal power transfer leaves behind a bloody, clawed hand, a grim trophy of the exchange, and it's clear that the Count just repumped his power into the other monsters in his territory, a chilling thought that just clicks for the two of them. A door creaks open as the white-haired man stares down, his theory confirmed. This is exactly why the monsters are supercharged, tearing everything apart faster than ever. It's all clicking into place. Both men are stunned, the black-haired man blurting out, "Huh. Hold on a second." His face hardens as the full weight of this new intel hits him. As the white-haired man lays it out, if this is really the Count's turf, then any boss monster trying to use his fortress would just get instantly crushed. The black-haired man's eyes go wide, a silent aha moment hitting him. While the white-haired man finishes, looking down with a scoff, Count Escora, he's totally unworthy of that name. He's seething, thinking about the Count, this so-called aristocrat who couldn't care less about his own gifts, and vows to bring down judgment on the scoundrel, all while Li Ho-yeol is still just sketching away. His hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, the fury practically radiating off him. With a face of stone, he doubles down, "I will bestow judgment on this bastard." Then, out of nowhere, a powerful blue aura explodes around Li Ho-yeol, his eyes blazing with an insane, supernatural glow as he snaps his head up. His blazing eyes cut through the tension as he snarls, "Who's dirtying the honor of the aristocracy?" The boss president-director guy is totally blindsided by Granfel's sudden power-up. He's like, "Alright, very good, but you can tell he's got a big, but coming." He glances down, a new, unsettling thought popping into his head: what about sleep? Li Ho-yeol's glowing eyes are now streaming with tears, his face twisted in pure anguish. His hand, gripping a stack of bills, shakes as he drops a cold, hard truth: you can sleep once you die. Suddenly, a cataclysmic burst of pink and red energy explodes, tearing through the very fabric of reality with an earth-shattering quang. As the chaotic energy rages, a chilling system alert flashes into existence: the Count's territory, a deadly zone demanding levels 350 to 400 just to survive. The very air screams with power as another chilling message blazes forth, a terrifying countdown, 5 hours until breakdown. But hold up, because a massive rupture just ripped open right in front of the Count's territory. And Li Ho-yeol, ever the professional, just lets out a little "cum" of annoyance while he's totally locked in on his drawing. Switching scenes, we've got Hamelion, a live streamer, hyping up his viewers. "What's up, Hamelion here. I'm on an epic chronicle of endless adventures, streaming live from Hamelion." But his chat. They're just roasting his name, lol. He kept going, laying out his master plan: "I'm here to snag the lost treasure from the Count's territory. Yeah, the odds are less than 1%, but I'm on a secret hidden quest, and I'm about to dive deep into the glowing, mysterious heart of the Count's territory." Still live on stream, Hamelion is dropping some serious intel, pointing out the Count's territory and all its crucial spots on his map. Forget the old, boring outskirts, he's saying, this new zone is absolutely packed with features, and he's already crushed the starting areas. He's checking out the map, realizing the Count's territory is loaded with like 30 features, and he's thinking, that's actually way less than I expected. He's calculating all the insane EXP bonuses from the rupture, knowing that his contribution rate is gonna be key for all that sweet loot, and he's already locked in a massive bonus. He's having a quick internal chuckle about drawing the map himself, then immediately shifts gears, wondering which builds are gonna absolutely dominate this place. He's totally hyped about the chance to find first and second rank hunters duking it out in this territory, knowing that means epic loot and insane action. Suddenly, a wild message pops up on his screen, screaming, "Behind you," and he's like, "Wait, is that Nam Kielman?" before realizing, no, it's Jaein. He whips around, totally caught off guard, to find a whole squad of unexpected guests staring back, and all he can manage is a slightly stunned, "Hey, everyone." And there they are, Nam Kielman, Jaein, and the rest of the crew, all bundled up in their winter battle gear, looking like they just rolled up to crash his solo stream. Amidst the biting snow, a hunter's armored leg plants itself, as a voice cuts through the silence, demanding, "Yo, boss, what's the intel? How's it looking out here?" Nam Kielman, eyes glued to his screen, lays out the cold, hard truth: with fewer ruptures, the competition is absolutely brutal. This is their shot, he declares, to seize that top spot. He reassures his team, a grim determination in his voice, that they'll be golden as long as they don't foolishly draw unwanted attention. Elsewhere, Li Jinhwa's eyes widen in shock. Going north means they're directly challenging the powerhouse unified under heaven, the number 2 guild. This is huge. But then, the bombshell drops: streamer Hamelion, the guy who's double-ranked second in fighting guilds, is not only here, but he's live streaming it. What in the world is he thinking? A blonde-haired hunter chimes in, dropping another bomb. Berserker is rolling with Second Son and Bohemian. 2 guilds. This just got even crazier. Hamelion, utterly blindsided, freezes as the hunters close in. The guilds are going absolutely wild, he realizes, and they've already snagged the first big score. The streamer is ambushed, completely blindsided. In a moment of pure panic, he desperately shouts to his audience, W8, viewers. But it's too late. A hand crackling with raw, purple energy snatches him, yanking him into the unknown. A chilling grin stretches across Hisagi Kazuma's face, his red eyes burning with raw power as dark energy crackles around his hand. He sneers, his voice dripping with pure malice, "What the hell are you looking at, you bastards?" The Korean hunter squad stares up, stunned, as a holographic screen blazes to life, revealing the 4th-ranked Inazuma Guild, and their leader, Hisagi Kazuma, looming over them. Lee Ho-yeol's thoughts explode, realizing the insane coincidence of running into the exact guild controlling their target zone. This can't be accidental. The screen flashes, detailing Hisagi Kazuma, the 8th-ranked player and a magic swordsman, solidifying his status as the Inazuma Guild master. Nam Kielman gasps, his eyes wide, the name, Inazuma Guild escaping his lips in pure shock. Lee Ho-yeol's mind spirals, linking Inazuma to Japan and the insane implications of their presence. Is this a full-blown Japan versus Korea showdown? The blonde-haired hunter, always sharp, points out Inazuma's past refusal to set up shop in Korea, then drops a sarcastic jab about their plane finally landing. Hisagi Kazuma lets out a chilling laugh, towering over a downed Lee Ho-yeol, dropping the bombshell that they've been waiting for the Korean hunters this entire time. A challenge rings out, sharp and aggressive, cutting through the tension. Hisagi Kazuma's face twists into a primal snarl, dark energy absolutely exploding around him, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost yellow glow as he prepares to unleash pure chaos. But Jaein meets his gaze with an absolutely savage smirk, uttering a taunt that cuts deep and hits hard. Before another word can even be exchanged, Hisagi Kazuma absolutely explodes forward, a torrent of dark, fiery energy erupting from him, tearing through the air with devastating, raw power. The two powerful hunters collide in an absolutely blinding flash of red, black, and blue magic, their wills clashing as violently as their devastating powers. From a distance, Hamelion watches the sudden, brutal exchange, his jaw practically on the floor, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. This is no mere skirmish, he realizes the full, terrifying weight of the situation, as Jaein and the Inazuma Guild are now locked in an all-out, direct confrontation. Jaein pushes back with fierce, unyielding determination, his own blue-purple energy absolutely exploding powerfully around him. He lands with a ground-shattering impact, bracing himself as the reality of the impending, epic competition settles in. Jaein and Inazuma are about to go head-to-head. Hamelion is locked onto the action, witnessing the epic showdown, Inazuma versus Heaven, Jaein versus Inazuma, and it's all going down right here in Korea. He suddenly realizes the entire guild is streaming this live for the world to see. He turns to an unseen Taemin, asking for his thoughts, but the massive rupture is clearly the biggest problem right now. For them, this guild competition is a golden opportunity. The guildmaster's rivalry is absolutely insane. Hisagi Kazuma is at 6th place, but his brother is way back at 11th. The nationalistic hype makes it impossible to just watch, it's Korea versus Japan now. He shouts to Hisagi Kazuma. Hamelion nods, recognizing their prior claim, and declares it wouldn't be weird for them to just take a spot. With fierce determination, he declares, "Go rip them apart." A guttural roar escapes Count Ascora, his entire form erupting in a violent crimson aura. His raw power surges, every muscle coiling with explosive energy. With eyes blazing crimson, he unleashes a single, chilling command, "Let's go." Breaking news. A reporter announces the shocking development. Jaein and the Inazuma Guild, legendary rivals, have both plunged into the same deadly rupture. As the world watches, Jaein himself is seen free-falling into the abyss, plunging headfirst into the rupture's swirling darkness. A high-tech drone, silent and deadly, already has eyes on the scene, its advanced sensors locked onto the unfolding chaos. It holds its position, a cold, unblinking eye witnessing the start of a brutal confrontation. The drone's feed reveals the brutal truth. Jaein and Hisagi Kazuma are already locked in a savage battle within the rupture, their legendary guild rivalry now a global spectacle. The rupture explodes with energy as Jaein unleashes a glowing, game-changing punch, sending Hisagi Kazuma flying. But that's not all. Over at the northwestern rupture, the Jaein Guild, sitting at 1st and 2nd place in the rankings, is absolutely dominating under Heaven's gaze, with Jaein, the number 1, leading the charge. And in the southeastern rupture, the Inazuma Guild, ranked 3rd, is also throwing down under Heaven's watchful eye, with Lee Jin-woo, the legendary Heaven ranking 7th, right there in the mix. And get this, Bohemian, another absolute powerhouse, is also ranked 3rd. With all this going down, the destruction rate has already hit a terrifying 80%. A wave of crushing fear and anxiety washes over everyone on Earth, as the terrifying rupture continues to spread its icy grip. But away from the battle, Count Ascora watches it all unfold, his eyes locked on a screen, calculating his next move. A chilling resolve settles over him, he's convinced he's the only one who can save this world. Cool and collected, the Count takes a sip of his tea, his true motive still a complete enigma. A hand reaches out, and suddenly, a field of glowing, ethereal roses bursts into vibrant light. Lee Ho-yeol, with a determined glint in his eye, confesses, "I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it." He knows the stakes are high, because running out of mana is a death sentence. That's why he had to master mana shaping, a skill he was pushing to its absolute limits. And the result of his relentless grind? This incredible, glowing creation. This wasn't just magic, it was a breakthrough from the alchemy skill, letting him morph anything into whatever form he wanted. Initially, he used it like a magical 3D printer, molding the earth itself, but the more intricate the design and details he craved, the more mana he had to burn through. Now, bathed in swirling blue energy and intricate patterns, Lee Ho-yeol stands, a true master of his craft. Lee Ho-yeol is deep in thought, grappling with the limits of his new mana shaping skill, realizing it's not a quick fix for every battle. But then, with a flick of his wrist, he shows off its insane precision, magically shaping a perfect chess knight right out of thin air. Anything he can imagine, he can create. Then, out of nowhere, a colossal armored figure bursts onto the scene, its dark aura practically screaming danger. But as he stares down this terrifying foe, a game-changing realization hits him, a secret he unlocked while mastering his new power. And just like that, a whole army of skeletal knights, branded with Count Ascora's terrifying emblem, spawns around him, their glowing red eyes burning with pure malice. He gazes up at the overwhelming horde, wondering if this is the terrifying new power Count Ascora now wields. But with a fierce look and a commanding gesture, Lee Ho-yeol gets ready to drop his own ultimate move. Then, bathed in a brilliant blue aura, he ascends above the entire summoned army, flexing his absolute dominance over these spectral warriors. And beneath him, the skeletal knights are frozen, ready, their dark, ornate armor crackling with raw power, just waiting for his command. The blue energy crackles, building to an explosive crescendo. And the spectral knights, their red eyes burning, stand their ground. But here's the kicker. Until Lee Ho-yeol, radiating a cool blue energy, drops the ultimate order, go back to dust. A single, explosive mana punch detonates, wiping out everything in its wake. When those controlled entities aren't sent back to where they came from. The very ground beneath him shatters with blue energy, as those spectral forms just vanish into thin air. He just turns and walks away, leaving nothing but fading magical residue. Because get this, almost no mana was even used for this insane reversal magic. He clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around it, as he locks in on the perfect name for his new power, thinking. Only to then groan in exasperation, realizing he has to make it sound super fancy. But hold up. Far away, deep in the Count's territory, a desolate, ruined wasteland sets a chilling scene. Where skeletal knights stand silent watch over the crumbling ruins. One imposing knight among them suddenly lets out a chilling shriek. Just as searing crimson energy violently rips through the air, swallowing the knight whole in a destructive red inferno. The energy explodes outwards, instantly consuming multiple armored figures in a fiery, disintegrating blast. Until a final, ear-splitting shriek erupts as the last of them are utterly obliterated in a blinding flash. Deep within the Count's domain, an armored skeletal knight unleashes a chilling cry, its eyes blazing red as a sinister crimson aura flares around it. With a blood-curdling shriek, it lifts its weapon, ready to unleash hell. But amidst the skeletal horde, Hisagi Kazuma stands, a lone wolf ready to tear through them. A savage grin splits his face, his own crimson eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power. Then, in a blinding flash of speed, he strikes. His weapon a crimson streak, tearing through the first knight like paper. The impact is cataclysmic, obliterating the armored enemy into a shower of exploding debris. His blade, still humming with raw power, slashes with impossible speed, a crimson blur tearing through the battlefield. Another knight drops, decimated by a crushing blow wreathed in a blazing red aura. Just like the last, it explodes into dust and debris, leaving only a fading crimson mist. A crimson explosion ripped through the air, pure destructive power unleashed. Leaving nothing but absolute devastation in its wake. Hisagi Kazuma stood triumphant, the skeletal knights utterly annihilated around him. But a chilling thought hit him. This was all wrong. There were barely any enemies. He'd only taken out one, and that was way too few for this place. His blood-splattered face showed his growing confusion. Then, a voice cut through the silence, urgent and clear, "Master." Kazuma quickly scanned the area, confirming his gut feeling. The Inazuma Guild sector was just as empty, no real fight to be found. A green-haired mage, looking grim, dropped a bombshell, "I don't think they've even entered yet." An unseen voice echoed the confusion. They split up, but if both teams found nothing, what the heck was going on? The squad pushes deeper, their boots crunching on ancient stone, every step a beat in the dungeon's eerie silence. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, calling out to the black-haired hunter, "Yo, Nam Taemin-san." The red-haired leader shoots a quick look at the green-haired mage, a silent signal passing between them, like, "Did you see that coming?" But Nam Taemin just grins, totally unfazed, muttering about how peaceful it is here. Hisagi Kazuma spins around, a silent challenge in his eyes, but Nam Taemin just slaps a hand on his shoulder, teasingly asking if he's being stalked. Hisagi Kazuma's face twists into a wry smirk, demanding to know why this guy's acting all chummy. But Nam Taemin just shrugs it off, complaining about Hisagi Kazuma's hate, and then, with a chilling grin, jokes about wanting to end him. With his hand still on Hisagi Kazuma's shoulder, Nam Taemin casually drops a name, Treymin, and Hisagi Kazuma's eyes snap open. Hisagi Kazuma's face goes from annoyed to utterly shocked, as he blurts out a single, loaded word. Still processing Taemin's shocking, young, reveal, Hisagi Kazuma is caught off guard in the bustling city square, as Taemin keeps up the playful jabs, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. He takes in the massive, bustling plaza, a thought flashing through his mind, this place is seriously living up to its name. Hisagi Kazuma's face twists from shock to pure confusion, still trying to piece together what's even happening. But then, the green-haired mage's voice explodes with panic, a frantic shout to get out of there now. Her desperate cry rings out, demanding instant movement. Instantly sensing the danger, Hisagi Kazuma's body snaps into action, a fierce blue energy erupting around him as he gets ready to throw down. The crew stands united, staring down the sudden arrival of these heavily armored figures, their menacing presence totally shattering the calm of the square. Nam Taemin's playful demeanor vanishes as he eyes the new threats, a grim, focused look replacing his earlier smirk. One of the massive, dark-armored knights steps forward, revealing themselves as a level 350 warrior from Count Ascora's terrifying army. The fight explodes into action. A knight from Ascora's legion gets absolutely rocked by a devastating blow, sent flying with incredible force. But the green-haired mage quickly catches on, these aren't just some random grunts, they're level 350 knights. This changes everything. Another knight gets absolutely hammered, the sheer power of the attack shaking their entire armored frame. The whole area turns into a chaotic maelstrom of steel and speed, as the knights engage in a brutal, high-octane brawl. Seeing the sheer, overwhelming power of these guys, Hisagi Kazuma can't help but let out a raw, frustrated shout. A terrifying truth dawns on them, these aren't just any knights, they're level 350 powerhouses. Their relentless march is heralded by crackling purple energy, shattering the very ground beneath their thunderous hooves. The blonde-haired hunter lets out a desperate curse, the overwhelming might of the enemy leaving him absolutely floored. Nam Taemin, blindsided by a sudden, brutal impact, roars a desperate warning to everyone as blood explodes across his face. Amidst the escalating chaos, Lee Jinwoo's voice slices through the din, a fierce, unyielding command to prepare for the brutal fight ahead. As a steadying hand lands on his shoulder, he stares down at the relentless threat, a full-blown cavalry charge now thundering into view. Beside him, Nam Taemin's face is etched with grim, worried concern. Even if the frontline fighters charged headfirst, they'd be torn to shreds. What in the world was he supposed to do in this impossible situation? While he's lost in thought, Nam Taemin steps up, his voice cutting through the tension, "Ah, Taemin-san." Nam Taemin's face is etched with concern, his words heavy with foreboding, "I don't like this at all. I'm gonna need you to cover my back." But before Lee Jinwoo can even process the request, a panicked shout rips through the air from behind, "Master! Enemies are swarming from the rear." A knight, a blur of steel and fury, lunges forward, its attack a devastating whirlwind. The armored behemoth roars. Before an unseen hunter lets out a choked gasp as the blow connects, NNO. An aerial view reveals the horrifying truth, the hunters are completely encircled, a tiny island against a sea of relentless knights. The very earth groans under the weight of countless armored foes, their advance an unstoppable tide of destruction. A frantic shout rips through the air, confirming the worst, they're surrounded. Enemies are closing in from all sides. Remembering the brutal losses from the Church Rebellion, Nam Taemin shouts a desperate plea, "Don't fight. We have to fall back and funnel them into the alley." But Lee Jinwoo's eyes narrow, a single word escaping his lips, "Fall back." And just as he questions it, a hulking knight, clad in dark armor and brandishing a great sword pulsing with malevolent red energy, bursts into view. Then, another one. This knight's helmet sports a wild, red mane, and their eyes blaze with an infernal crimson. The odds are stacking up, and Lee Jinwoo can only stare, his mind racing, where to? But before he can even process it, a blinding blue magical circle erupts from the ground, pulsing with raw power. The circle rapidly expands, transforming into a swirling vortex of shimmering blue light. The magical blast slams into Lee Jinwoo, leaving him utterly bewildered and caught off guard. The knight's blue magic exploded, instantly swallowing Li Jinwu whole. The oppressive aura intensified, twisting reality itself as it consumed him completely. His allies, Taemin, Leonie, Himalayan, and Jaein, could only stare in shock as the devastating blue energy pulsed around their friend. Trapped in a swirling vortex, Jinwu fought back, his very presence momentarily swallowed by the sheer magical force. But then, with an explosive burst of golden light, he absolutely shattered the blue energy, an incredible power erupting from within him. Before the red-haired knight could even blink, Jinwu unleashed a devastating counter, sending him flying with brutal force. The sheer force of the impact absolutely obliterated the ground, sending a massive cloud of debris skyward. As the dust settled, Jinwu stood victorious over the defeated knight, his allies absolutely stunned by his raw power. The red-haired knight was utterly crushed, his armor destroyed, as another knight could only gape in utter disbelief, muttering, "What the hell?" Following the devastating force of his strike, the very structure of the dungeon gives way, a massive pillar obliterated into dust. A chilling, primal sound reverberates through the depths, as the dungeon's secrets are momentarily exposed by the piercing light. The red-haired knight is down, utterly defeated and sprawled against the shattered rock, his once proud armor now a mangled mess, as a fellow knight stares in stunned silence at the brutal end. Hisagi Kazuma, witnessing the carnage from afar, can only gape in utter astonishment, his mind struggling to process the impossible defeat. His mind races, a single, desperate question forming: who could possibly be capable of such an insane feat? The remaining knight stands frozen, his eyes locked onto the lifeless form of his ally. Elsewhere, Li Ho Yeol is glued to a monitor, his face a mask of pure shock, with Bohemian mirroring his disbelief from just behind him. He grapples with the impossible reality, exclaiming that a being of such power simply shouldn't be real, but the undeniable truth stares him in the face. The red-haired knight's face is a gruesome, bloody ruin, a brutal trophy of the sheer power unleashed upon him. Li Ho Yeol makes his entrance, radiating an undeniable aura of cool confidence, his coat dramatically flowing around him. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, sharply calling out to him, his name ringing with urgency. He pivots, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, his sharp golden eyes catching the light. Meanwhile, Himalayan is absolutely beaming, flashing an infectious smile, his eyes practically sparkling with pure enthusiasm. He's at his desk, totally engrossed in sketching, casually mentioning he was late because of a bathroom break, and he's still dead set on hunting down the Jaein guild. The Wigang's Bangam stream is live, 17 viewers strong, and our guy spots some fresh tracks. Could it be Jaein's? A quick scan shows these prints are barely 5 minutes old, and Wigang is already panicking. Other streamers beat him to it, but he's stuck here now. He stares at his screen, muttering in confusion, huh. His eyes snap up, wide with alarm, as he shouts, "You guys know how to do this better than I do," while the ground rumbles ominously. He flashes a wild, almost unhinged grin, right before a colossal quang shakes everything. But that grin vanishes instantly, replaced by pure panic, as he screams, "What the hell? I'm screwed. I should have left," while the quang keeps going. The chat explodes with frantic messages, screaming for Wigang to run, and go check Limadu. With a last, panicked, "Oh okay. Then I'll get going," Wigang bolts out of there. Just as the chaos subsides, the green-haired mage steps into view, his gaze sharp and intense. Blood everywhere. Hisagi Kazuma is in the thick of it, face grim, pushing through the absolute chaos. But the battle's over, and the aftermath is insane. Gigantic stone pillars are just gone, blasted to bits across the whole area. Pure devastation covers the entire battlefield, a monument to the insane power that just went down. Then, two figures appear, surveying the carnage. Jaein can't believe his eyes, asking the white-haired man next to him, "Who is this guy?" Li Ho Yeol just stands there, cool as ice, hand out, feeling the raw power in the air, and Jaein's mind is blown. He did all that, without a single chant. Jaein gasps, eyes wide, totally fixated on the guy, thinking, just how much mana does he even have? And the craziest part? He's still in his regular clothes. Slacks and dress shoes. He's not even geared up for battle. Li Ho Yeol's face is stone, completely unreadable, while Jaein's mind screams the same question again, seriously, who is this guy? A guttural groan rips from him, a raw echo of the sheer power he just unleashed, or maybe the brutal cost of the chaos he's left behind. Then, a frantic shout slices through the air, snapping his attention to the next wave of danger. From the crumbling stone pillars, the enemy horde was now surging forward, an unstoppable tide of destruction. At the vanguard, a terrifying armored knight, his crimson eyes burning with pure malice, tore through the dust and wreckage. Every thunderous step of his armored leg screamed with a metallic shriek, a terrifying declaration of his unstoppable momentum. Hisagi Kazuma could only stare in horror, a desperate "no" ripped from his bloodied mouth as everything went to hell. The colossal stone pillars, once unyielding, now shattered, sending horses screaming and rearing as the earth itself convulsed. Even as the falling giants of stone bottlenecked the enemy cavalry, that armored knight just kept coming, his warhorse a juggernaut through the destruction. As Hisagi Kazuma reeled, battered and broken, Lee Ho-yeol remained a stone-faced enigma, utterly calm in the heart of the storm. He's in the zone, sketching with intense focus, a confident, "I'll thank you," barely audible. But then, bam. The scene shifts, and the battlefield is engulfed in a furious crimson haze. Kazuma unleashes a primal scream, his body becoming a conduit for raw power as a violent red aura erupts, his eyes burning with desperate, crimson energy. The very air screams as his barbarian-exclusive skill, Igexek, activates, supercharging his attack power and making him a damage-rolling machine. But the enemy isn't waiting. The armored knight charges forward, shattering stone pillars like they're made of paper. But Kazuma isn't backing down. His voice cuts through the destruction, a defiant roar, "This battle is doable." His entire being is a conduit of raw, untamed energy, poised to unleash hell on the approaching enemy. The fight explodes. An armored knight bursts onto the scene, pure red energy radiating from his every move. Then, Count Ascora unleashes a terrifying roar, his eyes blazing with pure, demonic red power, ready to dominate. But Hisagi Kazuma is caught off guard, slammed by a brutal, orange-flaring attack that sends him airborne. The explosion rips through the battlefield, launching him and his allies backward, a deafening "kwang" echoing through the crumbling ruins. Yet, Count Ascora stands completely untouched by the chaos, red energy swirling around him as he lets out a chilling of triumph. But then, a new force enters the fray. Lee Ho-yeol arrives, his glowing purple sword blazing, ready to turn the tide. Count Ascora, absolutely furious, roars a chilling command to his army, "Go kill them all," he screams, unleashing pure terror. The entire battlefield explodes into an all-out brawl, the clash of steel and magic roaring with a deep woong. And in the thick of it, Hisagi Kazuma takes another devastating blow, blood erupting from his face as he screams in agony, Just as Hisagi Kazuma is about to fall, a blinding, supercharged strike explodes from nowhere, absolutely obliterating one of the armored knights. The sheer, raw power of the impact sends shockwaves across the entire arena, even making a streamer's jaw drop, his eyes bugging out in total disbelief. Ho-yeol's eyes blaze with an electric blue, his mind racing, realizing this isn't just some support spell, this is next-level power, something completely unexpected. His hand practically explodes with vibrant blue energy, unleashing reversal magic, and you can tell he's just getting started. Then, with an insane burst of brilliant blue light, he absolutely rockets into the fight, smashing into Count Ascora and his last knight, the sheer force of the impact blowing them back. His stare is absolutely locked on, the blue glow in his eyes burning brighter and brighter. That reversal magic just keeps pumping from his hand, a non-stop torrent of power tearing through everything. The very ground beneath them absolutely explodes, sending rock and dust flying everywhere. Count Ascora and his knight are absolutely floored, reeling from the sheer, impossible power, realizing this one guy is somehow taking on their entire unranked cavalry with zero effort. Absolutely floored by the insane power he just saw. This guy can't even process who that super good-looking, skill-breaking monster could possibly be, or what class they even belong to. Lee Ho-yeol, radiating pure power, stands tall amidst the swirling blue energy. While his enemy, Count Ascora, is just a mangled, bloody heap on the ground. He calmly grips a glowing blue dagger, looking totally unfazed. The defeated count lets out a pathetic growl, but the observer's mind is still blown, trying to figure out what kind of crazy power this guy even has. Lee Ho-yeol just casually checks out the silver dagger in his hand. Standing over the absolute wreckage of his enemy, probably thinking about his weapon's durability. And online, the chat is going wild, pointing out his intense stare and how much he seems to be enjoying messing with his enemies. He's cooking up something big, a wild what-if scenario brewing in his mind. With a flash of blue mana, he lays out his insane theory, he's messing with a rock's mana, changing it up, then snapping it back to normal, totally resetting its durability. But wait, a game-changing question hits him, if he reverses something, does its durability just snap back too? He flashes back to a wild experiment where a mana-infused rock was as brittle as a teacup, its durability tanked to a pathetic 1 out of 5. But then, he hit it with his reversal power, snapping it back to its original form, and just like that, it was a rock again, 0 durability debuffs, like nothing ever happened. Hypothesis confirmed, baby. His magic literally rewinds objects to their factory settings, perfectly restored. Armed with this knowledge, he conjures a silver dagger, super low durability, but packing a critical damage punch. The internet, with Kurskulking and Shino leading the charge, is absolutely losing its mind over this insane, transforming weapon. The potential is off the charts, a weapon that trades durability for pure, unadulterated critical damage. It's happening. Boom. His theory just paid off big time, the dagger's a success, and now he's feeling that power surge, because a notification just popped up, he's leveled up. Lee Ho Yeo lets out a guttural "kuh" as he grips the legendary silver dagger, its true name, Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo, a whisper of power, even as a blonde hunter in the background shouts about him being too fast for low-rank monsters, calling him a charger. Elsewhere, Hisagi Kazuma can only manage a quiet huff, his eyes locked onto the unfolding chaos. Deep within the dungeon, the hunter's triumphant shouts of "good work" echo through the cavern. The blonde hunter, Jin-woo, Keelman, and Jaein, alongside their squad, converge on the defeated foes, a triumphant cry of "good work, everyone. Take the loot," signaling their victory. Lee Ho Yeol is deep in thought, strategizing his next power play, calculating what more he can bring to the table to seal the deal. Is 0 even an option? Clutching a mysterious, rectangular item. His focus shatters as an unexpected voice cuts through the air, making him snap his head up, a mix of surprise and irritation on his face. Excuse me," he exclaims, his strategic mind momentarily derailed. He glances down to find a young man beaming up at him, already mid-introduction. "Yo. What's up?" "I'm Wigang TV," the guy announces with a flourish. Lee Ho Yeol sizes up the vlogger, who's got his camera rolling, capturing every second of their unexpected encounter. He pauses, a silent assessment of the situation playing out in his mind. A wry smirk plays on his lips as he cuts to the chase. "Mind if I crash your vlog?" Lee Ho Yeol is locked in, eyes blazing with pure focus. His mental resistance is off the charts, making him the only one who can take down every single monster. But below, a squad of armored warriors, clearly battered, stare up in total shock, one of them yelling, "Excuse me?" as he just watches their struggle from his vantage point. Then, someone from the squad shouts, "You're seriously incredible. Are you Korean or Japanese?" and it actually catches him off guard. Another armored warrior, totally fed up, snaps, asking if he's seriously soloing this raid and if he thinks it's just some casual dungeon. Lee Ho Yeol stares down, and then, out of nowhere, Hisagi Kazuma, the red-haired powerhouse, looks right up at him, hitting him with the same question. "Are you in this raid alone? What's your name?" Lee Ho Yeol just coldly tells him to move, but Kazuma fires back with a chillingly familiar greeting. "Hello, I've heard about you." He's standing his ground, silver hair gleaming, facing down Hisagi Kazuma and his entire crew of hunters. But he just brushes them off, coolly reminding them, "I already told you I was texting Jaein about joining up." Hisagi Kazuma isn't buying it for a second, his red eyes burning with fury as he snarls, "No way am I letting a punk like you join our ranks." The air crackles with hostility, a grim reminder of the fight he's already been through, blood staining his hand and jacket. But he's completely unfazed, just telling them to get out of his way, "So, no questions from me. Move it." Hisagi Kazuma's fuse is short, and he explodes, "Get out of my way before I lose it." The tension is off the charts, and the truth about the silver-haired legend, Whiteshell, also known as Paladin Granfell, is finally hitting them, his name alone carrying immense weight. The enigmatic player, a force to be reckoned with, is still shutting down all inquiries, simply because they're not formal enough. A frustrated "kook" escapes him, as if the sheer audacity of their informality is physically painful. Breaking news flashes across screens. LOK, the number 2 player, just hit level 400. But the real headline? That mysterious player is still ghosting all formal inquiries. Over at the Shining Guild's base camp, Jaein can't help but let out a "ha" of amusement, with Wigang right there taking it all in. Decked out in epic armor, Lee Ho Yeol chills on a massive throne, his mind clearly racing as he takes in all the drama. He stares out at a frozen wasteland, a low rumbling from him as he gets deep in thought. Then, he pivots to a screen nearby, muttering, "What could that be?" The screen blazes with player rankings, showing LOK crushing it at 2nd place, repping the Shining Guild. Below that, Jaein is chilling at 8th place, labeled a strong guild, then some random player chimes in with, "I don't know, I'm just an archer." A man with a top knot is absolutely losing it, screaming about how desperate he is. While a system screen flashes, revealing LOK from the Shining Guild crushing it at level 400. He keeps yelling, like, "How many times do I have to say it? I busted my butt for this data, and I've been stuck here for hours." Elsewhere, Lee Ho Yeol, rocking his paladin armor, is deep in thought, muttering about being the only one reincarnated as the villain in this whole game-like reality. His suited, glowing blue form, meanwhile, just gives a knowing nod, a silent, "He sure is" hanging in the air. A fiery red-haired woman just watches him, munching on some snacks, totally unbothered. Back at the meeting, the bearded guy is still yelling, absolutely convinced the other person is just green with envy. The armored hero, Lee Ho Yeol, coolly fires back, "Jealous? You thought you'd set up all the guilds and become some big shot, right?" He shrugs, "Didn't feel it. And now everyone's buzzing about that guy instead." His glowing, suited self just glances off to the side, deep in contemplation. As the buzz around the new player, LOK, explodes, Lee Ho Yeol just shrugs it off, knowing it's all just media trying to chase those sweet views with every new hotshot. But hold up, another hunter, rocking that blonde, spiky hair, is totally fed up, calling out the media for hyping up this new guy just for the views. He's done with the talk, declaring he's out, already booked a whole special lounge, and absolutely cannot be late for whatever's next. But then, the scene shifts dramatically. Lee Ho-yeol, in full paladin gear, is in a snowy forest, looking down at two suited figures, as a mysterious red-haired woman observes, and a voice echoes, "Hello? Are you there?" Cut to a dark room, where he's chilling solo, his armor gleaming as he stares intently at a screen showing some seriously powerful, glowing entity. Then, a beat of silence, and a door creaks open, hinting at a new arrival. Suddenly, a sleek, high-heeled boot hits the ground, and someone gasps, "What?" And just like that, the red-haired woman, now rocking a witch's hat and cloak, is standing right next to the blonde-haired hunter, both looking totally geared up for whatever comes next. He's absolutely floored, muttering that whatever this is, it's like magic, but somehow even crazier. Meet Jesse Holmes, a total powerhouse quest master, rocking level 397 and sitting pretty at 4th in the player rankings. Totally hooked, he can't help but blurt out that he's never heard anyone get this hyped about anything before. Jesse, with a mischievous grin, playfully pokes his chin. Her gaze sharpens, a knowing smirk spreading across her face, as if she's already figured him out. Yeah, this one's definitely got her attention. Fast forward, and Jesse, now rocking a sleek white cloak, is standing shoulder to shoulder with the blonde-haired hunter and another ally, all of them locked and loaded, eyes on the prize, ready to dive into whatever comes next. Inside the Inazuma Guild's base camp, someone is absolutely losing it, screaming in pure frustration. A frustrated groan rips from Hisagi Kazuma, still bundled in a blanket, as he reacts to the chaos. He fires back, demanding answers, while Lee Ho-yeol, ever the cool head, tells the guildmaster to chill out and ditch the blanket before he freezes. A breaking news report blazes across the screen, hyping up a mysterious 11-star player who's got the whole world buzzing. The guildmaster is absolutely livid, second-guessing everything and swearing he'll fix this mess. Dressed and ready, the guildmaster stands tall in the Inazuma Guild's base camp, his face a mask of intense determination. He's on the phone, talking about that silver-haired legend. With Lee Ho-yeol in the background, the guildmaster lays down the law, they have to get him on their team, whatever it takes. His eyes burning with resolve, he swears to execute the plan perfectly. Elsewhere, a guy in glasses gives a quick yes, getting orders to keep that energy shield powered up. The Count family's territory? Cleared. The outskirts are secured, but the real fight is just beginning. At the Count family's fortress, a massive unified force, under one banner, clashed for ultimate victory. The leader in purple armor, Nam Keelman, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jin-woo were all there, fighting for glory. But the enemy? They were just too strong. They crushed the unified forces, snatching victory right out of their hands. Now, what's the next move? The Count family's fortress is still there, but it's 72% destroyed. Hunters from every corner of the globe are converging, ready to dive into the chaos. Under the eerie moonlight, the leader in purple, Nam Keelman, the blonde-haired hunter, and Lee Jin-woo stare down the fortress, their determination burning brighter than ever. This rupture is a ticking time bomb, and the tension in the base camps is absolutely insane. If that rupture collapses, it's game over for Russia. The city is already being torn apart. With an entire nation on the line, all we can do is wish these players good luck as a mysterious pink orb pulses with ominous energy. An armored warrior stands poised, sword in hand, ready to confront the blinding, reddish-orange light of the impending battle. Amidst the downpour, a shadowy figure in a tactical jacket stands firm. The player news broadcast rolls on. Suddenly spotlighting a new, silver-haired sensation, coolly checking his phone. His chiseled physique undeniable even with a towel casually slung over him. Then, the enigmatic player makes a public appearance, looking sharp in a suit. Immediately drawing attention for his bizarre choice of gear, just a regular coat and suit, no mana equipment in sight. Everyone's buzzing, convinced he's hiding some insane, unbelievable equipment to pull off his incredible feats. The big question, is this lack of gear some secret, game-changing strategy to conquer the rupture? His only response? A deadpan, I just didn't have any to wear. A low groan escapes him as he scrolls through his phone. The news blared, reporting on a mysterious player who had conjured colossal columns with a flick of their wrist, leaving the world stunned and experts like Park scrambling for answers. Lee Ho-yeol simply mutters, "Nambong," watching the broadcast as it sensationalizes the mysterious player's sudden rise to global fame. He muses on the sheer timing, acknowledging the disaster that would have unfolded if the player had been even a fraction of a second slower. The mysterious player on screen, who had just pulled off an impossible feat, downplays his actions, claiming it was merely all he could do. And from that moment on, the mysterious player was sidelined, now under the watchful eyes of Jaen and Inazuma. Lee Ho-yeol watches, a knowing smirk on his face, as if the player's actions were a cue for the real heroes to finally emerge. He remembers his own past struggles, a time when he was completely drained of mana. A dry chuckle escapes him, finding a sliver of satisfaction that at least he wasn't being labeled an idiot for his own powerful displays. Lee Jinwoo is checking out his fresh drops, a holographic screen lighting up his face as he sizes up the new gear. This thing is super rare, the first he's ever seen since leveling up to a player. This necklace is straight up cursed with demon vampire magic, its powers locked away until someone purifies it to unleash its real effects. These cursed relics are called devil's items, and once you break the curse, you get a random, sealed effect. Basically, it's a gacha item, pure and simple. Most players just toss these things, because the chances of getting anything good are totally stacked against the insane cost to purify them. But there's another way to use these cursed items, a powerful skill called the exorcism ritual. This ritual, a skill to literally invite a demon into your body, is pulsing with dark power. Hisagi Kazuma thinks to himself, he's the only one who can use the exorcism ritual as an offering. The exorcism ritual's basic effect is all about attacking, but hold up, there's a way more dangerous side to this thing. It's like, a demon without a body can just possess someone, which is absolutely terrifying and could go sideways in a major way. Hisagi Kazuma is totally locked in, his face serious as he processes just how wild this ritual could get. But hold up, things get seriously different when you decide to become the offering yourself. To literally invite the demon straight into your own mind, Jinwoo's mind is racing, totally grappling with the sheer magnitude of that choice. Kazuma's thinking out loud, totally hyped about getting super strong, but only if his affinity is on point to actually handle it. Out of nowhere, a call totally breaks the vibe, and boom, it's Nam Keelman's name lighting up Jinwoo's phone. A totally confused, slips out, as he just stares at the unexpected call. But before he can even figure out the call, Nam Keelman just pops up from behind, grabbing him in a super tight, out-of-nowhere hug, leaving Jinwoo completely stunned. A message pops up, and Lee Jinwoo's face just goes, whoa, what? This text is hitting different. But hold up, the scene shifts. Lee Ho-yeol is locked in, phone in hand, with a full-on spectral blue entity, eyes blazing, manifesting right behind him. He's not messing around. He's thinking fast, realizing taking out Grand Fell by accident would be a huge problem, so this fight has to wrap up, like, yesterday. Switching back to the phone action, a message pops up, basically saying, hey, let's keep it civil, and definitely no dirty tricks. And just like that, the fight's over. Hisagi Kazuma is down for the count, totally wiped out on the floor. He slowly pushes himself up, glasses all crooked, and his face is just pure, unadulterated shock. And the victory message rolls in from Lee Ho-yeol Kim, a simple, triumphant, total awesome. Then another text, this time from Guild Will Be, drops a classic line, saying, this is just like last time. I'm getting deja vu. Hisagi Kazuma is on his feet, but he's clutching his head, totally distraught, as the crushing reality of Granfell's effortless victory sinks in. He'd wanted to smooth things over, even offering a massive apology and something big. But the utterly crushed guildmaster, Hisagi Kazuma, was not picking up, his phone just blaring. On the screen, Hisagi Kazuma was absolutely losing it, screaming about whether his opponent was Japanese or even in a guild. The caller ID blared, Grand Fell, a name he was straight up ghosting. Meanwhile, in a totally packed dungeon, Lee Jinwoo and the blonde-haired hunter were watching the madness, calling it a full-blown seller's market. Back in the office, Lee Ho-yeol was still watching Hisagi Kazuma's hands shake on the screen, barely holding back a total meltdown. He just calmly confirmed his identity, figuring Hisagi Kazuma was probably just totally drained of mana. But Hisagi Kazuma was still defiant, declaring there was nothing he could do since the guy wouldn't even answer. Then, his focus snapped to something way more urgent, Count Oscura. A digital screen lights up, flashing a critical document title, The County Family's Fortress. A hand clutches the device, the voice questioning, what was that notification I got again? I think you can start now, like 10 minutes ago, right? Then, without warning, a violent tremor rips through the air, a deafening KRAK exploding all around them. Hisagi Kazuma, still glued to his device, is rocked by the shockwave, his face contorting in pure disbelief. The red-haired man shouts, huh? What's happening? An earthquake. Across town, Nam Keelman is also caught in the chaos, his eyes wide with alarm, the sudden, violent force hitting him completely by surprise. Even the usually unflappable Lee Ho-yeol feels the ground shake, that sharp KRAK ripping through his calm. A chilling realization hits as a system message blares, the Count family's fortress, has suddenly broken down. The colossal fortress, once an impenetrable symbol of power, now violently collapses into dust, engulfed in a chaotic, fiery cascade of orange and red energy. The rupture's energy levels are going absolutely wild, skyrocketing past 80%. Hobin's voice screams through the comms, demanding a full civilian evacuation, because get this, the Count family's fortress in Russia just completely imploded. The scene is absolutely brutal, 0 survivors found anywhere near the fallen structure. Meanwhile, frantic staff are reporting that the US and Europe are freaking out, telling Russia to lock down its borders and get every single player out. A single, stunned word rips from Hisagi Kazuma, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Miles away, the colossal Count family's fortress is still violently tearing itself apart. Absolutely devoured by a maelstrom of crackling purple energy. And from a dark, imposing chamber, a formidable figure in sinister, ornate armor, flanked by silent, hulking subordinates, watches the distant, cataclysmic event unfold. The fortress is completely wiped out, leaving nothing but an empty void where that massive structure once towered. A gasp rips from his throat, his eyes blown wide with utter disbelief as the news of the fortress's collapse hits him like a truck. But across the world, a mysterious figure in a sleek suit stands amidst the swirling purple dust, his eyes locked on the devastation, a chillingly calm statement leaving his lips, so it did collapse. Back to the chaos, Lee Ho-yeol's mind races, a jolt of recognition hitting him, a burning question forming about the man he just glimpsed. He whips his head to the others, blurting out his sudden realization, isn't that the guy from TV? Oblivious to the distant whispers, the dark-haired man strides deeper into the shattered ruins, his steps eerily silent, a chilling question hanging in the air, alone. Lee Ho-yeol's group is still reeling, one of them barely managing to whisper, he must be out of his mind. But then, from the heart of the purple-tinged wreckage, a monstrous, shadowy figure with blazing red eyes erupts, its form a grotesque parody of humanity, radiating pure menace. The dark-haired man stands poised on a crumbling ledge, his back to us, his gaze locked on the emerging horror, utterly devoid of fear. The very ground beneath him is shattered and scarred, pulsating with the raw, residual purple energy of the cataclysm. Lee Ho-yeol, the legendary paladin Grand Fel, has officially breached the ruins, now standing within the shattered Count family's fortress. Taking in the sheer scale of the devastation, he coolly judges a massive structure, declaring it, what a shitty statue. Lee Ho-yeol, in full, menacing armor, dominates a crumbling hall, a colossal sword casually slung over his shoulder. Then, in a flash, he's striding away from an epic, ancient monument, his long black coat whipping dramatically in the wind. The past, a relentless shadow, clings to him, and with a sneer of pure contempt, he spits out, what a shitty statue. Perched on a kneeling statue, a shadowy, horned creature mocks the grand building, scoffing at the very idea of calling it a fortress. A thought echoes, claiming a simple mansion would be 10 times better than this place. Gazing down at a small, blue-skinned creature, Lee Ho-yeol scoffs, agreeing that the mansion was absolutely superior. Then, a monstrous, glowing pink claw bursts forth, revealing the creature's terrifying true power. Its face is unveiled, eyes blazing red, teeth razor-sharp and predatory. Lee Ho-yeol and the smaller creature flinch back in shock, a sharp crack signaling a sudden, unexpected move. Staring down 2 of the blue-skinned creatures, he wonders aloud if the monster heard his earlier jab. The shadowy figure stands ready on the statue, its gaze locked on its prey. Then, with an explosive leap, it rockets from the statue, hurtling straight for Lee Ho-yeol, who stares up at its charge. The moment that colossal creature started its dive, the hunters around him exploded in panic, shouting questions about what the heck was even happening. Nam Kielman's jaw dropped, his mind racing, as he finally grasped that the statue was now a full-blown, attacking monster. This shadowy, horned beast, a towering 10 meters of pure menace, was plummeting straight down, its sheer scale and terrifying aura screaming danger. With the beast closing in, the other hunters screamed, desperate to rush in and save whoever was about to get crushed. But Lee Ho-yeol just squinted, a cool, almost bored question escaping him, wondering why this thing was getting so close. Then, with a casual flick, he adjusted his collar, a silent, chilling declaration that he was ready to throw down. That beast's face, a nightmare of glowing red eyes and razor fangs, was now right there, its shadowy presence oozing pure, unadulterated menace. But Lee Ho-yeol wasn't backing down, he just raised a hand, purple energy already sparking to life, ready to clash with the monster charging straight at him. His golden-brown eyes blazed with an intense purple glow, a terrifying display of his unleashed power and absolute, unshakable resolve. The colossal shadowy creature absolutely obliterates the ground, unleashing a violent purple shockwave that rips through the air. Its towering form fully revealed as it continues its descent, those glowing red eyes burning with pure menace. A guttural roar rips through the air as its massive leg crushes the ground, sending tremors through the earth, a sound that instantly paralyzes with fear. Nearby, Hisagi Kazuma and another hunter are blasted back by the sheer force of the impact, their faces twisted in a mix of shock and pure terror. But amidst the absolute chaos, Lee Ho-yeol stands with an unnerving calm, his glowing eyes locked onto the creature's arrival, while the other 2 hunters stare down the beast with grim determination. Further back, Nam Kielman, armored and ready, demands to know the source of the deafening noise, realizing it's coming from the very fortress they're supposed to be defending. He and Li Jinwu, along with other hunters, stare up at the monstrous figure, their faces a mix of pure awe and utter dread. Hisagi Kazuma, however, has already made up her mind, a fierce, determined glint in her red eyes. As she charges forward, the blonde-haired hunter, Jessie, screams at her, urging caution, but she's already gone, fully committed to the fight. With the objective clear to destroy the monster, a mysterious powerhouse with wild blonde and purple hair, radiating an intense purple aura, dives into action, blasting pure energy. Her power zeroes in on the target, a concentrated blast of purple energy slamming into the ancient-looking fortress. On the ground, armored warriors are absolutely stunned, one gasping in utter disbelief as the sheer power of the strike shakes everything. The very earth cracks and shatters, red energy lines exploding outwards from the point of impact. Through the dust and chaos, Li Ho-yeol casually strolls away from the wreckage, the destroy monster objective now a done deal. He scoffs, a hint of annoyance in his voice, declaring it was just stone, and definitely not worth interrupting his meal for. Checking his tablet, he finds out the statue was made of some rare material and got obliterated in one shot, making him sarcastically quip about how harsh that was after all the work put into it. The sheer force of the explosion still rings out with an earth-shattering "Woea." He then turns his attention to the still-standing castle, a silent question hanging in the air about what comes next. Suddenly, a system-wide alert blares, the gatekeeper is down. This is it. This is everyone's chance. And just like that, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos, everyone, go in. The charge is on. Li Ho-yeol, watching the frenzy unfold, can't help but question if the gatekeeper's demise was some kind of trigger, a magical signal that everyone else is buying into. His eyes widen in surprise, as a brand new quest window pops up right in front of him. The blue screen glows, revealing a class quest, proof of the competent mage, a mission to hunt the vampire and drop its level to 10 or less. A new quest, just like that. His mind races, wondering if the gatekeeper's death was truly the key to the fortress, and if the looming threat of being hunted by a vampire is something he can afford to ignore. He pivots and starts moving, leaving Nam Keelman to question his destination, but for Li Ho-yeol, the answer is simple, no time to waste, no room for doubt. Navigating the desolate, glowing ruins, Nam Keelman tries to pump the brakes, insisting they can't just charge in blind and demanding to know why Li Ho-yeol is being so reckless. But Li Ho-yeol is locked in, his mind laser-focused on the massive level gap between himself and Count Michael. Still, he's a demon hunter, and that's all that matters, so what if he's outmatched? He's going in. He takes a sharp breath, the very air crackling with a new, ominous energy as his demon hunter instincts flare to life. He dives headfirst into a massive, opulent space, its crimson and gold screaming forgotten grandeur. The chamber's true nature hits him, a massive banquet hall, a truly chilling sight in this dead zone. His face hardens, pure determination burning in his eyes. Then, a sudden, unsettling tremor rips through the air, a faint, chilling sound echoing from the hall's dark heart. The ornate walls themselves groan and creak, a sinister crimson glow pulsing from their ancient carvings. He snaps his gaze to the unsettling portraits lining the walls, their painted eyes tracking his every move. The eerie creaking intensifies, the crimson light throbbing with raw, malevolent power. Then, a chilling, high-pitched cackle rips through the chamber, a clear, terrifying sign he's not alone. A terrifying crimson energy explodes from the ground, reaching out like a monstrous claw. The power surges, forming a spectral hand that grips the very air. Hisagi Kazuma chokes, his magic useless against the invisible force stealing his breath, a powerful magician brought to his knees. Shit, he roars, fighting against the crushing pressure. He crashes to the ground in the opulent hall, his comrades already down, victims of the same unseen terror. Taemin, are you okay? A desperate cry echoes, but Taemin remains unresponsive. Still gasping, Hisagi Kazuma battles the relentless suffocation. His eyes lock onto the chilling portraits adorning the walls, each one a grotesque, horned entity. A cold dread washes over him, he's being watched, just like that terrifying statue monster from before. He fights back against the crushing pressure, a raw, desperate cry tearing from his chest. Then, a horrifying realization hits him like a lightning bolt, the portraits. They're the demon's portraits. Witnessing his ally's agony, a burning determination ignites within him. With a primal scream, he bellows, burn them all, as searing flames burst forth. A potent arcane symbol ignites, exploding in a blinding, fiery burst of pure power. The sheer force of the blast leaves him reeling, his eyes blown wide in shock. Meanwhile, in a distant, dark chamber, the shadowy horned creature begins to stir, a sinister green aura pulsing around it as it whispers, I feel much better. Back at HQ, the silver-haired genius connects the dots, muttering, so that's why everyone else bailed out so fast. Staring intently at the monitors, he declares with chilling certainty, this entire temple is a trap. He's fighting against it, the sheer pressure of the dungeon's abnormalities hitting him hard, and it all clicks, those weird portraits and items. All part of the trap, explaining why he felt nothing coming in. But the pressure is insane, and he's left wondering if it's just the portraits, frustrated that others seem to handle this better. His barbarian class makes him super vulnerable to these status effects, but even knowing that, the sheer power hitting him is mind-blowing. Kazuma is barely holding it together, a fiery aura crackling around him as he fights against the invisible force. He surveys the massive, ornate hall, a terrifying question echoing in his head, just how much worse is this going to get the deeper they go? The magical pressure spikes, a vortex of red energy swirling around. But from a distance, watching the whole thing go down, Lee Ho-yeol's face is stone cold, analyzing every move. And his verdict on the whole situation is brutally honest: these portraits are absolute garbage. Lee Ho-yeol, unfazed by the swirling red energy, presses on, still fixated on the dungeon's bizarre portraits and how they could possibly be so lifelike. But he just shrugs them off as absolute garbage, making Lee Jinwoo gasp at his brutal honesty. Lee Ho-yeol doubles down on his savage critique, the dungeon's weird energy just a backdrop to his unwavering judgment. But his sharp eyes quickly pivot to the castle's design, and he's already calling it a total disaster, full of pointless dead ends. He figures if this maze was actually planned, it's just for show, making someone quip if he's secretly a real estate guru. Deep in his analytical mind, he's already dissecting the bizarre logic behind this dungeon's layout. The dungeon's magic goes wild, twisting reality itself with a fierce, blood-red glow. Then, a massive staircase emerges, glowing with that same eerie red, completely warped by the dungeon's dark magic. No hesitation, no fear, Lee Ho-yeol just walks right into the glowing red abyss, ready for the next challenge. Lee Ho-yeol's piercing gaze locks onto the warped chamber, the very air reeking with a foul, sickening stench. And the source? An ornate, crimson-tinged door, throbbing with raw, dark power. He stands before it, Lee Jinwoo right behind him, both taking in the bizarre architecture that screams, fortress core. But Granfel's instincts are screaming louder, pulling him forward. He knows it. Beyond this door, it's Count Oscura. One step. He crosses the threshold, plunging into the unknown. Then, an unnerving silence falls, a total shift from the dungeon's usual chaos. He figures the other players are still lagging, but his thoughts are shattered by a chilling voice from nowhere: "Found you." Both men whip around, shocked, as a towering, blonde-haired figure in insane purple and gold robes just appears, hand outstretched, eyes blazing with an unholy yellow glow. Suddenly, a powerful blonde-haired figure appears, suspended in mid-air, radiating an intense, swirling red magical aura. Her head is even upside down as she boldly proclaims, "I saw." Lee Ho-yeol, utterly stunned, stares up at her, barely able to blurt out, "You're really cool magic." The mysterious blonde just smirks down at him. Now upright and still radiating that incredible power. While Lee Ho-yeol can only watch her, completely captivated. He watches her hover, a frustrated thought exploding in his head: she's just floating. What the hell? I'm trying to conserve every drop of mana, and she's just burning through it like it's nothing. The blonde, now sporting a witch hat and a mischievous grin, finally reveals, was really curious. I couldn't wait. With her hand radiating raw, crimson power, Lee Ho-yeol is completely stumped, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of her skill, a feat that defies all his prior knowledge and analysis of her combat footage. Then, with an almost taunting grin, she declares her absolute dominion over all magic, practically daring him to show off his own cool tricks. Her emerald eyes gleam with pure mischief, a knowing smile playing on her face. Stunned and slightly annoyed, he's left speechless, his face a mask of disbelief and growing frustration. Then, in a move he never saw coming, she casually reaches out, her touch sending a jolt of pure shock through him. He flinches back from her audacious move, only for her to playfully scold him, demanding he show some respect. He mentally defends his actions, convinced that a little wariness is the absolute minimum when you're about to get caught. His eyes sharpen, a steely determination now burning within them. She simply observes him, her face now alight with an even deeper, more captivating curiosity. Her green eyes are absolutely glowing with an intense, almost predatory curiosity. As the blonde magic user just watches him, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, while Lee Ho-yeol's face just goes stone cold, a flicker of pure resolve igniting deep inside him. Then, bam. A sudden, explosive burst of crimson energy just erupts around him, his eyes practically shooting fire with raw, untamed power. He just plunges downward, a blazing, crimson silhouette, leaving a scorching trail of pure power in his wake. He lands with a crushing impact, the very ground beneath him glowing an insane, vibrant red, and now he's standing there in his full paladin armor, the blonde magic user still just watching his epic transformation. As his silver hair just explodes with surging energy, a system message flashes, confirming the activation of his game-changing natural enemy skill. His gaze just sharpens, filled with an unwavering, laser-focused determination, absolutely ready to face whatever insane challenge comes next. But hold up. That sudden, massive surge of power just ripped through an ancient slumber, as a venerable vampire lord awakens, his voice dripping with ancient disdain, wondering who the heck dared to wake him up, only to find it was just the humans. Now, Lee Ho-yeol stands face to face with this newly awakened, ancient entity, both absolutely crackling with their respective power auras, ready for an epic showdown. Out of the blood-red abyss, the Ancient One's voice booms, dripping with pure contempt, labeling all of humanity as nothing but foolish, inferior beings. His raw, overwhelming power just floods the entire area, and a worried voice cuts through the tension, asking if the super cool mage is even alright. The blonde magic user stares, a question hanging in the air, while Lee Ho-yeol, in his paladin form, just stands there, radiating pure defiance. Ascura, the vampire lord, just lets out a mocking laugh at the question, his crimson eyes practically burning with dark amusement. But Lee Ho-yeol doesn't even flinch, firing back, calling the ancient monster nothing but a vulgar, vile vampire. Ascura just brushes off the insult, his gaze locked on a necklace pulsing with a blood's curse, selecting it as the ultimate offering for whatever he's planning next. He grips the glowing artifact tight, and its crimson energy just explodes. The necklace twists and morphs, transforming into a terrifying, horned demonic emblem, now hovering menacingly in the air. Red energy explodes and swirls as Ascura unleashes his exorcism ritual skill, aimed directly at anyone he labels with arrogant blood. Hisagi Kazuma's eyes ignite with a furious crimson, raw power surging around him as he prepares for the inevitable. Lee Ho-yeol clenches his hand, a chain dangling, as a faint red aura emanates from the shadowy figure below him, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The pendant at the end of the chain glows ominously. Red energy pulses, accompanied by a high-pitched hum, as the exorcism ritual skill ignites. His eyes blaze with crimson light, his expression cold as he condemns, for daring to pretend to be of aristocrat blood. The red energy intensifies, swirling around his chest, a powerful force gathering within him, as a system message flashes, confirming the epic class quest, prologue of the counterattack, hunt the vampire. Make the vampires feel the fear of being hunted. Nam Kielman watches, wide-eyed and stunned, as Lee Ho-yeol stands resolute, the glowing pendant still clutched in his hand. He's about to unleash that exorcism ritual, a risky move that could drag his enemy, body and soul, into a fight within his own mind. As a demon hunter, he knows exactly what he's saying, and he means every single word. Even facing a foe at level 430, he's got this. No sweat. Elsewhere, Count Reagan is freaking out, a crimson glow surrounding him as he worries about possession from some dirty heretic. A mysterious blonde mage sneers, her voice dripping with contempt, what a pity, human. But Lee Ho-yeol doesn't flinch. His eyes blaze crimson, and a torrent of red energy explodes from his body. Then, the ritual unleashes something terrifying. The vampire lord bursts forth in a monstrous, shadowy form, engulfed in raging dark red energy. From the heart of the storm, the Ancient One's voice thunders, utterly belittling his foe, you're still nothing more than a lonely insect. Lee Ho-yeol watches the monstrous shift, a chilling realization hitting him, Count Reagan is devouring his own subordinate's power. The monstrous vampire lord, still radiating dark energy, can feel the sheer power of his opponent, but there's a chilling confidence in his voice. He knows his foe is hundreds of levels above him, but if he can just absorb all that scattered power, the gap will become insurmountable. And just like that, a spiky, crimson energy coalesces and surges towards him, a raw, terrifying manifestation of the power he's about to devour. Count Reagan's human face, now glowing with sinister power, watches the absorption with cold, calculating eyes, his expression utterly merciless. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol is suddenly in a completely different reality, a desolate, purple-hued wasteland stretching endlessly around him, his mind absolutely reeling from the sudden, jarring shift. The barren landscape offers no familiar landmarks, just jagged rock formations under a somber, alien sky. His back to the viewer, the white-haired man stands resolute, his posture screaming a mix of surprise and absolute readiness. Turning to survey his new, terrifying surroundings, he voices the question echoing in his mind, where in the world has he been transported? His golden brown eyes narrow slightly, a silent, intense contemplation of his impossible predicament. Count Reagan unleashes a bone-chilling laugh, his eyes practically burning with dark amusement. He's checking out the aftermath, and he's like, unique trick, human, but seriously. Then, a massive surge of crimson energy explodes from his hand. And he's like, I can just obliterate this whole thing. He's totally engulfed in this insane red aura, ready to unleash pure destruction on whatever's in his way. And he screams, I'm gonna annihilate you. The destructive energy just explodes outward, culminating in a blinding, earth-shattering explosion of raw power. Before finally fading back into the shadows. Count Reagan, the vampire lord, just went full-on berserk, unleashing a crimson magic storm that ripped through everything, absolutely furious. His power was off the charts, and he was totally hyped for a real fight, expecting some epic entertainment. But then, after that insane blast, he just casually announced his enemy was toast, literally ashes. But hold up. From the absolute center of that destruction, a voice just casually dropped, asking if that's really how he looked to Ascura. Reagan still had that smug, arrogant grin plastered on his face, totally clueless about what was coming next. But then, through the fading red energy and the scorched ground, Lee Ho-yeol was just standing there, perfectly fine. That sight made the vampire lord's eyes pop out in pure shock, his cool facade just evaporated. That smug look instantly morphed into a furious snarl, as he finally processed the impossible truth right in front of him. Lee Ho-yeol just stood there, cool as a cucumber, while Reagan's mind screamed, "How are you even alive?" Clenching his own wrist, Count Reagan's voice cuts through the silence, a chilling command for his foe to pay attention. His face twisting into a snarl of pure disbelief and fury, he roars, questioning who could have possibly died after his ultimate assault. A crimson light pulses from his lips as he grapples with the impossible, a raw, questioning sound tearing from his throat. His eye, a blazing crimson inferno, nearly bursts with rage, veins popping around it as his shock transforms into pure, unadulterated fury. But below, utterly untouched and radiating calm, Lee Ho-yeol stands on the wreckage, a beacon of absolute defiance. The sheer audacity of his foe's survival ignites a fresh, uncontrollable inferno within Count Reagan, his cape whipping around him as his eyes bore down with lethal intent. Dark, crimson energy begins to churn around him. His face morphing into a monstrous snarl, fangs bared, and eyes blazing with an even more malevolent, blood-red light, his raw fury on the verge of exploding. Then, his pent-up fury detonates, a chaotic, destructive burst of dark power tearing through reality. A cataclysmic burst of rage explodes, ripping through reality with raw, destructive power. The chaotic energy surges, painting the world in an ominous, blood-red glow. A hand clenches, the blonde mage's power reaching an insane, uncontrollable peak. She unleashes a torrent of dark, swirling magic, her entire being consumed by destructive energy. But Lee Ho-yeol just brushes it off, refusing to believe this insane display is even real. The blonde mage, now a furious, glowing storm of power, can't even process what's happening, her own magic going absolutely wild. The very ground shatters under the insane pressure of her escalating fury, as her rage hits critical mass. Yet, completely unfazed, Lee Ho-yeol calmly calls out to her, a faint glow emanating from his hand. His voice cuts through the pandemonium, pointing out the sheer terror plastered across Count Reagan's face, utterly crushed by the blonde mage's unleashed power. Ascura's raw, uncontrolled magic explodes, manifesting as a monstrous, shadowy entity that screams with pure rage. "Silence, you insect!" Absolutely shredding the environment with devastating, unbridled power. Then, just as suddenly, the chaotic purple and red energies fade, revealing a landscape of utter, absolute destruction. Yet, Lee Ho-yeol stands perfectly calm amidst the rubble, the blonde magic user beside him, staring down at the sheer devastation she just unleashed. Count Reagan, witnessing that raw, terrifying power, can only gasp in sheer terror. Whoa! Barely processing what just happened. Lee Ho-yeol, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, calmly surveys the scene. The entire top part of the castle is gone. Reagan, still trembling, confesses he nearly died. Meanwhile, Ascura, now regaining her composure, demands to know if he had predicted the patrol and their inevitable clash. "I almost died." "Whoa. You predicted that the patrol and you would begin your fight?" With a chillingly knowing look, he fires back, asking if Reagan is just relieved it wasn't worse, or utterly amazed, because even he barely had time to react to that sudden, overwhelming power. The exorcism ritual skill just went live, and a terrifying red energy explodes with a sickening crunch. The vampire lord, caught off guard by the sudden power surge, can only shout, "What is it this time?" But here's the kicker, this ritual's power can be totally cranked up if you throw in an offering. Out of the swirling red chaos, a ghostly hand claws its way out, screaming, "Gee, get away from me." The vampire lord, now absolutely furious, snarls, "Get away from me right this instant." He might look like he's got the upper hand right now, but his defenses and magic power are getting absolutely hammered. The demonic entity finally bursts forth, a monstrous, enraged form, screaming, "You awe! Don't come near me!" Its roar rips through the air, a pure, unadulterated whack of rage. But here's the shocker, through all that chaos, Granfell was completely unfazed by this demon. As the ritual intensifies, Hisagi Kazuma can't believe it's not working, while the unnamed blonde magic user demands to know what's happening to the vampire lord. But the demonic entity is reeling, declaring the scene an unbearable sight. The unnamed blonde magic user, seeing the vampire lord's agony, shouts, "What did you do to him?" The vampire lord is shaking uncontrollably, his mind screaming in terror as he tries to fight back against the demonic entity. He can't believe it, how could a human be doing this to him? Then, a system alert flashes, vampire Count Ascura is now inflicted with fear. The demonic entity, a skeletal nightmare with burning red eyes, fully appears, its sheer terror overwhelming everything. This fear status abnormality is no joke, it's the kind of terrifying power demons usually unleash on humans. But amidst all the terror, a triumphant system message pops up for Lee Ho-yeol, quest complete. A guttural sound rips from him, the sheer intensity of the moment almost too much to bear. With the vampire lord still writhing, Hisagi Kazuma is ready to end this, and the blonde magic user instantly pegs the terrifying effect as pure, unadulterated fear. The vampire lord is still freaking out, and someone in the crowd is totally losing it, demanding to know who's pulling off this insane move. Lee Ho-yeol, totally caught off guard by the question, is already thinking about leveling up, offering big bucks if this new magic can be taught. But that playful look vanishes as he grips a knife, ready to deliver the final, brutal blow. Suddenly, a violent burst of red and orange energy explodes from the earth around the defeated vampire lord. His eyes locked on target, he's all business, pure focus. Blood explodes, staining his crisp white collar, a brutal trophy of his lightning-fast strike. The vampire lord's reign is over, as a gleaming white stake ends him for good. The vampire lord is skewered, but a voice screams in disbelief, it didn't even scratch him. The vampire lord writhes, and Hisagi Kazuma yells, "Huh! Get him off!" He can only watch, muttering, "I wish I could. But you're so big and overpowering." The blonde magic user stares, her face a mask of shock. Turning to Hisagi Kazuma, she demands, "But you can do it on your own, so why?" The stake holds fast, a brutal trophy of the paladin strike. A guttural "kook" rips from the vampire lord's throat, his face contorted in pure torment. Lee Ho-yeol, radiating a soft blue glow, clenches his jaw, confessing, "I want to, but my levels are too low." Hisagi Kazuma explodes in frustration, shouting, "You must be strong if you're here. So catch on, damn it. Just kill him." The unnamed blonde magic user can only watch, a sharp gasp tearing from her throat. As a surge of purple energy explodes, she cries out, "Sorry. I was the one who told you to teach me." Her mind races, a desperate, burning hope igniting within her, "You're going to tell me to become stronger, and I'll be able to learn the new magic of Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo." Meanwhile, Nam Keelman pushes Lee Ho-yeol, his voice sharp with urgency, "Fight the vampire." But before he can even move, a colossal, purple-pink energy blast explodes with a thunderous roar, engulfing the entire area in its devastating power. The raw magic swirls into a terrifying vortex, radiating immense, crushing pressure. Both Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Keelman are violently thrown back, their faces contorted in pure disbelief and shock. As Nam Keelman shouts, "What the hell was that?" The moment that colossal energy blast detonated, the system went wild, confirming Count Ascura's total annihilation and instantly divvying up all the sweet, sweet loot. And just like that, a flood of notifications exploded, confirming a barrage of level-ups for the victor. The level-up frenzy just kept coming, each chime a testament to the sheer, overwhelming power unleashed. That monstrous purple-pink energy blast wasn't done yet, it absolutely rocked its targets, launching them through the air like ragdolls as raw magic ripped through the atmosphere. Watching from afar, the unnamed blonde magic user's jaw practically hit the floor, completely blown away by the sheer, devastating power she just witnessed. She couldn't help but voice her disbelief, muttering about how even a weakened Count Ascura got absolutely wrecked by just one attack. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Keelman were barely holding it together, both looking completely shell-shocked and clearly injured after getting hit by that insane blast. The unnamed blonde magic user was still reeling, trying to wrap her head around it, wondering if that was really just a high-ranking player's power or something far more sinister. And even after all that, the ground where it hit was still smoking, dark energy still curling up from the scorched earth, proving just how utterly devastating that attack truly was. Her green eyes snap wide open, blazing with an otherworldly glow. A hand flies to her lips, a silent gasp of pure shock escaping her. She gasps, a soft "ah" escaping her, as she stares at the two fallen figures, one of them looking up in utter disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you do that?" he shouts, just as a new system message starts to pop up. Lee Ho-yeol stands, eyes locked on the massive, glowing blue system window, revealing a mirrored class quest brewing and the epic news that the prologue has ended and the beacon of fire has been raised. The system blinks, confirming that class quest prologue of counterattack is cleared, and a brand new class quest is being handed out. The message keeps going, calling him the dear last remaining demon hunter, and commanding him to brighten the world veiled in evil, making him gasp, "This is Jesse," a voice screams, full of pure urgency. Suddenly, a crimson aura explodes around Lee Ho-yeol as he spins around, his intense gaze locking onto the blonde magic user. A crimson shockwave tears through reality, and a panicked voice screams, "All our status windows are gone. Was that you just now? The world is in chaos." Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, Nam Keelman and his crew are reeling, their faces etched with disbelief as the very fabric of their reality seems to unravel. But the true terror unfolds as a menacing armored figure, bathed in the same ominous red glow, roars, "Did you defeat Count Oscura?" The stakes just got impossibly high. Meanwhile, the blonde magic user, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear, can only stammer, That's. As she tries to process the sheer power radiating from him. He finally turns, standing tall on a pulsating red platform, his entire being now a conduit of raw, crimson power. Across the globe, Hisagi Kazuma's eyes snap open, a single, shocked, echoing his utter bewilderment at the seismic changes unfolding. Nam Keelman, his armor already bloodied, clutches his chest, a chilling thought forming, that man. The consequences are already dire. The blonde magic user stares, a whirlwind of emotions in her eyes, as he holds her gaze, his face a mask of intense power, the red aura practically screaming around him. His suit, now a canvas for the golden emblem on his chest, stands in stark, almost defiant contrast to the overwhelming, untamed power now surging from his very core. He confesses that manners aren't exactly his strong suit. But vows to give it his all. Elsewhere, a startling, urgent shout rips through the silence, screaming out Jesse Hymas. The blonde magic user, glass in hand, can't help but wonder if it's too forward to ask for his name. A shiver runs down Lee Ho Yeol's spine, a quiet ripple of unease washing over him. Across the land, Hisagi Kazuma snaps his head up, gasping, his expression a raw mix of shock and pure dread. Perched high above, Lee Ho Yeol and the blonde magic user survey the vast expanse beneath them. And she observes that despite his rough edges, he shows a remarkable eagerness to adapt and grow. From their commanding height, they watch as figures like Nam Keelman stare up at them, their eyes locked on the pair standing high above the world. He drops a bombshell, announcing he'll reveal his name to her as the ultimate reward. His eyes, now blazing with an intense red glow, are locked on his target, radiating pure determination. And the name, now revealed, is none other than Lee Ho Yeol. Lee Ho Yeol is absolutely radiating power, his eyes burning with an electric blue glow as he lets out a guttural roar. But elsewhere, in a completely different world, the mundane rhythm of city life plays out in a massive apartment building. Inside, a pot of stew is going absolutely wild on the stove, its delicious aroma filling the air as someone gives it a quick stir. This calm scene is a world away from the recent terror, when a monstrous statue charged a man, only to explode into fragments before a terrified mom could even blink. Right now, the woman is still on the phone, trying to play it cool and tell her caller she's totally fine, even though she's clearly swamped with her kid. Her little girl, clutching her favorite toy, suddenly looks up with huge, shocked eyes, a tiny gasp escaping her lips. Some time passed, and when the reporters finally showed up at Count Oscura's place, all they found was a pile of dust where he used to be. Back at the apartment, the kid is yelling for her mom, who's still glued to her phone and just gives a confused, huh. The mom scoops up her daughter, her eyes darting to the floor as she suddenly realizes, there's a huge oil spill. Arung, totally hyped, points at the TV, shouting that her uncle is on. Her mom, a woman with wavy brown hair, looks totally confused, muttering, "Why is he on TV?" Arung keeps pointing, and her mom just stares at the screen. And there he is. The broadcast cuts to none other than Lee Ho Yeol, his name flashing across the screen. He looks sharp and serious, rocking that suit. The mom's eyes practically pop out, while Arung is just vibrating with excitement. Then, out of nowhere, a weird, echoing sound hits. Like it's coming from a building right next door. And a man in a cap and gloves totally hears it, gasping in pure shock. That strange, echoing sound just keeps on going, piercing through everything. Then, out of nowhere, a smartphone screen flashes to life, screaming "Nuna-no." 2 Foot is calling. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the thought blazing through his mind, finally. What took so long? He can't help but think about the sheer absurdity. After taking down Oscura, the only thing the media could focus on was his face plastered everywhere. Lee Ho Yeol, rocking a cap and glasses to stay incognito, clutches his blaring phone, internally raging about the media's obsession with some mysterious blonde magic user, and how only a handful of people actually got the real story. The phone buzzes again, a relentless thrum against his palm. He checks the screen, only to find a relentless barrage of missed calls from every single one of his older sisters. Before he can even process it, the screen shifts, now "Nuna-no." 1 Foot is calling. A quick mental flash confirms his inescapable fate, he's got 3 older sisters, and they're all calling. He's been dodging calls, but the truth hits, those 3 furious figures hovering over him. Yeah, those are his older sisters, and they've been inseparable since, basically, forever. But everyone else? They're either trying to get a piece of him or telling him to drop dead, a total nightmare compared to his sisters, intense devotion. A terrifying cackle rings in his ears as a ghostly pink hand clamps onto his head, and he's seriously questioning if he can handle the absolute madness about to explode. Then, a.m. A massive pounding rocks his door, and a scream rips through the air, calling out Lee Ho Yeol's name. He's absolutely terrified inside, gripping a knife, as a glowing blue figure phases right through the door, its sheer power practically screaming. The door keeps getting hammered, with a furious voice yelling that they know he's in there and he better open up. Completely defeated, he just stands by the door, blindfolded, ready for whatever his sisters are about to unleash. The door keeps getting pounded, with the voice outside demanding to know why he's not opening up and threatening him to do it while they're still being nice. Sweat pours down his face as that ghostly pink hand clamps onto his head again, his expression a perfect blend of pure terror and total surrender. A piercing creak rips through the air. As three formidable women, Lee Yunhai, Lee Jiyeon, and Lee Yurim, alongside a small child, confront someone behind a door. Inside, Lee Ho-yeol, visibly fed up, snaps back, warning them about the ruckus they're causing. Unfazed, the sisters and the child hold their ground, prompting a determined look from him, as he finally commands his sisters to calm down. His declaration stuns them into silence, with the child, Arana, recognizing him as her uncle. Yunhai's face contorts in pure shock. The city hums with energy. And the news is absolutely exploding. Yes, on to the next news, shouts the anchor, ready to drop the next bombshell. The buzz? It's all about the player who just popped up out of nowhere, leaving everyone scratching their heads. New star player, the screen screams, flashing his name. I am Lee Ho-yeol, he declared, and now he's making waves with Jesse Maness. And get this, he blew off all the interviews, just saying his name and bailing. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling, remote in hand, watching his own legend grow. His rise isn't just shocking the world, it's also catching the eye of some seriously dangerous players, like the legendary Berserker King. And across town, the Berserker Guild's guildmaster, Hisagi Kazuma, is absolutely floored by the news, his jaw practically on the floor. But back in his hideout, a soothing voice cuts through the noise. Hyung, here, it's hot cocoa, as a steaming mug appears. Taemin, the blonde hunter, cuts straight to the chase, asking about Ho-yeol and if he's still holding a grudge. But Jin, the fiery guildmaster, just smirks, confident that Ho-yeol will inevitably come over to their side. But Taemin isn't buying it, demanding to know why Jin seems so down. Jin just grins, declaring they've got the leverage and the perfect reason to bring him in. Still not convinced, Taemin pushes for the real reason. Jin drops the bomb, it's all about the insane loot they snagged from the Count family's territory, and they owe it all to Ho-yeol. A sharp-looking subordinate with glasses nods, confirming that this time, they've got something big to offer him. But Jin, taking a sip from his cup, brushes off the talk of mere loot, his gaze intense as he declares his true, serious intentions. He doubles down, asserting that even if they can't get Ho-yeol to join their guild, he's determined to leave an unforgettable mark on him. With a fierce glint in his eye, Jin is ready to unleash his strategy to make that impression count. A frantic voice demands they give him everything, right now. As a visibly stressed man in glasses snaps back, clearly overwhelmed. He shouts, exasperated, I told you to stop breaking everything. Nam Kielman, phone clutched tight, surveys the wreckage of his living room, a distraught Arung sitting amidst the chaos. His phone blares, vibrating intensely on the table. As he finally reaches for the insistent device, a faint whisper of Uncle Hoyeol, barely audible. But far from the chaos, Lee Ho-yeol is all smiles, holding a joyful Arung close, a picture of domestic bliss. A woman observes the heartwarming scene, her face lighting up with pure astonishment and delight. It's Lee Yunhai, the family's third-ranked first sister, utterly mesmerized by the vibrant display of affection. Yunhai just bursts out laughing, totally roasting him. You're like a K-pop star. Have you all been having this much fun? Lee Jiyeon, the fourth granddaughter, is totally in on the joke. She just stops for a second, like, wait a minute. Then Lee Yurim, the fifth granddaughter, totally calls him out. What's with your tone? But Ho-yeol. He's just chilling with the kids, Arung and another little one, who's all like, Uncle Honey, what tea do you want? So wholesome. His sister's still at it, teasing him about how gentle he's become, like he's got some ulterior motive. Then she drops the bomb, so, you're a player now. Got synchronized with your system or whatever. But before he can even think of answering, the kids are already screaming, Uncle. Show us Pololo. His sister just dramatically sighs, well, there go the good old days, while Ho-yeol just stands there, probably regretting everything. Lee Ho-yeol, still glowing with that mysterious blue energy, is clearly deep in thought, a crucial question hanging in the air. The little girl stares up at him, totally confused and worried by his sudden silence. But then, his face twists in pure rage. He's remembering some self-proclaimed king, a total slaver, and the name, Grandfell, just explodes from his memory. A massive burst of blue energy erupts from him as he absolutely loses it, demanding to know why everyone's here to wake him up. Just as quickly, the fury drains, replaced by a frustrated groan. He's realizing how ridiculous his own thoughts are, calling these memories demons, while Arung lets out a tiny, scared whimper. He just stands there, arms crossed, that blue aura still pulsing, a clear sign of the chaos inside him. Suddenly, Lee Yunhai's voice cuts through the tension, snapping him back to reality. She, Lee Ji-yeon, and Lee Yurim are all watching him, their faces etched with concern, Yunhai directly asking if he's actually safe. He finally looks down at Arung and the other kid, both just sitting there, his expression completely unreadable. What's he thinking? Someone's absolutely shocked, like, seriously. Players get hurt all the time, but this is next level. With his eyes practically glowing blue, Nam Kyeolman lays it all out, telling him just how much they freaked out over his calls, over him. Blonde-haired Ho Yeol, taking it all in, just nods, saying they'd probably spill the beans to mom and dad no matter what. He quickly clarifies that his parents are still in the dark because they were out, but man, if they found out, they'd be absolutely floored. He brings a hand to his face, asking if he's still trustworthy, then insists they keep that day's events a secret, finally mumbling an apology for the stress. But then, he snaps back, insisting he's totally fine, proclaiming himself, Demon Hunter Grandfell Claudie Arpius Romeo, absolutely perfect for this insane gig. A confident smirk plays on his face, as Ho Yeol just radiates pure, unadulterated self-belief. But back with his family, Yunhai, Ji-yeon, and Yurim are still totally stressed, even as Yunhai tries to calm them down, saying he's fine, really. But then, a chilling thought flashes through Ho Yeol's head, a terrifying question, should I just end it all? A brutal twist after all that bravado. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, a quiet moment unfolds. 3 teacups, a symbol of their gathering, sit ready, a soft clink breaking the silence. His family, ever supportive, expresses their gratitude for the tea, preparing to leave but not without a final word. Surrounded by his sisters and the young child, one of them implores him to take care. They promise a swift return, urging him to reach out if trouble strikes, emphasizing their unbreakable family ties. Yunhai's gaze is filled with an undeniable worry, her concern palpable. A quiet gasp escapes him, a subtle reaction to their heartfelt words. With a stern yet caring demeanor, he instructs them to be prudent with their finances, yet never to neglect their own needs. Yet, his own thoughts betray a stark reality, a crushing realization that he alone is left with nothing in his own savings. A moment of silence, then a ripple of pure energy. And then, absolute, jaw-dropping shock explodes across his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. A single, powerful word echoes in his mind, right. The heavens open, unleashing a torrent of gold, the rupture clear reward is here. This isn't just any loot, it's the ultimate main reward for conquering the Arcana dimension, a shimmering bounty. He's practically swimming in a sea of glittering coins, an endless shower of wealth. Back in the real world, the weight of his past financial struggles hits him, Lee Ho Yeol realizing this is precisely why he had to be the one to pay out of pocket. He'd always dreamed of this, always wondered what it would be like to be multi-billionaire, his phone screen flashing with a mind-boggling 10 billion won. Beneath an epic, cloud-streaked sky. The colossal Shining Guild Korean branch absolutely dominates the skyline, a true powerhouse of influence. But inside, a fiery red-haired woman lets out an exasperated sigh, desperately calling out for Jessie. She's practically clinging to the blonde-haired woman, her voice dripping with urgency as she demands answers, insisting she must know something. Camilla, the red-haired powerhouse, keeps up the relentless interrogation about Lee Ho Yeol, her eyes burning with an unyielding quest for truth. But Jessie just shakes her head, her denial absolutely rock-solid. With a total brush-off, she's back to her device, telling Camilla to just chill with some meme videos. Camilla, totally left hanging, mutters her own name in a moment of pure frustration or sudden insight, her face a wild mix of annoyance and deep thought. Elsewhere, in a totally different, glowing dimension, a pink-haired woman snaps up, absolutely fuming, demanding to be left alone right now. With an intense gaze and glowing purple eyes, a mysterious woman asserts her absolute focus, ready to dive deep into whatever lies ahead. Elsewhere, the fiery red-haired Camilla is seated, listening intently as Jessie, the blonde hunter, tries to back out, claiming the cold might be too much to handle. Camilla scoffs, finding the excuse pathetic, and internally fumes, questioning why Jessie is so obsessed with her every move and social grace. Suddenly, Jessie's eyes widen in shock as she stares at her tablet. A critical notification pops up on a screen, announcing a massive settlement deposit for none other than Lee Ho Yeol. Meanwhile, a black-haired man is absolutely losing it, clutching his face and letting out a desperate cry. And then, the man himself, Lee Ho Yeol, impeccably dressed, locks onto his smartphone. His jaw drops as the screen flashes an insane 110 billion won in his account, leaving him utterly speechless at the mind-boggling amount. 110 billion won. The number screams in his head. As Lee Ho Yeol's eyes blaze with an otherworldly glow, his face flushing crimson from the sheer shock of it all. Jesse, ever the opportunist, can't help but fantasize about that kind of cash, wondering just how stacked this diamond guy really is. But Lee Ho-yeol just scoffs, pathetic. And Jesse? He's not having it. Shut up, aristocrat. Behold, the Vampire Count's orb, a unique rank cursed item, just sitting there. He remembered his old self, thinking, ugh, this cursed item is total garbage. Nobody thinks you can break the seal, so it's worthless. But then, a wild, ecstatic grin broke out as he thought, wait, a Demon King's orb can be an offering for a summoning ritual? This trash is perfect for a trash-ass job. Woohoo! Now, his hand clutched a glowing necklace, a relic of that moment, but he knew he wasn't the same person anymore. This was it, the necklace, now housing the Demon King's orb, the exact offering he used against Count Oscura, an item he totally thought would just disappear after he used it. He's locked onto the holographic display, a jolt of realization hitting him, as the system confirms that Necklace of Noble Promise is still very much real. He thought it was gone, but no. This rare, powerful necklace, forged from a lover's longing and now free of its curse, is right there, its intermediate protection effect ready to be unleashed. After all the purification, he's now holding the Demon King's Orb necklace, a brand new item that's worth a mind-blowing 100 billion won. The number alone is enough to make anyone's jaw drop, a colossal 100 billion. Later, the sheer implications of that orb and his past choices are hitting him hard, leaving him wide awake and totally wired. Sleep. Forget about it. His mind is going a million miles an hour. Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely reeling from his newfound fortune, a staggering 100 billion won. His mind races, torn between stashing it away, gearing up with powerful items, or just chilling out, but the fear of getting scammed is a major buzzkill. This insane amount of cash has him totally wired, his brain on overdrive, trying to figure out what to even tackle first. Forget sleep, even though he knows he needs it, because this insane drive to push forward, to dive headfirst into the unknown, is keeping him wide awake. He checks his phone, thinking about snagging some sweet new gear, but quickly decides it's a total waste for his current level. His phone flashes his hunter stats, showing off a fresh level up to 134 after he absolutely crushed an Azura, talk about rapid growth. He scrolls through his inventory, checking out all the items and their mana caps, which just confirms his gut feeling that dropping big money on high-tier gear right now would be a total rookie move. Suddenly, an off-screen voice snaps at him to ditch the phone and catch some Z's, freaking out about his eyes and the relentless grind Hunter's face to power up, especially with the kids in mind. But he's still totally obsessed with the Demon King's orb's insane value, muttering a quick, yeah, his brain still blown away by the fact that he's a millionaire, a billionaire. Meanwhile, the city outside just keeps on humming, totally unaware of the sleepless night of a guy whose life just got flipped upside down forever. Behold the imposing headquarters of the AAU Korean department, a beacon in the urban sprawl. But within its walls, a heated debate rages, filled with the reverberations of incredible power. Lee Ho-yeol, looking utterly drained, faces off against a stern, older man in a pristine suit. The older man vehemently insists, gesturing wildly, that the sheer power needed to conjure such a column could only be the work of true alchemy. His frustration mounts as he presses his point. He flat out rejects any other theory, roaring that no one, absolutely no one, has the mana reserves for such a monumental feat. With unwavering certainty, the man doubles down, stressing the astronomical mana cost involved. He throws down the gauntlet, daring anyone to refute his eyewitness account, his voice booming with conviction. The grueling debate finally concludes, leaving both men utterly spent, with Lee Ho-yeol barely able to voice his extreme fatigue. Lee Ho-yeol is still totally wiped out from the last debate, and he's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. He lets out a massive sigh, his brain is fried from all the recent chaos, and he's not even sure he can talk about Hui right now. But Nam Keelman is totally locked onto his screen, ranting about how nobody in Arcadia knows Lee Ho-yeol, it's driving him nuts, alias or not, and Lee Ho-yeol just lets out another exhausted grunt. Suddenly, Keelman has a realization, it's Thursday. He's totally sure a new update drops every Thursday, and with a shout of triumph, he sees it pop up. Their eyes go wide, totally shocked and hyped, as the screen lights up with. This is Update. The message keeps going, dropping the bomb, yo, it's Arcana. We're hitting you with a brand new region. Get ready for the Yusra Archipelago. Then, a stunning shot of a cloud-filled sky flashes, teasing the epic, untouched beauty of the new archipelago, a whole new adventure just dropped. A place no one had ever managed to uncover. But the legend spoke of unparalleled treasures and life within its hidden depths. A treasure trove now finally bursting into reality as the Yusra Archipelago. As the latest Arcana update dropped, Nam Keelman, with a serious gaze, declared. And it wasn't just the Yusra Archipelago, the Arcana Society of Mages was also making a grand return. A revelation that left Lee Ho-yeol utterly spent, groaning. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation, watching closely as Arcana's new systems were fine-tuned following its leap into the real world. And on a live stream, the question everyone was asking hit Jessie directly. A formal card flashes, its text screaming that a new, high-tier member just dropped into the Academic Society of Mages, and get this, she's not taking any questions. Lee Ho-yeol, mid-workout, flips out, hearing this new member was literally fourth in royalty. And people were complaining about her manners. Seriously? He crushes his 500th pull-up, still thinking about the Academic Society of Mages, but someone's already yelling, is that your priority right now? His feet hit the ground with a soft thud. Nam Keelman, ever the pragmatist, drops a classic line, the Mage's Tower is all about magic, not your basic skills. He straightens his tie, a silent acknowledgement of the new challenge. Then, it hits him like a truck, the forgotten lore of the Academic Society from back when Arcana was just a game. Nam Keelman, ever the opportunist, chimes in, look, I don't know squat about this Academic Society, but it's gotta be useful, right? Lee Ho-yeol, now sporting a flashy pink glove, locks in with a fierce gaze, totally ready to dominate whatever challenge awaits. Lee Ho-yeol is locked in, sketching with intense focus, but his mind is already racing, planning his exit the second he wraps up his current work. He can't help but wonder if everyone else would just bail instantly, yet his own calculated, too productive, method feels like the real power move. But far away, the legendary Mage's Tower is going absolutely wild, pulsing with raw power. Its ancient spires are practically blinding, and a massive buzz is already building up around it. A massive crowd is already swarming, eyes glued to the incredible Mage's Tower, and right there in the thick of it are Lee Ho-yeol, the blonde hunter, and the purple-eyed mage, totally captivated by the unfolding magic. The tower just keeps pumping out that insane, ethereal glow, its pure magical energy pulling everyone into its orbit. The crowd's buzz is turning into a roar, a massive wave of anticipation as the tower's power goes next level, and Lee Ho-yeol and the purple-eyed mage are right there, soaking it all in. But in the heart of the crowd, a stunning, regal blonde woman, decked out in pure elegance, is practically vibrating with excitement, her heart pounding as she stares at the tower, like this is the moment she's been waiting for her entire life. A triumphant smile spreads across her face as she practically shouts, the Academic Society is finally happening again. She gazes upon the Mage's Tower, a nexus of groundbreaking research, where even the legendary head mage, Muriel Onim, is rumored to be at the forefront of their latest, urgent projects. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol, the blonde-haired hunter, and another companion charge headlong towards the towering structure. Only for Lee Ho-yeol to slam into an unseen magical barrier, violently recoiling as crimson energy explodes around him. The purple-eyed woman watches the chaos unfold, a calculating look in her eyes. Shit. That hurt. What the hell, he cries out in pain, as two nearby figures erupt into uproarious, mocking laughter. One, a man in glasses, jeers, you really want to go to Yusra, huh? Ha ha ha. The purple-eyed woman, enveloped in a soft pink glow, observes their continued taunts, you really ran into the wall. I see. Ah, ha ha ha, you're so goofy, ha ha ha. The blonde-haired hunter quickly moves to help Lee Ho-yeol, pulling him back to his feet. You shouldn't call people brats, Leo, Jessie Haynes snaps, a sharp edge to her tone. This isn't just any wall, it's an illusion magic spell, a high-level barrier conjured by the Tower Master himself for this crucial meeting. With a surge of raw power, Jessie Haynes ignites, a brilliant purple aura erupting around her as she prepares to shatter expectations. She knows the challenge, admitting it's a brutal spell, practically impossible to breach without a formal invitation. The blonde-haired hunter, Jessie, watches, his gaze locked on the unfolding spectacle. A stunned cry rips from him as Jessie Haynes, wreathed in crackling purple energy. You're right. It's actually hard even for advanced mages of the Mage's Tower. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, she declares, then dismisses the apology, you don't need to apologize to me. Jessie, the blonde-haired hunter, is absolutely floored, barely able to process that Jessie Haynes just bypassed the wall, the two Mage's Tower guards equally dumbfounded beside him. The Academic Society guide, all business, declares her mission, escorting every VIP straight to the Crystal Hall. Jessie Haynes, the purple-eyed mage, just watches, pointing out that the guide is literally the last one here. But the guide just brushes it off, insisting everyone else is already in, so she's heading in too. A flicker of thought crosses her expression. Then she tentatively asks if they could just chill for a second. A quick, sorry, slips out. A powerful hunch hitting her. A gut feeling that someone else is about to crash the party. And just like that, Lee Ho-yeol bursts onto the scene, radiating a powerful blue aura, making an entrance that screams main character. Still radiating an intense blue energy, he makes his dramatic entrance into the massive hall, where the awe-inspiring Crystal Hall dominates the space. His eyes lock onto the colossal structure, the legendary Mage's Tower itself. He can't help but think about how often he finds himself in this very spot, a silent frustration building over the overwhelming number of people. As he cuts through the masses, a hushed voice from the crowd acknowledges his presence, simply passing by. Another fan whispers about the old legends, his genius, and the baffling rumors of his mana control holding him back from A rank. Until the shocking truth hits them all at once. It's Lee Ho-yeol. And the entire crowd explodes with recognition and disbelief. The moment the crowd realizes, a shockwave of recognition rips through the mage's tower. Whispers explode into shouts, the name Lee Ho-yeol tearing through the air, everyone desperate to know where he is. Then, the truth hits them like a truck, it's him. The legendary Lee Ho-yeol is here, his very presence radiating a subtle, powerful glow. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, as Lee Ho-yeol processes the instant recognition, remembering his viral moment on the news. The crowd absolutely swarms him, bombarding him with questions about the mage tower and desperate demands for his signature. Meanwhile, Nam Keelman can only stare in utter shock, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as the reality of Lee Ho-yeol's identity slams into him. The noise level skyrockets, a deafening roar of Hoyeolnim erupting from the adoring masses. A hand bursts from the crowd, its owner screaming their undying devotion. Nam Keelman, utterly fed up, can only gape as a fan tries to bargain for a photo, promising to vanish if they just get one shot. The crowd was absolutely wild, and Nam Keelman was fighting for his life, screaming as he tried to yank a bag free. Lee Ho-yeol was fuming, his face a mask of pure irritation, thinking about all the cash he dropped on the stuff in that bag, his hard-earned money just getting trashed. Suddenly, a dark, furious aura exploded around him as he roared, telling everyone to get lost. The sheer intensity of his outburst made the guy pulling the bag flinch back, totally shocked, even as Lee Ho-yeol admitted to himself that he might have been a bit too harsh, but seriously, this crowd was next level. Thinking fast, he instantly ripped open a dark, swirling portal right under him, planning a quick exit to ditch the insane crowd, figuring if he just vanished, they'd finally leave him alone. Nam Keelman just stood there, a guttural groan of pure frustration tearing from his throat, as the madness just kept going. A random guy in the crowd was absolutely floored, jaw practically on the ground, because he'd heard legends of people getting told off like that, but never thought he'd actually witness it, totally blown away. But the portal? Total bust. Instead of running, the crowd went even crazier, literally begging him to take them with him, leaving Lee Ho-yeol completely defeated as his escape plan backfired spectacularly. His escape attempt just made him an even bigger legend, with the screaming fans chanting his name like a mantra, hoisting him up like a god in a wild, unstoppable wave of pure hype. Still absolutely swarmed by his fans, Lee Ho-yeol is beyond frustrated, realizing he has to break free from this madness. A sudden burst of raw power erupts, as he tries to portal his way out. Both he and Nam Keelman are locked in, watching with intense focus, their faces grim as the situation takes an unexpected turn. Suddenly, a shimmering, almost invisible barrier pops up, a wall that just won't let him pass. He reaches out, feeling its strange energy, and instantly knows this isn't just any wall, it's something totally different. Pure frustration twists his face as he realizes his portal trick is useless here, while the crowd just keeps screaming his name, totally unaware of his magical meltdown. He stares down, utterly baffled by this weird wall, as his fans' shouts get even louder, practically demanding to know where he's going. More raw magic sparks and crackles, a clear sign his escape plan just went sideways. Meanwhile, the mysterious purple-eyed mage is watching, her glowing eyes practically popping out of her head in pure shock at the magical chaos. A mysterious hand, glinting with a ring, cuts through the air, long pink locks flowing around it. Then, a lightning-fast move. The purple-eyed woman yanks Lee Ho-yeol away, a gasp of understanding escaping her lips. I knew it. That's some seriously impressive illusion magic. Silver hair flying, Lee Ho-yeol's face twists into a snarl of pure frustration and fierce resolve. Lee Ho-yeol is making his way up a massive, luxurious staircase, with a pink-haired woman right on his heels. But as she's watching him, she's clearly wondering, who is this guy? He must feel her staring, because his mind is already on the fact that all the VIPs should totally be here by now. But the pink-haired woman is still on her own mission, totally bummed that the person she's searching for isn't on the invite list. Spotting her obvious distress, Lee Ho-yeol turns to her, casually asking if something's up. Totally caught off guard by his question, her face goes bright red as she quickly shouts that everything is absolutely fine. Despite her denial, the pink-haired woman's mind was racing, consumed by thoughts of the meeting. Lee Ho-yeol, ever the sharp observer, cut straight to the chase, demanding, "You wanted to attend the meeting, right? But you don't have an invitation." Her eyes flared with a desperate purple light as she internally shrieked, "Impossible. The illusion magic master's meeting. Even an advanced mage couldn't see through it without an invitation, so how could this be happening?" Lee Ho-yeol's intense gaze bore down on her, leaving her utterly speechless. He pressed her again, his face a mask of calm, asking, "So, I can't attend without an invitation?" Her face burned crimson with panic, her denial a desperate squeak. No. It's not that. She quickly clarified, her voice tight with tension, anyone who can see through the illusion magic can attend, even without an invitation. Lee Ho-yeol's stare was unwavering as she stammered, except, you're the only one who's ever done that. I was just so curious about you. Her mind reeling from his power, she finally introduced herself, my name is Jessie Haynes. I'm a mage from the Mage Tower. Jessie Haynes watches on as Lee Ho-yeol, ever the pragmatist, admits the theory makes sense, but the raw mana itself remains a mystery to him. Then, with a dramatic flourish, a voice booms, and massive doors swing wide, unveiling a breathtaking sight. With a determined gaze, Lee Ho-yeol prepares himself for the unknown, his focus unwavering. An explosion of light and pure magic erupts, transforming the space into a spectacle of raw, untamed power. They stride through the shimmering expanse, Lee Ho-yeol and Jessie Haynes immersed in a corridor forged from pure, glowing crystal. The sheer magical energy hits her like a wave, Jessie Haynes can only stare in stunned awe, surrounded by a whirlwind of sparkling magic. Then, a booming voice or system alert declares, the name of this incredible place. Lee Ho-yeol and Nam Keelman are absolutely floored, their expressions screaming pure, unadulterated amazement at the spectacle. Jessie Haynes, now beaming with curiosity, is already buzzing with questions, her mage brain firing on all cylinders. She's absolutely bathed in golden light, purple eyes blazing with raw power, hand reaching up as if to grasp the very essence of the shimmering magic around her. But then, everything changed. Arcana ripped into reality, unleashing pure chaos. And get this, NPCs from the games. They're here too, eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly fire. But one man stands above them all, the youngest heir of the Arpello family, the future successor of the Mage Tower, wielding unimaginable influence. He's pouring everything he's got into restoring order, using his insane knowledge to forge a revolutionary new magic system, leading the entire academic society. This is it. The dawn of a brand new era. She's totally checked out, finding the whole thing boring, which immediately triggers a furious response from the speaker, who can't believe her nerve. With her glowing purple eyes practically shut, she doubles down, declaring it all boring and making her sleepy. She just doesn't get any of it, writing off the speaker's points as just as boring. But for the black-haired mage, magic is just a tool, and he's totally baffled by all the academic jargon about inspection and research. He then lectures the crowd, hyping up the honor of attending this noble knowledge discussion, but secretly, he'd ditch it in a second if it wasn't for his quest. He keeps going. Building to a big, therefore. Only to be hit with a flat, unimpressed board. From the blonde witch. The tower's sudden, inexplicable arrival in the world of explorers sparked countless theories. But to unravel its mysteries and survive in this new reality, they absolutely had to work together. Yet, the black-haired mage couldn't wrap his head around it, demanding to know how this impossible anomaly defied all natural laws. He pressed on, admitting that their magic might seem utterly alien to this world's inhabitants. Just as they themselves grappled with the magic of this new, bizarre world. A blonde witch chimed in, reinforcing the critical need for unity to crack the tower's ultimate enigma. Then, the black-haired mage dropped a bombshell. Magic, he declared, could be supercharged by fusing it with science. The purple-eyed woman, her glowing eyes widening, could only manage a stunned, science. A ripple of disbelief spread through the hall as she echoed, magic and science. But before anyone could protest, a blinding, golden orb of raw energy ignited in his palm. Pulsating with an inferno of power. He unveiled his revolutionary concept, fusion. A potent ignition forged by the seamless, explosive union of magic and science. The black-haired mage kept dropping knowledge bombs, stressing that while caution was key, the tower's arrival meant they had to innovate, especially when mashing up magic theories. And the blonde witch in the crowd was totally hooked, thinking this whole science meets magic thing was absolutely mind-blowing. Then, with a powerful statement, he declared, that's exactly why I need your help. He doubled down on his big idea, this fusion of science and magic was the only way to crack the tower's secrets. Scanning the crowd, he threw it open to the floor, asking if anyone had any burning questions. Cool as a cucumber, he repeated, so, any questions? In the crowd, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes snapped open, a question clearly sparking in his head. The black-haired mage just stood there, waiting, ready for someone to finally speak up. Then, bam. Lee Ho-yeol shot his hand up, ready to drop his question. The name, head mage Marcelo, drops, and the crowd instantly buzzes. Is this guy seriously going after the head mage himself? But the black-haired mage? Cool as ice. He's already playing chess, thinking about the unnecessities he planted and how he's setting up his next move. His eyes are laser-focused, a silent promise of the chaos he's about to unleash. The entire hall is on edge, every eye glued to the unfolding drama. Lee Ho-yeol gets it, the black-haired mage understood his question, but everyone else is just hyped, screaming, the cool mage is here. I knew it. The blonde witch and the rest of the crowd are freaking out, whispering that questioning head mage Marcelo is a huge problem, and things are about to get seriously bad. Marcelo, the legendary head mage with the epic white beard, is not happy, and everyone knows he's about to unleash hell. Some poor soul even asks, who is that old man? The black-haired mage just watches it all go down, a master puppeteer pulling strings, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Lee Ho-yeol is still reeling from the unnecessities bombshell, a powerful glow surrounding him as the true scope of this political earthquake hits him. Lee Ho-yeol, cool and collected, holds the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, the black-haired mage firing back with, hold up. Why do you even think that, huh? Marcelo, the head mage himself, is visibly rattled, a silent gasp escaping him as he thinks, what kind of question is that? Is he actually agreeing with this? But Lee Ho-yeol doesn't flinch, coolly dropping a bombshell, it's simple. I call it, estrangement. The black-haired mage doubles down, explaining that magic and science are just too different, and those differences are unnecessary baggage when trying to fuse them. The tension ratchets up as Marcelo's hand starts to hum with a soft blue glow, his irritation practically radiating off him. Jesse, the blonde hunter, lets out a frustrated gasp, totally getting it, remembering his own struggles with skill versus magic. Suddenly, Marcelo's hand explodes with a fierce orange-yellow glow, his emotions hitting critical mass. And then, his face twists into pure shock and disbelief, the implications of the conversation hitting him hard. An overwhelming sense of impossibility grips Marcelo, a familiar echo from his days as an explorer, as he clenches a pulsating orb. Back in the packed hall, a buzz electrifies the crowd as a name drops, the exact one Granfell Claudie Arpius Romeo had thrown out before, and everyone's starting to connect the dots. The black-haired mage, eyes practically popping, can't believe it, is that really Lee Ho-yeol? Up on stage, Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely glowing, a golden orb of pure power dancing in his palm, casually dropping the bombshell that he fused magic and science with centrifugal force, even if it was a bit rough. The crowd is still buzzing, his name on everyone's lips, a wave of pure shock and amazement washing over the entire venue. The black-haired mage, a look of utter triumph on his face, realizes he absolutely nailed it by showing up today. But Marcelo, practically vibrating with raw purple energy, glares at the grinning presenter, absolutely floored, realizing this insane achievement is just another Tuesday for him even as it shatters everyone else's world. Still crackling with his magical aura, he can only gasp Lee Ho-yeol's name in utter, mind-blown shock. With Lee Ho-yeol owning the stage, the black-haired mage gazes up in awe, hailing him with the utmost respect as, Explorer Lee Ho-yeol Nim. After witnessing the impossible, Marcelo confronts the prodigy, a pivotal question on his lips. With an unwavering stare, he makes his move, will you join me in my research? Suddenly, a quest notification pops up, Marcelo's research, revealing the head mage's urgent need to explore new magical frontiers. A beat of silence, then a powerful realization hits. No time to waste, a hand slams down to accept the quest, diving headfirst into new ignition magic and now a new quest. Meanwhile, a sharp-dressed man with vibrant pink hair watches on, a smirk playing on his face as he declares, I made a very good choice coming here. Oh yeah, that's pure joy right there. The world blurs, then snaps into focus on a boundless blue sky, a fresh wind sweeping through. And beneath it all, shimmering turquoise waters kiss a perfect sandy beach, a breathtaking paradise revealed. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light gives way to a breathtaking vista of sparkling, sun-kissed waters. Unveiling a picture-perfect tropical beach, complete with swaying palms. A pink-haired woman, absolutely ecstatic, throws her hands up, screaming in delight that they've hit the Yusra archipelago, and it's beyond gorgeous. Her stylish crop top and shorts are totally on point for this paradise. And she spins to her crew, a blonde hunter and a dark-haired warrior, hyping them up, asking if this isn't just like the good old days, bursting with new adventures and epic discoveries. But then, her mood takes a sharp dive, a groan escaping her as she realizes she totally forgot her swimsuits. Her purple eyes ignite with pure annoyance, the idea of a swimsuit now a cruel joke, as she snarls, are we here on vacation? An intense, furious aura practically explodes from her face twisted in an enraged scowl. And the perspective pulls back to the sky, exposing the real reason for her meltdown, this place is absolutely swarming with people. The dream vacation spot? More like a nightmare. The tropical beach was absolutely swarming with people, and our pink-haired mage was not happy about it. But while she fumed, her buddies, the blonde hunter and Nam Kielman, were already scoping out something new, their eyes locked on an unexpected sight. Our mage, however, was still seeing red, her glowing purple eyes practically shooting daggers as she snapped at her friends, wondering if they were even seeing the same crowded beach. You could practically feel her annoyance, her patience hanging by a thread. The blonde hunter welcomed Nam Kielman back, who then casually mentioned that he was a total stranger here, no one knew him, and he knew no one. Then, a voice, probably the mage's, cut in, asking if he was talking about Arcanians or NPCs, and where these mysterious figures even were. The blonde hunter didn't even need words, just a simple point to show them. And there they were. Amidst all the chaos, a group of armored warriors, the Lionheart Knights, were chilling on the beach, making an already packed place even more crowded. A close-up on one of these Lionheart Knights showed off their impressive, gleaming armor, a totally unexpected sight on a tropical beach. The beach was a madhouse, and the Lionheart Knights were just the beginning. Suddenly, a hulking presence from the Shadow Hunter Guild made itself known, adding another layer of intensity to the chaos. And just when you thought it couldn't get any wilder, the Explorer Alliance showed up too, making this beach a hotspot for every major player around. It was a full-on convention of powerhouses, and the Explorer Alliance was right there, front and center. The mage, still reeling, chimed in, confirming that this place was a legendary Arcana hotspot, which totally explained the sudden invasion of high-level players. Clinging to the blonde hunter, she kept up her complaints, while Nam Keelman just soaked it all in. She was convinced they were all here for the loot, her head pounding as she freaked out, asking if they even had a prayer against these superpowered NPCs. Nam Keelman, cool as ever, glanced at his watch, then told her to chill out, stay positive, and remember the mage's tower was still an option. Then, he shot a look at the blonde hunter, demanding to know who was making all the noise, and the hunter just deadpanned, the mage idiot. The blonde hunter, still cradling the panicking mage, finally asked her, "Are you done yet?" A smartwatch buzzes, flashing the name Li Ho Yeol, as a frantic voice on the line struggles to spill the tea about his majesty. The voice drops a bombshell. He actually told the head mage at the Academic Society of Mages that their spell was totally inefficient. The pink-haired mage's jaw drops, eyes bugging out, completely floored by the sheer audacity. The caller screams, doubling down on the shocker. He said that to the head mage of the mage's tower. Everyone's losing it, cracking up at the sheer insanity. While the pink-haired mage is still freaking out, Nam Keelman and the blonde-haired hunter are totally cracking up, finding it all hilarious and asking if he got the boot. But wait, there's more. The plot twist nobody saw coming, the head mage actually agreed. The pink-haired mage is absolutely flabbergasted, her mind blown as she hears he even got a reward, sending the corporate world into a frenzy because he snatched up all their quests. Everyone's minds are collectively blown, the sheer magnitude of this move hitting them hard. And back at the ranch, under some chill indoor lighting, Li Ho Yeol's iconic silver hair peeks into view, totally unfazed by the chaos he's caused. He's got a scroll of ancient power in his hands, and you can practically hear the gears turning in his head as he deciphers its secrets. Back at the base, in some epic library, a black-haired assistant is glued to a screen, getting the ultimate mission, find all the research materials. And Li Ho Yeol? He's already on it, vowing to get his hands on whatever they need, no matter what it takes. Later, he's totally focused, scribbling away on a scroll, then looks up at his assistant like, "Anything else, chief?" His assistant's jaw practically drops, utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of the request. But Li Ho Yeol? He's got that devious grin, scissors in hand, already plotting to snag something epic for his own collection. Way up in the stratosphere, a colossal tower punches through the clouds, its apex crowned with a pulsating, otherworldly eye. This epic, Gothic behemoth, the legendary Mage's Tower, dominates the skyline, a true fortress of magic in the heart of the city. And deep inside, the very top floor pulses with an insane, otherworldly blue glow, its ancient arches practically screaming secrets. Then, a lone figure, draped in a dark, flowing coat, strides with absolute purpose down the glowing hall, heading straight for a massive, empty throne. He stops dead, a low groan escaping him as he stares down, his face a total mystery. Arms crossed, Li Ho Yeol cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if the legendary 5 stories of the noble mages are the ones who summoned him. Then, from the throne, Marcello, the ancient mage with the epic white beard, actually apologizes for bothering him. Li Ho Yeol then brings up the massive research project that was supposedly offered to him. He stands, cloaked in shadow, before a chamber pulsating with raw, ethereal blue magic, its power practically screaming around him. Marcello, the ancient mage, cuts straight to the chase, revealing the mage's tower has been tracking his every move. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face as he demands, "Why would a mage of your caliber play such a trick on me?" But Marcello just shrugs it off, dropping a bombshell. His magical talent is so off the charts, it could literally mess with the fabric of reality. The old man doubles down, declaring that even the legendary 5 stories of the noble mages can't just sit back and watch anymore. The entire chamber flares with an even more intense blue glow, as if the magic itself is reacting to the sheer weight of his declaration. Marcello's voice cuts through the air, sharp and unyielding, "You know exactly what you are, a mage." He stands there, back to us, letting Marcello's words sink in, the sheer magnitude of his own power now under the microscope. Marcello's voice takes on a more serious edge as he finishes, "I respect your judgment, but you absolutely need to remember this. He'd have to own up to his actions, especially if he wanted to be a true tower mage. Those words hit hard, and he let out a frustrated groan. He scoffed, mentally labeling the old-timers as nothing but boomer bastards. His face was still a mask of pure annoyance, a silent screw you to all their demands. A pink-haired mage nearby totally agreed, ranting that responsibility was a total joke and those old guys needed a reality check. She then turned to him, asking how long the tower master was gonna keep quiet. Her mood did a 180, a huge grin lighting up her face as she told him she was already on her way to grab his requested items. Head tilted curiously, she then asked why he was even there. Still walking alongside him, she's totally questioning the mission, like, am I really the one who has to go get these things, especially for Marcelo? A slight smirk plays on his lips as Lee Ho Yeol just casually tells her, it's fine, I was going that way anyway. He adds, plus, there's something else I gotta check out. Her eyes go wide, totally caught off guard by his words, the pink-haired mage clutching a stack of documents as she tries to figure out what he's up to. With a hesitant, then, she just hands over the documents. A soft rustle of paper fills the air. As the scene shifts to ornate double doors, the sound of turning pages echoing softly. Inside, surrounded by towering bookshelves, Marcelo is just chilling at his desk, totally absorbed in a book, with that constant page-turning sound. His ringed hands carefully turn a page, totally immersed in his research. The moment arrives. A voice declares the requested items are here, and Lee Ho Yeol's gaze drops, his thoughts a mystery. Then, a pair of hands meticulously places a dazzling collection of glowing magical artifacts onto a table, each one pulsing with raw, ethereal power. These aren't just any trinkets, we're talking a goddess's snowflower for mana regen, sage's essence for skill level-ups, and forbidden knowledge for straight-up skill acquisition, plus a whole library of other magic texts, all spread before Lee Ho Yeol and the black-haired mage for their inspection. Then, the question hangs in the air, so, what's the verdict, Explorer Lee Hoyeol Nim? The black-haired mage, eyes locked on Lee Ho Yeol, leans in, demanding to know if he's impressed. But Lee Ho Yeol just stares, a deep, calculating look on his face, weighing the sheer power of these relics. He silently debates the question, his gaze snagging on one specific book in the pile, a tome that pulses with a sinister red glow. And the title on that ominous glowing book? It screams its connection to none other than head mage Marcelo. The black-haired mage, cool as ice, just watched, waiting for Lee Ho Yeol's move after dropping those insane artifacts. But Lee Ho Yeol was not impressed, his face screaming disbelief as he fired back, you seriously brought me these, thinking they were good enough? Even with insane gear like Sun God's Tears, a unique rank item with a level 620 cap, and his own stats flashing at level 134, he just wasn't feeling it. He just looked away, totally over it. Which only made the mage crack a smug grin, muttering, ha ha ha, just as I thought. Then, with a slight bow, the mage dropped a sarcastic, my bad. Guess I gave you too much credit. That was the last straw. Lee Ho Yeol snapped, grabbing the mage by the collar, roaring, no, you overestimated me. Give me something I can actually use, right now. But the mage didn't even flinch, his face still chill as he dropped the bombshell, I was just testing you when you asked for mana and regen items. Looks like you already knew the score. Then, with a fierce resolve, Lee Ho Yeol slammed his hand down on a glowing red button, triggering beginner mode January 5th. He gasps, utterly stunned. The black-haired mage, holding a glowing mana regen item, practically gloats, reminding him of its 10% mana regeneration and how he should have gotten it way earlier. And then, with a pair of scissors, he just casually announces he's taking something. The mage, a sly smirk playing on his lips, admits he knew Lee Ho Yeol wasn't impressed by his magic items, but he's genuinely shocked that he already knew about this one. He extends a hand, a formal thank you for the cooperation. Lee Ho Yeol, clearly skeptical, challenges the mage's smugness about his magic and simple item, practically asking if he really thinks this is going great. The mage, eyes fixed on a glowing artifact, declares that proper research is currently impossible. He then drops a bombshell, there are unknowns even within his own magic. A system alert pops up, a new quest, Marcelo's research, telling them to just wait for Marcelo's call. Lee Ho Yeol and the black-haired mage wrap up their intense discussion, the mage giving his word to wait for the perfect moment. But hold up, a completely different vibe hits as we see Explorer Lee Ho Yeol, looking absolutely intense. Flipping back, the silver-haired legend is already strategizing, convinced that with the mage on their side, cracking open that mage's tower is totally happening. A tiny, hyped-up voice can't help but gush over his killer style, especially that super cool brooch. Suddenly, a new face. A young dude with wild orange-brown hair is totally spying from behind a tree, letting out a quiet ugh. He chills on the forest ground, taking a much-needed break with a cool drink in hand. But then, his eyes lock onto a system window, dropping a bombshell new quest, Marcelo's research, he's gotta wait for Marcelo's call. Plus, a sweet mana regeneration pass just dropped, giving him a 10% mana regen boost, no strings attached. The gates are open, and the players are pouring in. But the system's buzzing with one name, Wigang, the star of the show, is about to make his grand entrance. But Wigang, the player himself, just looks up, a little taken aback, because, come on, everyone knows the main character always makes a late, dramatic entrance. He takes a swig from his bottle, pondering his next move, muttering to himself that he should just chill and wait for Lee Ho-yeol to show up. But then, a flash of irritation crosses his features, and he snaps back, telling Deathwalker to hold their horses because he's still half asleep. He pulls on his menacing skull mask, and the chat explodes. Everyone's screaming Wigang and Supernova, confirming he's the one, the only, player of Wigang's Bongi stream. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, calling out both Lee Ho-yeol and Wigang. It's a double whammy, Lee Ho-yeol, everyone's been waiting, and a sharp, Wigang, you're late. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol, looking deep in thought, stares down, the ominous word supernova, hanging heavy in the air around him. A brutal flashback hits, showing a time when survival was the only rule, when people clawed their way through hell after abandoning their old lives, doing whatever it took to win, to become legends, to follow their darkest desires. This fight was even more insane because Whispers claimed it was the only way out of this nightmare, a path that a supernova had somehow locked down, unleashing hordes of slayers, with thousands more waiting beyond the wall, and countless others already in the thick of it. A guttural gasp escapes him, trapped in the iron grip of a towering, masked entity, as the system declares a rupture with the crowd. The masked figure's grip tightens, a chilling demand echoing, why is this person so obsessed with Hoyol-nim? His eyes snap wide open in a flash of understanding. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, ready to deliver a crucial message to Lee Hoyol. But the masked figure, radiating a sinister red aura, scoffs, declaring Hoyol's clown act utterly devoid of fun. Still held captive amidst the desolate ruins, a system message flashes, revealing Wigang as the player, the one who abandoned his reality to conquer this new one, driven by survival and ambition. He grapples with the thought, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, am I truly the only one left who hasn't gone? A system voice cuts in, confirming his unique status, yes, just like Kinver. And perhaps, for that very reason, it won't dare to come here. His face contorts in disbelief, a faint red glow emanating from his eyes as he processes the absurd news. What kind of bullshit is that, he exclaims, his voice laced with indignation. Meanwhile, another man, equally bewildered, stares at his phone, question marks swirling around his head. Wigang's anger flares, are you saying that Hoyol-nim won't come because he's scared? What the hell? I'm banning. The screen of his phone displays the controversial post, claiming that the reason the other player didn't join was because he feared being beaten up, labeling him a big baby. Another post on the screen claims, our guildmaster is just unexpectedly powerful. I can tell that he's not from this world. He's a conqueror from another dimension. He gasps, ho. A Hoyol believer minus notification flashes, indicating a drop in his follower count, yet he repeats, ho. His eye widens, a single thought forming, is there a reason to go? Far away, Lee Ho-yeol sits calmly amidst a grand library, sipping tea, seemingly unfazed by the online commotion. While the internet rages about him, Lee Ho-yeol is chilling, utterly unbothered, just casually tossing out a nope. His pad is a mix of chill vibes and serious study, showing he's got bigger things on his mind than internet drama, with books and a quill ready for action. But his mind is already on the next big thing, questioning if he's truly the only one who can tear through space inside a dungeon. A serious look crosses his face as his thoughts turn to something far more critical, the true nature of that place. He's checking out some serious monster stats, golden sand golems, emerald golems, his jewel collection, and knows diving into that zone is a death wish, unless, of course, there are some super rare demon species waiting. Suddenly, a wild notification pops up on his tablet, the season of fire has been raised, and some, dead last ranked player, just conquered a whole world. He just gives a curious, Lee Ho-yeol lets out a low coo, his eyes locked on the chilling words, 7 deadly sins, while a subtle blue energy pulses from the mysterious figure at his side. He clutches a document, his mind already in overdrive, realizing this is huge. A terrifying mental projection flashes before him, showcasing the monstrous forms of pride, envy, gluttony, and wrath, each one a nightmare made real. The horrifying parade continues with lust, sloth, greed, and avarice, as a system alert confirms, these are the exact demons he's been warned about. He pores over a holographic display, the words, the 7 deadly sins in Yubra Archipelago, burning into his mind, the sheer scale of it all hitting him hard. A deep rumbles from him as he openly questions, how he's even supposed to fight these monsters. He barely scraped by Count Arpius with a lucky shot, will that even work here? He admits that even for an SSS-class dungeon, he'd usually be super cautious, and honestly, there was zero reason to jump into this before now. But then, a sudden, powerful thought hits him. His face setting with fierce resolve as he declares, there's absolutely no reason to hold back now. A determined voice lays down the law, if evil shows its face, it's getting wiped out, no questions asked. And just like that, Wigang snaps to attention, calling out to Granfell with an intense gaze. But Lee Ho Yeol is already one step ahead, giving a decisive nod as he declares, they're leaving right away. He can't help but think about the Yubra archipelago being a tropical paradise, and how his winter suit is going to be totally out of place. The sky is absolutely pristine, a perfect blue canvas as the wind whips through the air. Below, the most insane turquoise water crashes onto a perfect beach, but that chill vibe is about to get shattered as a group of guys suddenly tense up. Their faces just completely melt into pure shock, like they've seen something totally impossible. One guy, rocking an orange jacket, just lets out a massive gasp, his eyes practically popping out of his head. But Lee Ho Yeol? He's not shocked, he's just straight up irritated, letting out a frustrated groan about how these women showed up even after he told them not to. And as he's ranting, a faint blue energy starts to glow from his hand, the scorching heat of this place clearly getting to him. He clenches his fist, that blue light throbbing with his pure frustration, a silent scream of, I'm so over this, and, it's too hot. Meanwhile, the palm trees just chill and sway in the breeze, totally oblivious to the drama unfolding. A dark, pervasive energy swirls around the island, its influence of great evil surrounding the entire landmass, a strange, abstract purple haze distorting the very air, creating an ominous whirl of power. The dense jungle foliage itself seems to writhe under this oppressive aura, the influence of great evil permeating every leaf and shadow, making the whole island feel like a living nightmare. As the malevolent energy intensifies, Lee Ho Yeol's eyes sharpen, a system message confirming the activation of his natural enemy skill. It's go time. Meanwhile, the black-haired mage observes the phenomenon with a grim expression, recognizing it as the influence of an evil existence, a different dimension entirely compared to a regular dungeon. This isn't just any threat. From above, the island appears as a dark, corrupted mass, Lee Ho Yeol realizing the great evil is literally beneath his feet, the island itself potentially being the source of the malevolence. This is huge. The jungle continues to crackle with dark energy, a constant reminder of the pervasive evil, a chilling crackle echoing through the air. Then, a thought solidifies in his mind, the natural enemy skill will be active at all times. Nice. This changes everything. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he lets out a soft, excited chuckle. He's getting hyped. He acknowledges that he has no choice but to confront this evil directly, his excitement palpable as he prepares to dig it up with his own hands. He. Geez, I'm real excited. He. He's ready to rumble. While an unseen observer exclaims, yo, can anyone even see him? Another voice confirms the intel, affirmative. Lee Ho Yeol just breached the Yusra archipelago forest. Lee Ho Yeol, still rocking that sharp suit, takes a quick look behind him, the jungle barely making a sound as he moves, his mind already miles ahead. The chatter continues, with one observer quipping, dude, Lee Ho Yeol always rocks the same suit, rain or shine, lol. Guess it's really him, not some imposter. Heard his hair's naturally silver, but that's gotta be cap. Another voice cuts in, whoa, he's moving super carefully. Lee Ho Yeol keeps his calculated stride through the thick jungle, the wilderness practically bowing before him. A system alert pops up, screaming about searching for easier mobs because someone's just too scared to face the real challenge. But hold up, the game interface is showing off the Guardian of the Archipelago, a monstrous crab beast with levels ranging from 390 to a terrifying 420. This thing is no joke. But Lee Ho Yeol, with that signature smirk, is totally hyped for these tough monsters, ready to crush them all and prove he's only here for the most epic battles. Wigang, caught off guard, quickly backpedals with an apology, promising his stream won't mess with Lee Ho Yeol's grind. His face contorts in annoyance as his stream chat blows up, showing his inner rage at any haters, ready to shut down the whole thing and obliterate anyone who complains. But then he snaps back, hyping himself up to Lee Ho Yeol, boasting about his insane adaptability and how he can even cook up new strategies on the fly in dungeons. Lee Ho Yeol's eyes narrow, his face locked in a fierce intensity, absolutely dialed in on what's next. Then, a sudden, explosive burst of speed rips through the air. As he rockets forward with insane velocity, his suit jacket trailing like a cape, a silver streak tearing through the jungle. Out of nowhere, a subtle rustle snaps him to attention, Wigang freezes, his instincts screaming at the strange noise. He's already in motion, a blur of readiness, anticipating the threat lurking just beyond his sight. Dodging through the undergrowth, he hears frantic shouts to fire, but he's already too deep in the chase. His hand ignites with a brilliant golden glow, charging up a devastating attack. But the enemy is blindingly bright, totally messing up his shot. He's still falling back, and the pressure mounts, they need him to do something, anything. Then, a brutal hit sends him flying, a raw shout of pain tearing from his throat. And then, the attacker emerges, a colossal emerald tiger, radiating raw power, ready to tear him apart. He hits the dirt hard, a choked cry escaping him as the impact rattles his entire being. He's down, groaning in agony as the emerald tiger's blinding glow still scorches his vision. A system alert screams about the sheer impossibility of this monster, and even SUA is freaking out, feeling the raw, terrifying energy pouring off it. He pushes himself up, coughing, completely blindsided by this insane turn of events. He looks up, and bam. A silver-haired figure is standing right next to him. Is he seeing things? Both Wigang and Lee Ho Yeol are locked onto the glowing emerald tiger, their faces screaming pure shock. The emerald tiger just stands there, radiating an insane, overwhelming aura. Wigang's eyes are practically popping out of his head, the name of his unexpected savior tumbling out. His jaw hits the floor, completely unable to process what's happening. Lee Ho Yeol, still laser-focused on the monster, snaps a question about the other's presence, but then admits he's asking himself the exact same thing. His face is stone-cold, a silent challenge burning in his gaze. Wigang was just looking for a warm-up, but the universe had other plans. The first monster he faced was already the highest-level emerald tiger. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar, its emerald scales practically vibrating with untamed power. While Lee Ho Yeol, ever the strategist, coolly calculated its power, realizing it was only 10 levels below his legendary alias, Grand Fell. Wigang, on the other hand, was just thinking, damn it. The stakes were sky-high, and the sheer, blinding radiance pouring off Lee Ho Yeol was already starting to mess with Wigang's eyesight. But then, a fierce determination ignited in Lee Ho Yeol's now glowing eyes. He thrust out a hand, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him. And with a thunderous quang, a devastating force slammed into the emerald tiger. Followed by an explosive burst of blue energy. He confidently declared that if he could just freeze its movements, this emerald tiger would be nothing more than a little tiger. His blue energy attack absolutely obliterates the emerald tiger, unleashing a torrent of jagged ice and crystal from the point of impact. The frigid power spreads like wildfire, instantly freezing everything in its path. Witnessing the sheer spectacle, Wigang and the mage are absolutely dumbfounded. Wigang can barely breathe, utterly bewildered by this insane magic. But Lee Ho Yeol isn't done yet. His hand explodes with a fierce orange glow, as he confidently announces he's about to unleash something new. His gaze turns razor-sharp, his eye burning with the same scorching intensity. The flames around him absolutely erupt, swallowing his hand and chest as the ability fully ignites. A colossal fiery aura absolutely explodes outward, unleashing an inferno of heat and raw power. He unleashes his new power, and boom. A blinding, explosive burst of orange flames just erupts with insane force. The golden light just goes next level, engulfing everything in a searing inferno. A low grunt escapes him, as the sheer magnitude of the power he's unleashing just hits him. The fiery energy just keeps surging, creating a turbulent vortex of pure destructive force. Finally, the flames coalesce, settling into a concentrated, devastating inferno around the target. From a distance, Wigang watches, his mind absolutely reeling. He recognizes the magic as ignition, but he's never seen it wielded with such terrifying intensity before. Amidst the dissipating embers, Lee Ho Yeol stands calm and collected, while a system notification calculates his insane contribution to taking down the emerald tiger. Wigang stares, a level-up notification flashing before his eyes, totally dumbfounded that the monster he couldn't even touch was just so easily dispatched. The black-haired mage, equally stunned, can only question if Lee Ho Yeol just soloed the high-level emerald tiger. Stunned, Wigang is left speechless by the sheer force he just witnessed. But the scene shifts, revealing a lush, vibrant jungle canopy. Sunlight piercing through the dense foliage. The very air crackles with an unknown energy. Suddenly, a blonde-haired warrior bursts through the jungle, a furious shout tearing from his throat. This is Shrake, the formidable third-ranked player and guildmaster of Escaped Sum. He stops, eyes blazing with frustration, realizing they've been stranded on this island for hours, still trapped on its fringes. Beside him, another elite member of Escaped Sum, ranked 7th, stands ready. Shrake's face hardens, his voice urgent as he declares they must regroup with the other teams. Trapped in the dense jungle, Shrake gets a shocking report. His recon team hit the island's core, but the monsters they were hunting? Gone, split up. He grits his teeth, the frustration boiling as he maps out the quickest escape routes. This whole situation is a mess. A guttural growl rips from his throat, his fist clenching, ready to smash something. He scans the thick jungle, thinking, did we mess up here? It's eating him alive, especially since Escaped Sum just made a name for itself last year, now it's all on the line. His eyes blaze with intensity as he confronts the harsh truth. Did he seriously underestimate the Yusra archipelago? Elsewhere, Lee Ho Yeol is deep in thought, his ambition burning bright. He's all about racking up achievements and getting that recognition. Back with the jungle crew, Shrek snaps his head around, a lightbulb moment hitting him, his guildmate watches as he makes a game-changing call. Just as Lee Ho-yeol is plotting his next move, his phone rings, it's the team that went west. He's about to pick up, and things are about to get wild. A guild member flashes a comms device, Shrek's face blazing on the screen, his name echoing with urgency. Deep in the jungle, Shrek snaps back, confirming he was about to spill the beans on regrouping and his chosen path. But then, his voice drops, laced with pure desperation, declaring their current path a total bust, a complete and utter failure. His face tightens, eyes burning as he barks for more details, the sheer weight of the crisis hitting him hard. Then, a colossal inferno explodes, and a desperate shout rips through the air, screaming Lee Ho-yeol's name. Lee Ho-yeol's face twists into a mask of pure terror, his eyes wide with the inferno's reflection, as he clutches his phone, witnessing the devastation. The inferno's roar rips through the air, a cataclysmic sound of pure annihilation. Amidst the raging, consuming flames, his name, Lee Ho-yeol, flashes again, a chilling beacon in the destruction. The destructive force, with its terrifying crackle, has already ripped through this entire area. The shocking news reverberates, and a voice demands, Lee Ho-yeol. What about Master Shrek? Shrek, phone in hand, absorbs the intel, his guildmate leaning in, eyes wide. The guildmate gasps, there's a report that the guild member who was at the World Academic Society of Mages. He gestures to his smartwatch, the data flashing urgently. Shrek's jaw drops as the revelation hits, and he will now be the first player to enter the joint research lab on the 77th floor of the Mage's Tower. The mage behind him watches, a silent observer to the unfolding shock. Shrek's disbelief is palpable, he mutters, an NPC and a player having a relationship like that? I thought that rumor was exaggerating things, but... His face turns grim, and he barks an order, tell the analysis team to find out as much as they can about that guy. A chilling realization dawns on Shrek, he might be more dangerous than what the public knows. Wigang is caught in a strange green glow, his eyes and mouth radiating an eerie light as shimmering particles surround him. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol clutches a pure emerald crystal, a unique, top-grade ingredient with unknown powers, and he's already plotting, muttering, how could such a useless ingredient exist, yet I actually got my hands on it. He lets out a sharp tch, his face twisting into a sneer as he coldly states, how pathetic. But then, a sinister grin spreads across his face, his laughter echoing with dark intent, a unique ingredient. It would have been useless if it wasn't for the Mage's Tower and the World Academic Society of Research. Kohaha. Wigang, completely bewildered by the sudden shift, can only manage a stunned, huh. Lee Ho-yeol's face suddenly turns serious, his gaze fixed on an unseen disturbance. Suddenly, the very atmosphere around him twists and churns, a dark, foreboding energy erupting. With the dark energy swirling around him, Lee Ho-yeol stands unfazed, his eyes now blazing with an intense, crimson glow. A bizarre, glowing red circle pulsed around him, screaming that everything had just changed. He stared down, an unknown power surging through him, questioning if this was Granfel's Banfeel manifesting again, a weird energy now flooding his whole body. Then, a blue system window just popped up, flashing some cryptic code. It was a class quest prologue, telling him to inspect the 7 deadly sins of Yusra Archipelago, and it was already underway. He just stared at the floating text, totally confused why it was showing up right here, right now. Then the system dropped a bombshell warning, Yusra Archipelago was getting swallowed by greed. He glanced up, the forest around him practically vibrating with unseen energy, the air crackling with the weight of this new mission. The jungle sounds kept going, a wild soundtrack to the coming chaos. A final, chilling red window popped up, confirming Yusra Archipelago was being devoured by greed, and its destruction was already in motion. Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely floored, his face contorted in pure disbelief. His eyes are locked onto the screen, and he's completely speechless. But he's not alone in his horror. Shrek and the escaped Sun Member 7th are seeing the same terrifying message, the destruction rate is skyrocketing, and the Yusra Archipelago is getting devoured by greed. Wait, what? The Yusra Archipelago isn't just some random rupture. It's a brand new map. And get this, it's got a totally different formation mechanism than any rupture they've ever seen. But if it's so unique, why is the destruction rate still going through the roof? What is even happening? The weight of it all hits Lee Ho-yeol hard, his face a mask of intense worry. He clutches the glowing red screen, the message screaming at him, the Yusra Archipelago is being consumed by greed, and the destruction has already begun. The ultimate enemy, the source of all this chaos, is none other than greed. The system's dire warning blasts through, screaming that the Yusra Archipelago is being consumed by greed, its destruction already underway. Lee Ho-yeol, witnessing the impending doom, can only let out a sharp breath, a silent acknowledgement of the sheer fragility of every human caught in this chaos. But as the full weight of the crisis hits, the black-haired mage's eyes flare with an eerie blue glow, his face contorting in shock as he frantically wonders, could he somehow be to blame? The Yusra archipelago is under attack, its destruction progress at zero, as the terrifying power of the seven deadly sins begins to awaken. Watching the disaster unfold, Lee Ho-yeol and the black-haired mage stand, the mage asking, they've really taken it, haven't they? The message confirms their worst fears, it's the demon of greed. Its corrupting influence spreads like a plague, twisting the very world into a nightmarish vision of its power. Meanwhile, Wigang clutches his head, a dizzying whirl of information overwhelming him. Any veteran demon hunter would know the gravity of this, as discussions rage about the Yusra archipelago's 10 islands, and the terrifying prospect that if the destruction progress hits 100%, one of the 7 deadly sins will be unleashed. A brand new class quest just dropped right in front of Lee Ho-yeol, its blue screen practically screaming with vital info. This brewing quest is no joke, laying out the demon of greed's total takeover of the Yusra archipelago, and the mission is clear: hit those islands, smash the demon's crew, and shut down that destruction progress before it goes full 100. A smirk plays on his face as the sheer scale of it all sinks in, because he knows, deep down, he's the only one who can actually shut this whole thing down. But then, the black-haired mage's voice slices through the air, sharp and demanding, yelling for him to move it, just as a subtle purple energy starts to pulse around him. The fight is absolutely raging, with Wigang, Shrake, and the 7th escaped some member throwing down against gnarly monsters, and get this, one island is already cleared, treasure snatched. Shrake's eyes are practically popping out, shouting about real treasures and how they're running out of time, screaming for everyone to hustle. Lee Ho-yeol's face turns stone cold, agreeing completely, they have to grab those treasures before the whole archipelago gets wiped out. Cool as a cucumber, he just nods, figuring that kind of freakout is totally normal for this situation. Right now, as we speak, the insane battle against the demon's minions is still tearing through the islands. He knew it. Every single player out there was already scrambling for those treasures, fueled by pure, unadulterated greed. But to stop the demon of greed from corrupting everything, he couldn't just let everyone run wild. Even if convincing them all was a lost cause. And the idea of his guild getting screwed over like this? Unacceptable. First things first, he had to grab those treasures himself, laughing off anyone who thought they could keep up with his insane skill. For a split second, a flicker of doubt crossed his face as he thought, what the hell do I even do? But then, a fierce determination hardened his gaze as he declared, I guess there's only one way to handle this. With an unshakable resolve, he proclaimed, I'm taking all the treasure. The scene explodes into a vortex of blue and purple, ripping open to reveal a brand new, super intense location. Boom! We're now at the Yusra archipelago's 2nd island, a floating rock fortress under a seriously gnarly purple storm. This place is pure danger, with its sharp mountains and weird jungle, just begging for some serious player action. But guess what? The Shining Guild's main force is already here, tearing it up, their elite squad ready for anything this wild island throws at them. An armored dude checks out the carnage, a monster already down for the count, then turns to his red-haired partner and asks, so, destruction progress is looking good. Camilla, what's your take? That monster is totally wrecked, blood everywhere, just showing off how hardcore they are. And with a total boss smirk, she fires back, duh, it's obvious. The 2nd island map flashes, revealing 10 total landmasses, but only one square is lit up, showing their current progress. Shrake, checking the map, spins to his blonde-haired companion, demanding, that happens the second we land, right, Lo? He brags about the prompt appearing on his screen because he's the guildmaster of the top guild, and Camilla, catching his vibe, can't help but think, he's just too cute. Meanwhile, the black-haired mage next to her drops a line about always hearing compliments for Lee Ho-yeol, then slyly adds, you two totally have something going on. He then questions Camilla's serious demeanor in this situation, and she responds, yeah, you could say that. We're getting a little carried away. And her. Shrake, still fixated, cuts in, Lee Ho-yeol, he's seriously blowing up lately. The black-haired mage then throws down the gauntlet, so, what's the verdict? Do you actually think you can beat Lee Ho-yeol? Camilla's eyes practically pop out at the question, a shocked gasp caught in her throat. The black-haired mage, seeing her shock, quickly apologizes for his bluntness, then admits, they're just ridiculously powerful. The black-haired mage, with a sly grin, challenges Camilla, asking if she's going to get on her bad side too. Meanwhile, Shrake, ever the pragmatist, points out that Lee Ho-yeol hasn't actually done anything to them. Clutching a stark red card that screams, your guild has been defeated. Return to the real world, Shrake can only acknowledge the undeniable truth. Lo, with his own defeat card in hand, just smirks, boldly stating he's going to antagonize him anyway. But then, a shocking sight rips through the air, revealing another massive square of pure destruction. A quiet cling rings out as every single member of the Shining Guild's main force, the black-haired mage, Camilla, Shrake, and Lo, suddenly holds the exact same red card, confirming yet another guild's total wipeout. Shrake and Lo gasp, frantically asking, who is it, before Camilla drops the bombshell, the United Under Heaven Guild. Her face turning grim, Camilla declares that the treasure situation is getting real. Shrek, his face a mask of worry, knows that if this keeps up, all their precious treasures will be gone. The command rings out, time to get moving, no hesitation. Then, a mind-blowing reveal, an otherworldly landscape, glowing with insane blues and purples. And up close, glowing purple plants, like something out of a dream, are everywhere. Hold up, the calm is broken by a blue-skinned dude, absolutely losing it, screaming with blue energy exploding around him. Then, a frantic shout, Grand Fel is going to take everything. And just like that, Lee Hoyle, as Grand Fel, has the blue-skinned guy by the throat, a golden power surging as he declares he's taking all the loot. But the blue-skinned guy, still struggling, spits out a cryptic warning about greed and a desire gauge filling up. Lee Hoyle's eyes glow, a smirk on his face, as he processes the chilling prophecy. And just like that, the blue-skinned guy is gone, leaving Lee Hoyle standing victorious, bathed in a golden glow, surrounded by an insane hall of glowing treasures. He spots a knight clad in gleaming golden armor, a fierce lion flag waving from his shoulder. Instantly recognizing them as the legendary Lion Heart Knights. A sly grin spreads across his face, what an unexpected, thrilling encounter in this bizarre place. This is Harkon Kingsguard. And his loyal knights are already fuming, ready to snap at the explorer's audacity. But Harkon, ever the professional, cuts through the tension, demanding the explorer's identity. With a confident smirk, Lee Hoyle reveals himself, barely containing his amusement at finding them here. Then casually dismisses their threats, practically daring them to make a move. Harkon, feeling the sheer, overwhelming power emanating from Lee Hoyle, knows this isn't just any explorer. Harkon's scarred eye snaps wide, witnessing an impossible power. The Lion Heart Knight's triangular brooch on his dark suit flares with an ominous purple, signaling an unprecedented threat. Lee Hoyle, cool and collected, locks onto his target. Then, in a blink, a golden streak of pure energy erupts. As he unleashes a devastating, explosive punch. A crimson glowing fist slams home with a deafening crack. Harkon is thrown back, utterly stunned, while another knight screams, a meteor. Captain, are you alright? The sheer force of the blow still crackles around Harkon's heavy armor. Harkon Kingsguard's face contorts in pure shock. As the island's true master, a monstrous turtle, begins to awaken. A terrifying red energy explodes around the beast, sending shivers down the spines of the Lion Heart Knights. This colossal turtle is powering up. Revealed as the legendary Great Turtle of Golden Canines, a level 450 titan. Harkon snaps, screaming a desperate order. Realizing this is the strongest monster in the entire Yibra archipelago. Its eye blazes with a wicked green glow, ready to unleash a devastating meteor shower. The Great Turtle of Golden Canines was going all out, and Harkon Kingsguard roared, demanding his knights scatter before the inevitable. Then, with a deafening KHOM, the monstrous turtle unleashed a devastating energy blast from its gaping mouth. A blonde knight barely managed to brace himself, the sheer, mind-blowing destructive power of the attack hitting him like a truck. The ground literally exploded as the great turtle stomped, sending one poor knight absolutely soaring. Through the blinding dust and flying bodies, a knight screamed, telling the captain they couldn't even see the monster anymore. The beast just kept coming, another knight getting absolutely launched by its sheer power. That blonde knight from earlier was still in the thick of it, his face a mask of pure agony and determination. Suddenly, a desperate cry of Enoch ripped through the air as the monster's attack connected, slamming into him with bone-shattering impact. And just like that, the colossal foot came down, crushing Enoch into the very earth. The great turtle's rampage was relentless, and a knight screamed for everyone to move amidst the absolute pandemonium. But Harkon Kingsguard wasn't backing down. Engulfed in a blazing purple aura, he unleashed a primal roar, his expression a furious challenge. But the beast's power was just too much. With a sickening crunch, another knight's arm was absolutely pulverized. It was the great turtle's colossal, scaly foot, slamming down with unimaginable force, leaving nothing but ruin behind. But Harkon Kingsguard was unyielding. His purple aura exploded as he braced against the sheer, earth-shattering power of the attack. The ground itself screamed, as pure force ripped through the air. A terrifying display of the monster's might. But even as chaos reigned, Harkon Kingsguard's eye blazed with an absolutely furious, unbreakable will. The barrier explodes, sending crystal shards flying everywhere. And out of the destruction steps a figure, leaving a knight crumpled on the ground. Even Harkon Kingsguard, still radiating his purple power, is absolutely floored, barely able to gasp out of what. Camilla and the other knights are losing it, wondering how a barrier just appeared and vanished without a trace, while one knight just screams, "You fool." But Lee Ho-yeol, cool as ice, shuts down their freak-out, telling them to cut the chatter. Shrek is absolutely seething, his face a mask of pure rage. Then, bam. A massive, red energy blast rips out from the great turtle, unleashing pure destruction. The colossal beast lets out a deafening roar, its eyes burning with a terrifying green glow, while blue energy surges around it. A frantic cry goes out, meteors again. Everyone's scrambling for defense. Lee Ho-yeol is deep in thought, analyzing the broken barrier and questioning if it was the monster's doing or his own raw power that tore it down. A powerful blue aura flares around him as he comes to a critical realization: he needs to save every single drop of his mana. His gaze sharpens with resolve, and he decides the Lion Heart Knights absolutely have to team up, and that includes the escaped Some Guild. He then turns to Harkon Kingsguard and his elite knights, delivering a heartfelt thank you for their assistance. His expression unwavering. And Harkon Kingsguard, ever the pragmatist, states their terms: they'll join the fight. The formidable knight leader then makes a solemn vow: the Lion Heart Knights will never, ever forget this favor. With the knights now on board, Lee Ho-yeol's mind takes a hilarious detour, picturing them literally paying him to ride their bus. A tiny, sparkling bus even pops into his head, perfectly capturing his cheeky take on this new alliance. Lee Ho-yeol, absolutely hyped from his diplomatic win, lets out a triumphant, "Hell yeah." Right behind him, Wigang, cool and collected, lays down the law: monsters exist to be annihilated. He's not just offering help, he's practically demanding to join the hunt, scoffing at anyone who might hesitate with a blunt, "To hell with how you feel." Shrake, the guildmaster, is on his knees, surrounded by a sick purple aura, talking about some explorer with a mage's tower brooch. Wigang stares down at the guy, and you can practically see the light bulb go off. With his whole crew kneeling behind him, Shrake is practically begging for help, laying on the gratitude thick. He's not messing around, promising the Lionheart Guild's eternal loyalty, swearing on their very souls to never forget the assist if they get help in this fight. Then, he stands up and points to this beat-up bus, like, "We'll even pay you to ride our bus." Wigang, totally getting the slang that riding someone's bus means getting carried or boosted, is all like, "Hell yeah. He's in." Wigang can only let out a shocked gasp, eyes bugging out at the absolute madness unfolding before him, his brain struggling to process the sheer audacity of it all. But elsewhere, deep in some wild jungle, the Lionheart Guild, with Shrake and Lo leading the charge, are already on high alert, their eyes locked onto whatever nightmare is coming their way. Even the legendary Harkon Kingsguard is completely losing it, a look of pure, unadulterated shock plastered all over his usually stoic face. Wigang's mind is racing, trying to figure out if he actually heard that insane thing or if he's just hallucinating, a cold sweat breaking out as reality hits. He's totally frustrated, realizing he can't get the full picture of what's going down with this island's owner situation, and since he's not the owner, he's basically powerless to do anything. And then, the monster itself appears, the colossal great turtle of golden canines, its massive body charging forward with pure, unadulterated menace. As the beast closes in, Shrake lets out a battle cry, rallying his entire crew, shouting the legendary name of his guild. A gloved hand tightens. As an electrifying roar rips through the battlefield. The monstrous island's owner looms large, crackling with raw purple power. Then, a torrent of armored knights explodes into action. Their assault precisely orchestrated by Lee Ho-yeol, who shouts the crucial intel: the owner's weakness is the top of its head. With incredible coordination, they smash into its colossal legs, determined to expose its vulnerable point. Harkon Kingsguard is absolutely stunned, staring at the explorer and yelling, "Woa." He then delivers a heartfelt thanks. Lee Ho-yeol walks off, a thoughtful expression on his face, pondering the captain's solemn vow, but for the captain to swear on his honor. Harkon Kingsguard, a man of unwavering honor, makes a rare vow for someone he barely knows, a testament to the sheer enigma that is Lee Ho-yeol. He can't help but question what secret power the captain sees in this mere explorer. But Lee Ho-yeol? He's just watching the chaos unfold, cool, calm, and utterly calculating. Suddenly, the great turtle of golden canines unleashes a deafening roar, a terrifying wave of purple energy blasting from its massive body. But the Lion Heart Knights? They don't flinch. They charge, a relentless blur of steel and pure grit. A knight, blazing with power, screams. The hit connects. A massive burst of energy erupts as the weapon slams into the turtle's weak spot. And more knights pile on, their collective roar shaking the ground, "Bring it down. We are the Lion Heart Knights." Lee Ho-yeol and Harkon Kingsguard stand shoulder to shoulder, watching the epic assault, the island's fate hanging in the balance as the battle rages. His electric blue eyes, burning with an otherworldly glow, locked onto the unfolding chaos. A dismissive scoff escaped him, a silent judgment on the struggling forces. They were far weaker than he'd ever expected. The real problem wasn't the knight's lack of strength, but the sheer, unyielding power of the island's owner, a monstrous entity far beyond their current capabilities. Beside him, Harkon Kingsguard, ever the vigilant observer, also tracked the distant, desperate struggle, his focus locked on the monstrous island owner. Li Ho-yeol's cold analysis continued, observing the knight's chaotic efforts, more focused on individual glory than teamwork, with many just holding back, waiting for their moment to strike. Harkon Kingsguard, however, saw the brutal truth. Even if their attacks landed, at this rate, it would take forever to bring that beast down. Li Ho-yeol remained utterly unfazed, his face a mask of cool indifference. Meanwhile, a chilling system message blared into existence, revealing the true, terrifying stakes. The Yusra archipelago was being devoured by an insidious greed, its destruction relentlessly advancing. The horrifying truth hit hard, it was already halfway done. Li Ho-yeol watches the disaster unfold, a chilling thought forming in his mind. At this rate, the people will turn on each other, and he'll be forced to step in. He schemes, wondering if he can somehow manipulate the other knights into a more aggressive assault. But across the battlefield, the great turtle's eye flares with an unholy green, powering up for a cataclysmic strike. Then, with a deafening roar, the earth itself shatters, purple energy ripping through the ground. A colossal arm smashes down, sending devastating shockwaves across the entire zone. A knight screams, sent flying by the sheer, brutal force. The ground keeps ripping apart, a cataclysmic earthquake shattering the island's core. From the gaping chasms, molten magma explodes, igniting screams of pure terror. Molten rock keeps spewing from the earth, turning the entire area into an inferno. The battlefield explodes into pure chaos. Knights are getting absolutely wrecked by the fiery onslaught, one of them screaming, "We'll die if we fall." Flames are practically eating their armor, and a frantic warning cuts through the inferno, "Be careful." Watching the absolute carnage unfold, Li Ho-yeol can't help but let out a choked gasp, the sheer scale of the disaster hitting him hard. He takes a beat, his mind racing, trying to find an answer in the overwhelming, empty space of his thoughts. But then, a complete shift. Away from the immediate chaos, he's now walking through some opulent, grand hall with Camilla, a total opposite to the hellscape outside. His golden brown eye, now practically burning with intense focus, is locked onto something unseen, his brain already running 1,000 calculations for the next play. Meanwhile, back on the absolute war zone, the knight commander, Harkon Kingsguard, lets out a guttural roar of his own name, a raw, desperate declaration of pure resolve cutting through the chaos. Even with the inferno absolutely raging around him, Harkon stands his ground, his armored form a defiant beacon against the destruction. With Enoch and the rest of the knights at his back, he absolutely roars, "Are you ready to charge?" as intense purple energy explodes around them, gearing up for an insane counterattack. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch watched, their eyes locked on the unfolding catastrophe above them. But then, a blinding burst of power. Li Ho-yeol's eyes ignited with electric blue, his entire being engulfed in a furious, crackling aura. A determined roar escaped him, as he gathered the raw, surging blue power into his fists, ready to carve a path through anything. Then, a mighty breath, and the concentrated power exploded forth. A monstrous, armored fist, blazing with electric blue, crashed down with earth-shattering force. The colossal arm stretched out, a shimmering blue shield, protecting the charging knights as pure energy pulsed across the entire zone. Around a knight's armored form, debris exploded, a testament to the raw, unbridled power. Harkon and Enoch could only gape, their expressions a mix of awe and utter shock at the impossible display. Another knight, his jaw practically on the floor, could only manage a stunned, choked gasp. Wigang's jaw drops, his mind absolutely blown by the raw power he just saw unleashed. What even was that? Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch are absolutely floored, staring up in disbelief, their minds reeling from the impossible display. And the epicenter of this insane power surge? The very stairways of the Mage's Tower. Li Ho-yeol, the man himself, stands amidst the chaos, hand extended, a blinding blue energy pulsing around him. He's on the move, but a dark thought flashes through his mind, he's been totally duped. Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch are still reeling, their minds screaming, how can this office worker be this powerful? Li Ho-yeol's eyes blaze with intensity, leaving the knights utterly bewildered, who is this guy? He's burning through mana like crazy, internally raging, frick, my mana. What in the world is going on? Then, with another explosive burst of blue energy, his foot crashes down, asserting his dominance. The call rings out, the pathway is open. Harkon Kingsguard explodes into action, charging the colossal great turtle of golden canines with his weapon drawn. His armored leg blurs with impossible speed. As a fierce voice demands, do not waste this chance. The great turtle unleashes a terrifying roar, its massive jaws snapping open to reveal a deadly array of fangs. Harkon Kingsguard and Enoch are on the move, pushing hard, ready to get this over with as fast as possible. They leap onto the beast's back, launching a full-scale assault. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of blue energy rips through the air. As Li Ho-yeol unleashes his power, his weapon blazing with an otherworldly glow. The fight is on. Li Ho-yeol and Wigang unleash a massive energy blast, tearing through the air with incredible speed. The great turtle lets out a furious roar, its colossal body reeling from the hit. A blinding blue energy blast absolutely decimates its tough scales, the impact shaking the very ground. But then, a system message pops up for Lee Ho-yeol, revealing that Knight Captain Harkon Kingsguard just gave up his contribution to taking down the great turtle. His eyes instantly narrow, a silent "what the heck" written all over his face. The message flashes again, and he can only manage, this is. Then, another notification pops up, Knight Enoch also ditched his contribution to the turtle's takedown. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Knight Jessica White also bailed on her contribution. He watches as system messages explode before him, confirming the calculation of event contribution rates and announcing multiple level-ups. Another level-up notification flashes, eliciting a shocked, "what?" from him. He locks eyes with a glowing, ethereal figure, as a voice booms, declaring this very power is what brought him here. The voice continues, its words resonating with ancient power, revealing this to be a gift from the Otherworld Emperor, granted to the Mage's Tower. Meanwhile, a formidable group of knights, including Harkon Kingsguard, Enoch, Lo, and Jessica White, stand ready, their armor gleaming, a silent testament to their power. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes snap open, as the ethereal voice praises him, declaring he's saved countless lives today. He listens, his mind racing, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. The knights remain poised, a silent, imposing force, ready for anything. Lee Ho-yeol turns his back on the ethereal vision, his gaze now locked onto the assembled knights, his mind churning with questions. A powerful declaration echoes, announcing the arrival of the Lion Heart Knights. And leading the charge, a knight with an unyielding gaze stands ready, his power undeniable. But the system's got big news for Lee Ho-yeol. He's officially fighting with the Brof's owner, and he just snagged the top contribution rate for taking down the great turtle of golden canines. Taking it all in, Lee Ho-yeol remains cool and collected in his sharp suit. Then, out of nowhere, a dazzling blue orb bursts into existence, radiating pure power. The orb practically calls to him, its glow captivating his gaze. Both he and Wigang stare in awe, realizing this is the legendary island treasure. The orb just keeps glowing with insane power, it's absolutely mesmerizing. Wigang's mind is going a mile a minute, wondering if he should just grab it, but he's fighting a serious internal battle against his own greed. The island's treasure, a mesmerizing blue orb, pulses with an otherworldly glow, hinting at a massive power awakening within him as he contemplates its true potential. Suddenly, a blazing red banner rips across the air, screaming the shocking news, the Yusra archipelago is under attack, being claimed right now. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes snap wide open, a sharp, digital chime confirming his worst fears, the takeover is already in full swing. Wigang, barely able to keep up, tries to shout a warning, begging for a moment of strategic thought before disaster strikes. But it's too late. Lee Ho-yeol lunges, his hand blazing with an intense blue aura, and starts to siphon the orb's raw, untamed power. Wigang can only gape, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of the move. His disbelief explodes into a furious roar, screaming at Lee Ho-yeol, calling him insane and predicting their absolute ruin. But Lee Ho-yeol just smirks, the glowing orb now firmly in his grasp, his voice laced with a chilling glee about the inevitable rise of greed. His gaze is locked, burning with an unshakable resolve, as the orb's blue energy surges around him, transforming him with its immense power. Grand fell Claudi Arpius Romeo, a name that once echoed with power and prestige, now found that mere wealth meant absolutely nothing to him. Born into a legendary family as its successor, he'd already tasted the absolute peak of wealth and luxury. Meanwhile, Wigang was absolutely floored, staring at his phone with wide eyes, the sheer, overwhelming magic he just felt leaving him completely speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the same spell the Mage's Tower Master used, his mind racing about the island's treasure and the woman who'd snagged it, a powerful sense of greed starting to bubble up inside him. With blue energy surging around his hand, he kept on devouring that treasure's power. The radiant blue light just kept getting stronger, swallowing him whole in its otherworldly brilliance. That raw emotion of greed. It wasn't something he actually felt. With a fierce look, he knew the easiest way to stop anyone else from snatching the treasure was to just take it himself. As the last bits of energy faded, a system message flashed, confirming his victory, he had officially snagged the island's treasure. A colossal surge of power just explodes across the island, and Wigang is absolutely floored, his mind blown by the sheer, overwhelming energy. He just straight up took the great turtle's treasure, its power now a pulsating orb in Lee Ho-yeol's grip, with Lo right there, witnessing the epic transformation. The entire island is practically vibrating with leftover magic, a wild, otherworldly glow blasting through the ancient ruins and thick jungle. And the great turtle of golden canines? It's completely out of commission, its colossal body now lifeless, a faint, almost sad whimper escaping as its power is totally absorbed. Elsewhere, Camilla is absolutely stunned, her eyes bugging out at the sheer, mind-blowing magical energy that just exploded. Lo, still by his side, can only stammer out his name, totally blown away by the insane power move Lee Ho-yeol just pulled off. Staring at that distant glow, Wei Gang's determination just went through the roof, new, burning ambition igniting as he swore to snatch up every other treasure just like that. Bathed in the lingering magical aura, he stood tall, his eyes locked onto a future overflowing with unimaginable wealth and power. A brutal, unseen blow lands with a sickening crunch, forcing a pained grunt from its target. But the golden-armored warrior, Kinver, just snarls back, calling his attacker a cowardly murderer. Another devastating hit connects, and blood explodes into the air. But Kinver is relentless, pushing through the pain, and screams about a second sunshake. It's no use, though, and with a final, soft thud, he goes down. Lee Ho-yeol stands over the defeated, his eyes burning with an intense blue glow, a soft grunt escaping his lips as he takes it all in. He ponders his next move, a chilling thought taking shape. Kinver is down for good, a system message flashing, you have murdered another player. Your karma stat has been increased. With a chilling, calculating stare, Lee Ho-yeol declares it'll be real convenient to just take it all at once. He dives in, hands sinking into the radiant blue glow of the fallen, claiming the ultimate victor's prize. Then, the system flashes his triumph, confirming the emerald essence and a staggering 32 other loot items are now his. A soft groan escapes Lee Ho-yeol, his eyes snapping wide as a vibrant blue aura explodes around him. The energy swirling around his chest as a name screams in his mind, Guido Granfell Claudi Arpius Romeo. For him, wealth was utterly meaningless. As a young man, born into an insanely wealthy family, he had already experienced the absolute peak of luxury. Even as a child, surrounded by all his toys and gadgets, the raw emotion of greed was something he knew intimately. Now, facing down the colossal great turtle of golden canines, the blue energy around him absolutely explodes, as distant game voices chatter about Enoch's magic and Homan's treasure, but the true, dark nature of greed was never something he truly held. The blue light absolutely erupts from his outstretched hand, a powerful surge of energy manifesting with raw force. The swirling particles of light intensely gather, forming a potent, crackling aura around his palm. It was never something he truly possessed. He lets out a guttural, kugh, but his eyes are locked on the task, a tremor of raw power or intense focus shaking his hand. The system flashes, confirming his impossible feat, the secret to bypassing greed is to simply take the treasure without it, and just like that, he's claimed the island's ultimate prize. The notification blazes again, cementing the unbelievable truth, the island's treasure is now his. But across the game, Wei Gang is absolutely floored, a stunned, ugh. Ripping from his throat as the world around him explodes with vibrant, pulsing magic. Camilla, Lo, and the rest of the squad are absolutely losing it, their jaws practically on the floor, as one of them shouts, dude, did you just see that? Hoyol Nim just snagged the island's treasure. But Lee Ho-yeol just stands there, cool as ice, surrounded by chaos, as the system itself glitches out, screaming, the destruction meter isn't even budging. Why? They have zero greed. 100% pure acquisition. How is this even possible? Another player, absolutely flabbergasted by his unshakable calm, screams, and check out how chill he is. Does Hoyol seriously not have a single greedy bone in his body? Lee Ho-yeol lets out a frustrated groan, the system's bizarre message about no greed still ringing in his ears. A faint blue energy crackles around him, his face contorted in a mix of confusion and pure irritation. He lifts the island's treasure, a busted, rusty crown, and can't help but question if this is some kind of cosmic joke. The system drops the bombshell, it's just an old broken crown, epic rank, leaving him totally underwhelmed by the supposed treasure. Is this a sick joke? He'd literally purged all his greed for this, now he's wondering if every other treasure is just as lame. But before he can dwell on it, Harkon Kingsguard swoops in from behind, reaching for the crown, boldly claiming the trash for himself. Then, a system alert blazes across his vision, the Lion Heart Knights, Enoch Loren, Harkon Kingsguard, and Jessica White, just crashed his party, literally. Another message spotlights Enoch Loren's level, and everyone's just like, huh. Harkon, now backed by Enoch and Jessica White, scoffs at the trashy party they've just joined, his taunt still aimed squarely at Lee Ho-yeol. Harkon Kingsguard, with his elite knights at his back, makes a shocking declaration, we're with you from now on. With a powerful stance, he vows their aid in achieving his ultimate goal. Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely floored by this unexpected loyalty, his mind racing to figure out what Harkon's true game is. But Harkon's mind is already made up, convinced that Lee Ho-yeol isn't the type to hold a grudge or blackmail them later. He remembers how Lee Ho-yeol saved their lives, and, even more incredibly, showed zero greed for the treasure. Lee Ho-yeol starts to walk away, but Harkon's resolve is firm, the Harkon Archipelago will be his ultimate sword and shield. His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. Even here in the Nuba Archipelago, the continent's top players would be gunning for him, he thinks, as the party list pops up, revealing his measly level 106 against Harkon Kingsguard's monstrous level 600, and Jessica White's impressive 420. The level gap is absolutely insane. He's caught between a rock and a hard place, the pressure almost crushing him. And the mobs they're about to face. Just as terrifying, with human eaters, collecting slimes, red goblins, and mud golems all clocking in around level 400. But Harkon, completely unfazed, just declares they're moving on to the next island. A weird, creaking sound cuts through the air, and the whole environment starts to change. They're now in a super dense, glowing jungle, with roots twisting into some wild, alien landscape. A quiet gasp escapes someone, as the eerie silence of this new place takes over. A chilling voice cuts through the silence, calling out to Kinver, whose eyes gleam with sinister intent. His body tenses, a silent, deadly question hanging in the air. But far away from that dark plotting, Lee Ho Yeol's squad pushes deeper into the luminous jungle, while someone speculates about the sheer chaos if Lee Ho Yeol actually snagged a treasure, demanding to know if it's true. Then, a worried voice chimes in, pointing out that Harkon is with them, making the Lionheart Knights an absolute nightmare to face. Lee Ho Yeol, Harkon, and Jessica, flanked by their knights, stand poised, when a faint, unsettling sound drifts in, making someone demand, "What? Who?" Kinver, however, scoffs at the worry, declaring they just need to be smart, admitting the others are leagues above the second son. Then, with a chilling smirk, he unveils his master plan, little surprise, already waiting on the wharf. A dark, ominous purple aura explodes around Kinver, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated malice. He lays out his horrifying scheme. The second they step onto that ship for the next island, he'll just flick his finger, and the Hydra's lethal poison will engulf the entire vessel. Lee Ho Yeol, the ultimate strategist, is deep in thought, sketching, but his mind is already calculating the grim odds, the inevitable end for so many, the fine line between life and oblivion. He keeps drawing, his focus unwavering, already planning for the aftermath, for the spoils that await once the dust settles and the fallen are checked for their treasures. Then, a sudden, explosive shockwave of pure violence detonates in his mind, a crimson splash across his senses. The vision explodes into a chaotic, brutal maelstrom of white and black, drenched in blood, a body utterly annihilated by an invisible, devastating power. A masked warrior, his face contorted in absolute horror, screams in utter disbelief. His own severed hand, still gripping his weapon, crashes to the ground, his final, agonizing thought a desperate question, "I got beheaded." Lee Ho Yeol snaps back, his mind racing, desperately trying to rationalize the impossible, wondering if his own imagination could conjure such a brutal, distant reality. But the sheer, overwhelming wave of bloodlust, radiating from the vision, is undeniable, a chilling confirmation of its terrifying truth. His eyes narrow, burning with an intense, razor-sharp focus, ready to confront whatever horror just unfolded. A tiny squirrel lets out a high-pitched squeak, hidden deep within the jungle canopy. But Lee Ho Yeol is watching, and he finds the little guy surprisingly adorable. He checks his phone, a brief pause before everything goes wild. But then he turns to someone off-screen, asking if they've named the little critter too. His eyes narrow, a thought flashing through his mind, that tiny rat on the tree. Then, a mysterious purple glow sparks from his hand, a strange energy crackling around him. The view snaps to a man screaming in pure terror, his face a bloody mess, as Lee Ho Yeol's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know what he's thinking. A terrifying system message blazes across the screen, dropping a bombshell. Harkon Kingsguard is watching, and this poor guy's mental strength is gone, completely overwhelmed by fear. Back in the jungle, Lee Ho Yeol is stone-faced, his eyes now blazing with an eerie purple glow, a silent, powerful presence amidst the unfolding chaos. Check out this squirrel, absolutely going to town on a nut. Its face is wild, making you wonder if it's got some serious beef with other squirrels, or if that's just its default "I'm about to wreck this nut" look. But back in the epic hall, Harkon Kingsguard is there with Lee Ho Yeol, glowing with a subtle blue energy, and he's just like, "I'm not even sure about this." But Lee Ho Yeol's focus is elsewhere, locked onto a terrifying system alert. The Yusra archipelago is getting absolutely devoured by greed, and it's already going down. That ominous red text, Omer Zioda Apanka Arshiv Ryra Yumura Ryra, is screaming at him, along with some intense numbers, confirming a major catastrophe is underway. Harkon Kingsguard, totally missing the digital meltdown Lee Ho Yeol's seeing, is all about grabbing the last crown, yelling for them to speed it up, even as some unseen voice just shrugs it off as a mere rat problem. And get this, the destruction has already hit the 8th square. Lee Ho Yeol still reeling from that insane system message, watching Harkon Kingsguard, with those same red warnings burning in his vision, a total disconnect from the Knight's Crown obsession. He figures, hey, at least Harkon Kingsguard somehow slammed the brakes on the destruction for a bit, but with that crown still missing, finding it is gonna be a nightmare. Harkon Kingsguard, with absolute conviction, barks out a command to speed things up, his resolve burning as he declares, "As you wish." His face set in stone, he doubles down on his resolve, ready for anything. Then, the world changes, a desolate, purple-tinged wasteland stretching out, signaling a new, dangerous chapter. Amongst the jagged, alien rocks, a single name rings out, Kinver. Kinver's face twists in pure agony, his eyes blazing with electric blue power as raw energy explodes from him. A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know why Kinver isn't responding. His legs, now bulging with muscle and barely contained by shredded clothes, are engulfed in that same electric blue energy, surging with untamed power. A trembling hand reaches out, as Kinver's mind reels, am I alive? Did he save me? He stands, finally, his entire form crackling with a fierce blue aura, a swirling web of power engulfing him, the ultimate proof of his brutal transformation. Kinver is writhing, consumed by pain, his mind racing. Why was he spared? Was it pity? Or was he just a nobody, not even worth the effort to finish off? But whatever the reason, a mysterious figure is already making their descent, rappelling down the treacherous cliff. With blue energy still surging around him, Kinver, trembling and in agony, manages to thank his savior. He's barely conscious, muttering about being out of this, his face pale and gray from the ordeal. But Camilla, the purple-haired rescuer, isn't having it, snapping, what the hell are you talking about? Her urgency is palpable. Towering over the still struggling Kinver, she delivers a chilling ultimatum, run from Lee Ho-Yol, or be crushed to powder. Elsewhere, Lo, the spiky blonde, is stunned, shouting, what? Hey, Kinver. What the fuck? The situation is clearly spiraling. Camilla, phone pressed to her ear, is locked in a tense conversation, her face etched with concern. With Wigang and Lo by her side in a vibrant jungle, she cuts to the chase, demanding, Park Hyun-woo, what's going on? Still reeling from a recent development, Park Hyun-woo is absolutely livid, sprawled on the ground, his fist practically vibrating with rage as he curses the person who just dared to hang up on him. Purple energy starts to crackle around his hand as he keeps screaming, ranting about how much cash he sank into this mission, even borrowing from loan sharks, all because some jerk demanded more poison for a failed plan. Suddenly, a guy with a killer mohawk steps in, trying to cool down the absolutely fuming Park Hyun-woo. But telling him to calm down just makes him explode even more, his face twisting into a mask of pure fury as he screams, how can you even say that? The purple energy around his hand goes wild, his voice hitting a new level as he basically tells them to shove their calmness, because it's not their money on the line. The mohawk guy, now backed up by a massive, muscular dude, is practically wrestling Park Hyun-woo, desperately trying to get him to chill out. He's still fighting their hold, screaming, why are you guys so chill about this, as if they're missing the whole point. His face is a snarling mess, as he absolutely refuses to admit he's worked up, his rage practically radiating off him. His arm is practically exploding with purple energy, as he screams the question again, totally baffled by their calm demeanor. Absolutely engulfed in a furious purple aura, his face twisted in a primal scream as two men desperately try to restrain him, Park Hyun-woo unleashes a thunderous roar, how much did you get from Kinver? A blonde, bearded companion desperately attempts to de-escalate the situation, what the hell are you talking about? Calm down so we can talk. But his fury only escalates, his mind ablaze with betrayal and the searing question of, how much of my money did you agree on taking? He bellows, his face a terrifying mask of pure fury, the purple energy around him exploding with violent intensity. His mouth stretches impossibly wide in a silent, primal roar, raw, untamed power radiating from his very being. Then, with a cataclysmic force, a deafening blast of purple energy erupts from his form, shaking the very foundations of reality. Across the way, Lee Ho-Yeol's head snaps up instantly, his golden eyes flaring wide in shock at the sheer, raw surge of power. The blonde companion, now by his side, urgently questions, what is it, Sir Hoyle? His expression instantly hardens, his piercing gaze locked onto the epicenter of the disturbance. A sudden, jarring sensation rips through him. It's the same chilling system alert he got when he first arrived, screaming about the influence of great evil. But this time, the malevolent force engulfing the island feels amplified, his paladin senses screaming a dire warning. Lee Ho-Yeol stands, a vortex of purple energy swirling around him, his gaze fixed on the ominous, storm-ridden heavens. A terrifying realization dawns on him, a demon is lurking nearby. Simultaneously, a furious crimson energy erupts and spreads. Park Hyun-woo is racked with tremors, completely consumed by the untamed, destructive power raging within him. His very hand crackles with the same uncontrollable, blood-red force. Park Hyun-woo, you have to calm down, he desperately pleads with himself, recognizing the sheer, terrifying magnitude of his strength. I knew you were powerful, but this is insane. Can I even control this? With a sinister red glow in his eyes, he glares down, spitting accusations that this silver-haired man is the real villain, a player killer. And just to drive the point home, a wicked, serrated blade, crackling with raw crimson power, materializes. The strike is lightning fast, utterly savage, and a system notification pops up, golden fruit and 62 other loot items acquired. Another player down. Lee Ho-Yeol flinches, his face a mask of disbelief and alarm, as the red-haired maniac doubles down on his claims. The stream chat goes absolutely wild. Did he just wipe out the guild? Can you even stream this? You're gonna die. But Lee Ho Yeol just tightens his grip on a mysterious glowing orb. His gaze hardens, the shock replaced by an unyielding resolve. Then, a cataclysmic surge of raw, crimson energy explodes, engulfing the red-haired figure in a maelstrom. He's transforming. A demonic aura engulfs him, a terrifying skull face manifesting behind him as his eyes blaze with infernal red power. With a voice dripping with dark power, he roars his declaration, "I'm taking back what's mine." Suddenly, an armored foot crushes the ground, sending shockwaves everywhere. The impact sends Wigang flying, his face a mask of pure shock as purple energy explodes around him. Then, an armored hand grabs him, the sheer intent to kill radiating from the attacker, as "murder" flashes across the scene. He's sent flying, utterly defeated, as a system message drops the bombshell, the supernova explosion just killed the player. But Wigang isn't having it, defiantly muttering, "I wasn't." But the internet is already blowing up. Hoisflower is screaming, "Seen, right?" and getting motion sickness from the camera shake, while UGLYSS is calling someone a "crazy ASS bastard." Isot drops the bomb, Park Hyunjin just killed someone, leaving Raekunman with a bewildered. Even in defeat, Wigang's spirit is unbroken, as he unleashes a chilling vow, "I'll be sure to make you regret ever seeing me." And a dark wish for his attacker to get as far as I did. A final, ragged gasp tears from his throat, his eyes burning with a mix of agony and pure defiance. As the purple energy fades, a mysterious figure in a cowboy hat turns, giving a quick glance over their shoulder, their arrival signaling the end of this brutal showdown. He stares down at the outstretched hand, his voice cutting through the tension, "Are you okay?" He then questions if monsters are on their tail. He ponders the situation, aware that the Explorer Alliance, the Explorer Guild, has a strict no help for non-members policy. A genuine smile lights up his face as he offers, "You look afraid, have a seat for a while." He elaborates, stating that even a mercenary who'd betray his own team for cash couldn't stand against the Explorer Guild. A wave of relief washes over him as he hears a soft, "Thank you," from the person he's helping. He flashes his phone, a triumphant grin spreading, and exclaims, "I'll be okay now. I'm spared." Whoa, check out this insane energy signature. Something big is about to drop. The visuals are going wild, swirling with dark and vibrant hues, this presentation is about to get epic. Low points to the screen, hyping it up, "Alright, this is it, today's Arcana." A map pops up on a tablet, showing scattered land masses, and it's revealed that this is the legendary Yusra Archipelago. This massive archipelago is split into 10 distinct islands, and every single one is hiding a secret treasure. But here's the kicker, the ways to snag these epic treasures are totally different for every island. We're talking about hunting down a named monster, the island's owner, or maybe even cracking some mind-bending puzzles. A quick example pops up, a knight in a fierce battle, proving that even with a shield-only defense skill, some knights are literally one-trick ponies. And get this, tons of guilds and alliances have already snagged their treasures, each with their own crazy strategies. Behold. The last, most epic treasure island of the Yusra Archipelago, its ancient ruins practically screaming with untold power. From afar, it's obvious that a massive horde of players and guilds are already swarming this place, all hungry for that sweet, sweet loot. And just like that, the Kingsguard snarls, calling someone "so greedy" as they all scope out the island from below. He keeps going, dropping the bomb that the Shining Guild, those absolute legends, have already snagged 2 treasures, even the one on the eastern island. Then he warns Tremia to chill out, reminding her about those precious contribution points. Lo, cool as ever, just tells his Hyung to relax. So, the Immunia Guild was also there, right next to Shining, but they totally whiffed it and got nothing, a fact that clearly grates on Wigang, who just can't believe they have to bring that up. Wigang then hypes up Kisaki-san, saying this is their big shot, and the narrator drops a hint that this is probably why Kazuma from Immunia is looking so steamed. He watches the chaos erupt. The 2 titans, Berserker and Second Son, are inbound. Meanwhile, Camilla is absolutely fuming, trying to break free from Lo, screaming she's going to kill someone. Lo's got her, but even he can't help but crack a smile, thinking she's still the same hothead she always was, her rage burning bright. The ultimate question looms, who will seize the final island's treasure in this epic day of Arcana? But elsewhere, in a brutal, war-torn zone, an armored warrior with a horned helmet whispers a desperate plea, "Please stay." Harkon Kingsguard, ever the stoic, just looks down, his thoughts a mystery. Back in the thick of it, another armored fighter, covered in blood and utterly stunned, can only gasp, "That's impossible." The horned warrior, now clearly hurt, groans in pain, then someone shouts, "Look over there." The bloodied fighter, eyes still wide with shock, confirms, "Yeah, I see it too." Heavy armored boots stomp across the gritty, wet ground, marching towards an uncertain destiny. The legendary crests of the Lion Heart Knights, a golden lion and a powerful S, burst into existence. announcing the earth-shattering arrival of a colossal, golden-armored titan that dwarfs everything around it. The sheer, unbelievable power of the Lion Heart Knight's manifestation sends shockwaves through the very air. Lo's jaw drops, his mind absolutely blown by the sudden, impossible appearance of this overwhelming force. It's true. The Emperor's strongest knights have arrived, their massive forms now undeniable, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Camilla can only gape, her brain short-circuiting as she tries to grasp the insane reality unfolding before her. A raw expletive rips from her, the gravity of the situation hitting hard as she demands to know who could possibly command such an insane army. But far from the chaos, a flash of silver-white hair catches the light. As Li Ho Yeol calmly adjusts his tie, his eyes burning with an intense, emerald glow, ready for whatever comes next. The Lion Heart Knights were everywhere, an overwhelming force of gleaming armor and unwavering resolve, completely surrounding the ancient structure. A guttural groan ripped from his throat, as the sheer pressure of their arrival slammed into Li Ho Yeol. He knew the others would be hyped to see him, thinking he'd snagged the treasure, but this was a whole new level of trouble. Next to him, Wigang was absolutely frozen in terror, the chilling truth hitting him hard. I'm freaking scared. He knew he'd get some eyes on him, but this was next level crazy. Li Ho Yeol, with his insane mana level over 600, was totally unfazed by the knight's hostility, but even he couldn't deny the sheer, epic scale of this invasion. Wigang, totally freaking out, spun to Lo, demanding to know if this Hisagite was the same dude who double-crossed the court family. Lo, with a stone-cold expression, shot Camilla a warning, never, ever make an enemy out of this guy. Harkon Kingsguard, with Camilla by his side, lays down the law, he's not fighting Grand Fel, no matter what goes down. But Kinver, with a fierce look, declares he's got only one move left. Wigang, completely overwhelmed by Li Ho Yeol's raw power, can barely handle the pressure. The whole squad of knights is watching, as the tension in the air becomes palpable. Kinver's face twists in a primal scream, shouting, Sir Hoyle. Li Ho Yeol just stares, a silent exclamation point hanging in the air around him. Then, boom. A blazing red-orange aura explodes around Li Ho Yeol, igniting him with raw power as Wigang looks on. The inferno surges outward, engulfing everything in a blinding, fiery explosion. Kinver gets blasted back by the sudden surge, his jaw dropping as he screams, what the hell? As his power surged, the very ground began to rupture, unleashing torrents of molten lava that shot skyward. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice screamed, demanding everyone activate their fire resistance buffs. This was no drill. The same voice, now a frantic yell, then commanded them to move if they wanted to live. Kinver, bathed in the inferno's glow, could only gape, his eyes wide with pure terror. A single, disbelieving syllable escaped his lips, as the sheer magnitude of the power shattered his composure. Another voice, filled with dawning horror, then declared, this immense power could only belong to the island's owner. The lava continued to churn and expand, forming intricate, swirling patterns of pure destructive energy. From within the molten depths, distinct, bubbling forms began to emerge, taking on an increasingly organic, monstrous shape. Finally, with a terrifying roar, a colossal creature materialized from the fiery abyss, revealing itself as a monstrous great lava koi. Li Ho Yeol lets out a raw, primal cry as the sheer, unbridled power he's unleashed absolutely explodes, making the very air crackle with scorching heat. The heat is absolutely insane, a blazing inferno that makes everything feel like it's melting. Someone shouts, realizing the monster is totally encased in lava, making it impossible to even get close. Kinver, next to Harkon Kingsguard, makes the call, they're stuck just watching this insane power show for now. The great lava koi, a terrifying beast of pure molten rock, just glows with menace, and everyone's wondering how they're even supposed to scratch this thing. Harkon Kingsguard, cool as ice, barks orders to his squad, telling them to suit up with heat-resistant gear and get those machine rifles ready, specifically shouting out to Tremia and the elite Clone Sense Knights. That lava wall around the monster is a total fortress, shutting down every single long-range attack they try. The great lava koi just sits there, radiating pure power, and someone screams in frustration, realizing they can't even get close enough to land a hit. Camilla, looking totally freaked out, yells a warning not to push too hard, a choked gasp escaping her as the chaos ramps up. A colossal, fiery beast just explodes into existence, sending shockwaves of disbelief through everyone watching. The creature just radiates pure, unadulterated heat, a swirling vortex of crimson and orange energy that warps reality itself. So powerful that even through high-tech drones, the scorching intensity is palpable. This great lava koi, a beast of pure molten rock and fire, is an unapproachable fortress. Its lava barrier is so intense, even the toughest tanks can't get anywhere near it. Harkon Kingsguard watches the chaos, his voice cutting through the comms, clearly worried about the guy in the middle of that fiery mess. Kinver, standing next to him, just lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting his promise to be a sword is totally useless against this monster. Harkon's eyes stay locked on the distant, fiery chaos. His concern deepening as Li Ho Yeol's silver hair shimmers, almost glowing, amidst the inferno. He lets out a confident, almost arrogant chuckle, his expression absolutely unwavering, assuring Harkon with absolute certainty that there is no need to worry at all. A powerful, subtle purple energy begins to emanate from his very form, radiating confidence, as he boldly declares that he absolutely did not lead them all here without a master plan. Meanwhile, a massive, imposing hand descends with crushing force, catching Kinver completely off guard, who cries out in utter shock as a furious crimson aura violently erupts around him, his face contorting in pure rage and agonizing pain, blood already staining his armor. He collapses, defeated, muttering furiously about the bastard who dared to do this. While Harkon stands triumphantly over him, a cool, dominant blue energy contrasting Kinver's furious red, asking with a chilling smirk if he can still smile, knowing the absolute hellish situation they're in. Kinver's defeat was just the beginning, and Harkon Kingsguard's mind was already racing, a single, burning question echoing through his thoughts: why? The tension was palpable as the unspoken question hung heavy: what in the world was Li Ho Yeol's master plan? But far above the inferno below, Li Ho Yeol was already in motion, perched on a cliff, about to drop the hammer. The ground itself screamed, as raw power erupted from the very core of the world. With absolute focus, he laid out the blueprint, revealing that magic activation was a three-step process. A surge of blue energy erupted from his palm, weaving complex symbols into existence with a powerful whoosh. The first phase, interference, was initiated, as a colossal, pulsating blue magic circle erupted around him. And then, the grand finale, the manifestation, as the blue energy exploded into a raging, fiery orange and red aura, consuming him. The power surged, twisting and roaring, a maelstrom of pure, unadulterated destruction. That lava around the koi. Not some fancy skill, just raw, untamed nature. So, 4 grand fell. Lava, a pure force of nature, is basically just like any old rock on the ground. Harkon Kingsguard is left speechless, barely able to form a word, as Camilla wonders if Li Ho Yeol just pulled off something insane. Rocks and debris start floating like it's nothing, and Harkon Kingsguard can only repeat his shock, with Camilla echoing her disbelief. And now, the lava itself is lifting off the ground, leaving Harkon Kingsguard to gasp the unbelievable: did he just make the lava fly? Meanwhile, Park Hyunwoo and Wigang are absolutely floored by the display, their expressions screaming pure, unadulterated shock. As the immense power courses through him, Li Ho Yeol lets out a strained grunt, his body reacting to the sheer force required to manipulate the molten earth. Watching the impossible display, Harkon Kingsguard's eyes widen in utter disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. The lava particles still swirling around him, he can only wonder where this man could have possibly come from. More molten rock erupts from the ground, glowing with an intense, fiery energy. With his eyes now glowing with golden power, Li Ho Yeol continues to command the lava, while a panicked voice cries out, "I'm running out of mana." "Harkon, what are you doing? Get the koi." Pure shock erupts. This is absolutely unbelievable. Then, the impossible appears: a massive sea of glowing, molten orange liquid just hangs there, defying gravity, with some lone player right in the middle of it all. The mind struggles to process it, the lava is actually floating. It's just too much to take in, what an unbelievable sight. The glowing, buoyant mass just keeps on spreading, taking over everything with its impossible presence. And the worst part? This crazy phenomenon has a massive consequence: the path to the island's dungeon is totally cut off. Then, with a primal roar, he shouts his challenge, ready to throw down and make his mark. But across the battlefield, the mighty Harkon Kingsguard, radiating a cool blue energy, is momentarily stunned, a rare look of shock flashing across his face as something unexpected hits. A furious "damn it" rips from his throat as he curses his momentary lapse, his concentration broken. But that momentary lapse is all it takes for Harkon to snap back, unleashing a devastating counterattack, his aura exploding as he roars, shining. Charge! The sheer power of his strike sends a massive shockwave ripping through the entire chaotic battlefield, where countless warriors are locked in an insane melee of explosions and blinding magic. This isn't just a fight, it's a brutal training simulation where beating Harkon Kingsguard is a pipe dream without racking up serious contribution or landing that crucial first attack bonus. And right in the thick of it, a fiery red-haired warrior absolutely rages forward, their weapon a blur, leaving a blazing red trail as they go for the kill. Camilla's eyes blaze crimson, a sudden, electrifying realization hitting her like a bolt. "I know," she thinks, a game-changing insight. Just as a small, fiery fish creature, absolutely crackling with purple energy, blasts through the air at insane speeds. "What?" she shouts, her jaw dropping, a look of pure shock mirroring Wigang's own wide-eyed, stunned expression. Kinver and Park Hyunwoo are absolutely dumbfounded, utterly baffled by how this thing just launched itself. The creature keeps up its wild, fiery flight. the purple energy around it just exploding with raw power. Then, bam. It smashes into Harkon Kingsguard, sending him flying back, grunting in pain as debris explodes around him. This is seriously annoying for just a damn fish. Camilla snarls, her frustration absolutely exploding. The fiery beast pulses with raw power, coiling for another devastating leap. Watch out, someone shouts, it's jumping again. Then, with a blinding burst of orange energy and shrapnel, the creature rockets into the air. The system screams, the KD is beginning to jump up and down. Harkon, wreathed in a purple glow, can only watch, a grim realization dawning, it's impossible to restrain it once again. Looks like the fight will go on a bit longer. Kinver's face hardens, his eyes locked on the rapidly worsening situation. Then, a cataclysmic slam. The creature crashes down, unleashing a ground-shattering impact. The sheer force of the landing echoes out, a chaotic explosion of red energy and debris. Harkon, blade glowing green, snaps his gaze down. Jump, he barks, then a chilling realization hits him. What's that now? Suddenly, from the very ground itself, jagged rock spears erupt, tearing through the air. Spears made of rocks, a stunned voice gasps. And there it stands, the fiery creature, now wreathed in a deadly crown of dark, jagged rock spires, its menace amplified tenfold. Suddenly, a system alert screams, announcing a massive property change. Lo and Camilla are absolutely stunned, shouting in pure disbelief at the insane transformation happening right now. From a high-up perch, Lee Ho-yeol watches the insane scene below, where lava itself has been chilled and turned into solid earth, like someone just froze an entire ocean. But even with that god-tier power, trying to sculpt that changed matter into something precise, like a spear, is a whole other level of impossible. The system itself is freaking out, literally asking how a change this massive could even happen with the mana limits it set. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes are laser-focused, his face giving nothing away as the sheer impossibility of what just happened sinks in. Then, a blinding blue energy explodes, engulfing him in crackling arcs of raw power as he moves with insane speed, proving he's just as broken as the system-breaking event. The blue aura goes wild around his armored leg and gauntlet, focusing his insane strength into one devastating, supercharged attack. Just as the world shifted, an insane burst of electric blue energy absolutely detonated, slamming into the colossal great lava koi with mind-blowing power. The beast's molten form immediately started to fracture and shatter, it couldn't handle the sheer, raw power. Then, with an earth-shattering explosion, the great lava koi absolutely disintegrated, wiped from existence by that insane, overwhelming force. A system alert screamed across their vision, confirming the impossible, you have defeated the great lava koi. Lo and Camilla were absolutely floored, their faces a perfect blend of what just happened, and no way. Lo was so utterly flabbergasted, he could only choke out a completely speechless gasp. Camilla, on the other hand, let out a sarcastic, almost hysterical laugh, totally roasting the lava koi for its zero weaknesses claim, what a total joke. Threat level 0, Lo spun to his crew, and was like, alright, let's bounce. Meanwhile, Wigang, the legendary streamer, was glued to his monitor, his jaw practically on the floor, absolutely stunned by the insane plot twist. The gargantuan great lava koi was absolutely toast, a final system notification blaring that the island's dinner was officially off the menu. A final, agonizing roar rips from the great lava koi, its fiery eye still blazing with raw power, even in defeat. But the system isn't done yet, dropping a bombshell about the player with the highest contribution rate. Harkon Kingsguard and Kinver are absolutely floored, their jaws practically on the ground. The truth hits like a truck, it was Lee Ho-yeol and the Lion Heart Knights who pulled off this insane feat. Wigang, watching from afar, is absolutely losing it, screaming about how impossible it is that the boss went down so fast and how utterly terrified it must have been. But the real hero, Lee Ho-yeol, is barely holding on, his eyes practically rolling into the back of his head from mana depletion. Suddenly, a new system message pops up right in front of him, dropping a sweet item reward for his insane contribution. A shimmering blue orb instantly appears in his grasp, pulsating with pure, raw energy. This isn't just any item, it's the island's treasure, and word on the street is, Lee Ho-yeol already snagged it. He clutches the legendary island's treasure, a blinding orb of pure energy, as the system confirms its otherworldly power. Staring intently at the glowing relic, he whispers, the island's treasure. The orb's power reflects in his eyes, making them blaze with an otherworldly light. Clutching the treasure tightly, he declares, I guess this is the last one. Across the world, Harkon Kingsguard and Kinver watch in disbelief as Lee Ho-yeol claims the treasure, Harkon demanding to know why the contribution rate isn't skyrocketing. Wigang, equally stunned by the display, can only ask, is it not the island's treasure, his voice filled with doubt. Suddenly, the orb in Lee Ho-yeol's hand explodes with an even more intense, blinding light. A cataclysmic wave of purple energy bursts from him, shattering the earth and engulfing him in raw power. When the energy clears, he stares up in utter shock, at a monstrous, shadowy entity now towering above him. A chilling system alert screams across his vision, Yusra Archipelago is being taken over by greed. Destruction in progress. Lee Ho-yeol can only manage a stunned, huh. But elsewhere, Harkon Kingsguard wonders if they're already too late, while Kinver shrugs off the sheer quantity of treasures as meaningless. Then, a massive surge of glowing purple energy erupts, and someone gasps, what? Is there one more? Bathed in the eerie purple light, Lee Ho-yeol's face contorts in shock, a single thought escaping him, this is. He remembers the rule, no treasure escapes greed when two are claimed, but the one he just got didn't cause any destruction. The purple energy surges, overwhelming him, and his eye flares with its raw, untamed power. He feels the sheer, demonic force of the aura, a terrifying realization dawning, another treasure has fallen to greed. The land itself warps under the demonic influence, becoming a twisted, purple-tinged wasteland. And with a sickening thud, a colossal, clawed hand smashes out of the earth. A chilling thud reverberates as Kinver seizes a terrified woman, her eyes screaming fear amidst a stunned crowd. Then, a deep hum rips through the air as Wigang, now a vortex of raw purple energy, explodes into a devastating assault, obliterating multiple targets. The purple power surges, blindingly bright, and a chilling system alert screams into existence, confirming the unthinkable, he just executed another player. Two horrified men witness the carnage, one screaming in pure rage, howling about the murder of Julie. Someone tries to stop him, a hand reaching out in a desperate plea, screaming for him to reign in the chaos. Wigang's mind is shattering, his skull feeling like it's going to explode from the sheer, raw power ripping through him. He screams, denying that he ever wanted this chaos. Purple energy warps his very being, and he demands to know what this insidious voice truly means. His hand twists and morphs, razor claws erupting as dark energy spirals around them. Then, a chilling voice, one of the 7 deadly sins, invades his thoughts, taunting him with the memory of his own desperate wish for power. His hand is now a grotesque, fully formed claw, as the voice sneers, claiming it simply helped him get what he wanted. The entity's taunts intensify, branding his mind as pathetic and reminding him he's utterly skillless. Even as agony rips through him, the voice twists the knife, insisting it still gave him everything he wanted. He can only clench his jaw, a raw, pained grunt tearing from his throat as the power devours him. His eyes blaze with malevolent red light, as the voice roars its final declaration, now, it's its turn to claim what it wants. Wigang's body contorts, racked with pain as the dark power fully consumes him, a guttural cry escaping his lips, his monstrous form crackling with malevolent purple energy. A desperate voice screams for it to stop, a futile plea against the encroaching darkness. But before the transformation can complete, a heavy, armored boot slams onto the wet ground, announcing a new, formidable presence with a resounding thud. Without hesitation, the armored figure lunges, a sword arcing with brilliant blue energy, delivering a devastating blow to the struggling Wigang midair. The impact sends a shockwave of raw power, the blue aura of the knight's attack momentarily overwhelming the dark energy surrounding Wigang, a clash of titans. From a distance, a man with glasses watches the sudden, brutal intervention, his face etched with profound, wide-eyed shock. The knight stands victorious over the now fallen Wigang, his voice firm as he asks if the defeated figure is alright, while a chilling realization dawns, these are the legendary Lionheart Knights. The observer's shock deepens, a tear tracing a path down his cheek as he grapples with the terrifying implications of the legendary knight's sudden arrival. A shocking question echoes, could this knight actually be the one they suspect? While another figure, radiating power, strides purposefully through the desolate landscape. A powerful purple aura shimmering around him as he lets out a low groan of discomfort. He pushes forward, the air thick with a stench he knows all too well, the putrid smell of rotten demons. Meanwhile, Kinver and his crew are already on scene, and he's screaming out a desperate plea or warning. The white-haired man covers his mouth, the putrid scent assaulting his senses. While Kinver's face twists in a mix of fear and pure frustration. Then, a sudden, sharp impact rips through the air. And Kinver, absolutely furious, screams at his companions that they've just wasted all their good mana. Wigang's Bongi stream, even with just a minimum fan, is still pulling him in. When a massive power surge screams, he's starting back up. Elsewhere, Lee Ho-yeol's gaze snaps upward, his face a mask of intrigue. As Wigang's legs visibly shake from an unforeseen force, leaving him utterly bewildered. Across realms, the formidable Kingsguard, Harkon, is poised for action, demanding commands. Wigang's jaw drops as a critical system alert blazes into existence, declaring that a class quest has been created. Lee Ho-yeol's expression hardens, a tense whisper escaping him, a sharp wait. Wigang's hand shoots forward, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of crimson energy, the transformation igniting. He's swallowed whole by the infernal aura, his silhouette consumed by raw, explosive power. A dark, malevolent energy is exploding across the Yaska archipelago. This deadly evil is brewing, and it's about to get real. And as that crimson aura just explodes, Wigang and his crew are hit with the shockwave, gasping in pure disbelief at the immediate danger. But the real target, the true prize, is revealed. The island's treasure is under attack. And just like that, he's swallowed whole. Wigang's entire body is consumed by a swirling, dark red vortex, undergoing some insane power-up. At the same time, a glowing red orb, absolutely bursting with corrupting power, starts to crack and shatter under the pressure. The sheer, raw energy twists Wigang's face into a painful grimace, as he's forced to endure this insane, overwhelming power-up. But from afar, Lee Ho-yeol and Harkon Kingsguard are watching this whole thing go down, as the island's treasure is straight-up corrupted by pure greed. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes practically burn with intensity as he reacts to the insane new development, a brand new class quest just popping up, stop the corruption of Yaska Archipelago's treasure. This is huge. Suddenly, a cataclysmic wave of crimson energy explodes from the depths, engulfing everything in a blinding, destructive chaos. The raw power continues to rip through reality, and then, a terrifying system alert screams across the void, beginning destruction. And just like that, the destruction begins. A violent surge of crimson energy explodes from the ground, sending shockwaves ripping through everything. This chaotic power expands at an insane rate, its vibrant red glow revealing some twisted, skeletal structure right at its core. From a hidden spot, Lo and Kinver are just staring at this terrifying spectacle, their faces grim as the world literally tears itself apart. Meanwhile, Harkon Kingsguard and Camilla are totally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, and you can practically hear the unspoken question hanging in the air. Camilla's face just twists in pure alarm, a single word escaping her as the sheer scale of this disaster finally hits her. Camilla is absolutely stunned, watching the crimson energy explode outwards, a single question escaping her lips. But from the heart of that terrifying storm, something monstrous is taking shape, its glowing red eyes burning through the destruction. A colossal, clawed hand, warped by pure, destructive power, slams out from the heart of the crimson energy. Kinver can only watch in horror, his face etched with dread as the true terror of the situation unfolds. Then, the shadowy entity unleashes a cataclysmic wave of red and black energy, ripping apart everything in its path. This destructive force expands at an insane speed, a literal maelstrom of power devouring the entire area. The chaotic energy just keeps on spreading, a terrifying vortex of crimson and shadow swallowing everything. But then, a blinding white energy slash rips through the destructive aura, actually cutting off the monster's rampage. Lo feels the very ground shake violently beneath his feet, demanding to know what the heck is causing this insane vibration. A cataclysmic eruption of crimson energy and dark particles absolutely rips through the landscape. As a voice screams in utter disbelief, demanding to know what in the world is going on. Kinver, absolutely stunned next to Lo, shouts that the islands are literally fusing together. Lee Ho-yeol, face etched with disbelief, can only wonder if this level of destruction is actually happening. Then, out of nowhere, a brilliant white energy slash absolutely rips through the chaotic air. A new presence starts to manifest, with something massive appearing right in the middle of those merging islands. The white energy just keeps surging, glowing with absolutely immense power. Harkon Kingsguard, alongside a massive knight in gleaming golden armor, can only stammer out an utterly shocked, unbelievable. That's. Above the merging landmasses, an ominous purple sky hangs heavy over the newly formed structures, signaling a new era. Out of the swirling chaos, a jaw-dropping golden castle just popped into existence, its spires and walls absolutely blazing with an otherworldly glow. This impossible, solid gold fortress, just poofed into existence, right in the middle of the newly formed land. Harkon Kingsguard, watching this insane spectacle with his armored buddy, could only manage one word, his mind totally blown. Gold, he breathed, completely stunned by the sheer, blinding opulence. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-yeol, chilling with Park Hyun-woo, was also staring at this impossible sight, a question already forming. But Harkon wasn't fooled for a second, his mind already locking onto the castle's true, dark nature. No, that's a castle of greed, he muttered, a chilling realization hitting him. Yep, that golden fortress wasn't just about riches, it was a full-blown manifestation of one of the 7 deadly sins, greed, erupting from the west. Lee Ho-yeol, now checking out a holographic screen, pointed out the insane, oppressive energy blasting from the castle, making it almost impossible to get close. The system drops a bombshell, class quest paused, main story initiated. The Vigor Archipelago is now a battleground for the 7 deadly sins, and the resurrection of greed is on hold. But Lee Ho-yeol, despite the system's update, can only think one thing, he messed up. But before he can dwell on it, a terrifying tremor shakes the very air, and Harkon, Lee Ho-yeol, Wigang, Camilla, and Lo all snap to attention, sensing a massive threat. An armored hand instinctively grips a sword. And Harkon's voice booms, cutting through the rising panic, a rallying cry for everyone to brace for impact. Then, the earth itself explodes, glowing with a sinister red energy as something monstrous claws its way to the surface. Camilla's eyes go wide with pure terror, screaming a frantic warning to look out below. From the depths, grotesque, decaying figures claw their way out, their glowing red eyes and rotting flesh confirming Camilla's horrified shout, "It's the undead." A close-up reveals the nightmare fuel, exposed bone, decaying muscle, and a skeletal hand reaching out, its red eyes burning with pure, unadulterated malice. Suddenly, a blaring alert rips through the room, grabbing the attention of two guys at their desks. One of them, totally freaking out, glares at his phone, his face a mask of pure panic. Meanwhile, the other, a lighter-haired dude, is just casually asking about the server, completely missing the insane danger. Then, with a desperate, earth-shattering slam, the dark-haired guy smashes his hand onto the desk. The impact practically screaming his urgency. He whips around to his senior, Yoon Suk-yeom, yelling that Lee Ho-yeol is talking. Lee Ho-yeol, still chill and glued to his laptop, just casually mentions a new update. But Yoon Suk-yeom is absolutely losing it, screaming that they have to stop everyone and lock down the entire island. Because the enemy levels are absolutely bonkers. A new, destruction rupture just dropped, hitting the Yggdrasil archipelago with a system update that's straight up terrifying. We're talking about two new monsters, the Incarnation of Greed, at level 600, and the Sleepless Soul Devil, at a mind-blowing level 950. Yoon Suk-yeom is absolutely locked onto his device, face etched with dread, as Lee Ho-yeol takes in the insane stats right next to him. His eyes practically pop out of his head, as he lets out a stunned gasp. The raw power of these things is just off the charts, as a terrifying monster with blazing red eyes rips through the scene, claws out and ready to shred. A class quest, Destroy, pops up, screaming immediate danger, and the brutal truth slams into him, their guild is in massive trouble. Out on the field, knights are getting absolutely swarmed, their frantic shouts to get non-combatants out of there ripping through the chaos as they scream for everyone to run and fall back. This is a total nightmare, with the weakest monsters hitting level 500 and the boss at an insane level 850, it's an impossible quest for these guys. In the middle of this bloodbath, Harkon Kingsguard, looking absolutely stressed, roars at his knights, ordering them to hold their line and fall back, slowly. His hand clenches around his sword hilt, fully aware that in this insane situation, every single move is critical. Amidst the absolute pandemonium, Harkon Kingsguard, a beacon of defiance, held his ground, his face a mask of grim resolve. Taking in the sheer scale of the threat, Lee Ho-yeol's intense, glowing purple eyes locked onto the unfolding disaster, his voice cutting through the din with a stark warning about the overwhelming enemy forces. Directly challenging the knight's resolve, he demanded to know if Harkon's sacred oath still burned within him. Elsewhere, the tension was palpable as Yoon Suk-yeom, his face etched with worry, swore an unwavering allegiance to Harkon, ready to face anything. Amidst the swirling maelstrom of battle, Harkon, with a resolute yes, affirmed his unbreakable vow, standing as an unyielding bulwark beside Lee Ho-yeol. With an almost supernatural glow in his purple eyes, Lee Ho-yeol's entire being radiated an unshakable resolve. For him, the truth was absolute, demons existed only to be annihilated, no exceptions, no surrender. A beat of silence passed as Harkon absorbed the declaration, his steely gaze never faltering. A ghost of a smile played on his lips as he delivered his verdict, "I see no fear in your eyes." Lee Ho-yeol's mind races, a silent regret for a past moment, wishing for a companion in his last stand. But his face twists in defiance, his voice booming as he shouts, "What are you even saying? I'm fighting for your help." Suddenly, the knights. A formidable line of golden armor, standing ready, a beacon of pure resolve. Harkon Kingsguard, leading the charge, grips his sword, his stance absolutely unwavering. He roars, reaffirming their sacred vow, "We stick to our oath." His voice rings out, a powerful, defiant cry echoing across the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yoon Suk-yeom watches the chaos, barking orders to his forces, "Help Sir Hoyle reach the evil." But then, the enemy. A horde of skeletal figures, eyes burning with malevolent energy, surge forward. They roar their allegiance, a chilling, unified cry, "In the name of the lions." A bone-rattling roar rips through the air, screaming that name of the lions. A lone soldier, eyes wide with disbelief, can only stammer, if they're actually going to breach the castle. But the strategic comms crackle to life. Harkon Kingsguard warns their mana is off the charts, a guaranteed loss, but Lee Ho-yeol cuts him off, declaring they have no other option. The soldier's mind races, the terrifying truth sinking in, they're going straight for the castle. Then, with a thunderous clang of monstrous feet, the grotesque, red-skinned horde surges, their glowing eyes locked onto the castle. A monstrous, armored behemoth lets out a chilling guuh, its sheer size a nightmare made real. Then, a booming voice, crackling with purple lightning, unleashes the ultimate command, "Charge." But Lee Ho-yeol doesn't flinch, he dives straight into the chaos, clashing with one of the monstrous lions, in a brutal And just as the battle ignites, Yoon Sukyum's urgent voice blasts through the comms, warning that people are trying to breach the defenses. He glares at the screen, utterly baffled and furious. Had they gone insane? Did they even check the update? The screen blazes with the image of Paladin Lee Ho Yeol and the Lion Heart Knights, a powerhouse unit, absolutely steamrolling towards the castle's defenders. Someone gasps at the sheer nerve, demanding to know if they're actually planning to assault the Golden Palace. Across the room, a fiery redhead proposes deploying a professional exploration division, her blonde comrade hanging on every word. A different observer, taking in the chaos, asserts that Wigang's strategy is clearly the winning move. Across the command center, Yoon Sukyum updates Harkon Kingsguard that additional forces are trying to cut off the castle, effectively bottlenecking the defense. On the front lines, Lee Ho Yeol's golden eyes burn with fierce satisfaction, grudgingly admitting the Iron Heart Knights are actually exceeding his expectations. He surveys the grotesque monsters before him, a cold realization dawning that they're nothing but cannon fodder, utterly outmatched by his speed and skill. Blue energy surges around his hand, and he grins, realizing his mana recovery is hitting overdrive. Mana surges through him, a brilliant blue energy exploding from his core. But as a mysterious figure crashes down from a chaotic purple rift. Across the battlefield, Kinver pushes Harkon, asking if they should jump in too, desperate for some contribution points. But Harkon, with a stone-cold gaze, shuts him down, knowing it's a death wish to join the chaos right now. He doubles down, declaring it's a lost cause, a suicide mission no sane guild would ever touch. His eyes burn with grim determination, the weight of the impossible clear on his face. Meanwhile, Lee Ho Yeol, engulfed in crackling green energy, barks a sharp order to Wigang, fall back, now. But then, a monstrous, decaying hand erupts from the earth, pulsing with a sickening green glow. And then, the full nightmare, a resurrected monster, its rotting flesh glowing with vile green power, as someone screams in disbelief, they resurrected. He lets out a frustrated shit, realizing he's critically low on mana right when he needs it most. But even with low mana, Lee Ho Yeol isn't backing down. A brilliant blue blade ignites in his grasp, ready to unleash pure destruction and protect Wigang. Then, with an explosive burst, his magic detonates in a blinding flash. The spell rips through the air, swallowing the monster in a vortex of purple power. The magical barrage intensifies, exploding into a blinding, all-consuming light. Meanwhile, from afar, Harkon Kingsguard and Kinver are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor at the raw power they just witnessed. When the light finally clears, Lee Ho Yeol is still there, shielding Wigang, his eyes burning with an otherworldly blue glow. But it's not over. From the shattered earth, the resurrected monster starts to claw its way back, radiating a terrifying, fiery energy. Its grotesque form fully emerges, eyes burning with an eerie green, a horrifying testament to its impossible resilience. Camilla unleashes a devastating, glowing attack, purple and orange energy exploding outwards with insane power. And she's airborne, a vibrant aura surrounding her as she closes the distance at breakneck speed. But then, a sharp gasp escapes her, her eyes going wide with a sudden, shocking surprise. But she pushes past it, charging forward with fierce determination, a blur of motion, as someone whispers, "Who's that girl?" Camilla is leading the charge, the S-rank and Berserker crew hot on the heels of a massive, shadowy figure. This is an unexpected intervention, with the S-rank and Berserker crew chasing player Lee Ho Yeol right into the slumbering palace. Camilla's face is pure shock as things go wild. She claps a hand over her mouth in disbelief, her mind reeling, phantom thief, she wonders, amidst all the chaos. Lo watches the whole thing go down, pleading, "Uni, seriously, be nice." Talk about a plot twist. Brawn and Behemoth are teaming up, chasing Lee Ho Yeol straight into the Golden Palace, and both he and Wigang are just like, what is happening? Lee Ho Yeol's brain immediately goes into panic mode. Should he just bolt? But before he can even think about it, bam. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes snatches him by the arm, tight as a vice. Lee Ho Yeol's eyes bug out, pure shock and terror on his face. Trapped by this creepy stranger, he can only yell, "What the hell are you, psycho," as his mind races. Lee Ho Yeol lets out a frustrated groan, clearly not happy with how things are going down. Elsewhere, a whole crew is pushing through some seriously dense jungle, barely visible through the leaves. And Wigang is just losing it, asking if someone's completely out of their mind. Over with Camilla and Lo, she's totally calling out the lack of a perfect plan. Kinver, on the other hand, just got some critical orders and is all, got it. But then, bam. Harkon Kingsguard takes a massive hit, blood exploding across his armor. While Yoon Sukyum is facing down a terrifying squad of shadowy, dark energy radiating monsters. Park Hyunwoo is just watching it all unfold, sensing the pure rage coming off everyone. The hit sends Harkon Kingsguard absolutely flying, his body launched backward. A monstrous, purple-skinned beast is down, utterly wrecked, but even in its defeat, a chilling gasp echoes, hinting at something far worse. Then, a desperate shout rips through the chaos, as Harkon Kingsguard, his face contorted in pure terror, screams the chilling truth: they're being resurrected. Close by, Lee Ho-yeol grunts in pain, his face tight, already bracing for the next wave. Harkon's face is still a picture of grim resolve, as the dark, purple magic of resurrection pulses violently around him. He instinctively yanks a smaller, dark-haired figure into his embrace, using his own armored form as a desperate shield against the rising threat. But just as all hope seems lost, a blinding, golden light explodes forth, and a booming voice declares the Jaein saints are here to back them up. A magnificent, winged angel bursts into existence, radiating pure light, its form blazing as it projects its divine power directly at them. Bathed in the holy light, Harkon and Lee Ho-yeol stand united, golden magic swirling around them as the divine power surges through their very souls. The golden light flares around Harkon's armor, as the divine message rings out: fight without fear, Hoyol Nim. God's got your back. His combat advantage against the undead just exploded, a massive power surge confirming the blessing's arrival. A massive energy wave blasts across the battlefield, and Camilla, hyped by the instant results, screams that they pulled it off. She playfully complains, adding that she was just about to drop some buffs of her own. Harkon, feeling the insane power-up, roars that the blessings are a game-changer as he charges headfirst into the fight. His weapon carves through an enemy like butter, the impact exploding with raw, lethal power. Across the field, Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely glowing, divine energy from the Jaein saints coursing through him, as a voice asks what kind of blessing he needs. God's blessing? Protection? Whatever you need, the saints are here to deliver. Harkon, covered in blood but absolutely resolute, just drops a hard no. Lee Ho-yeol, with a stone-cold expression, weighs the heavy implications of such a powerful offer. A hulking, red-haired warrior, cleaver in hand, dominates the scene, standing victorious over a defeated enemy. But Lee Ho-yeol? He's cool as ice, shutting down a snarling blue monster with a single, decisive chokehold. Across the battlefield, Harkon Kingsguard is getting pushed to his limits, purple energy flaring as a monster's taunt gets under his skin. He unleashes a glowing sword attack, desperately trying to carve a path through the endless blue horde closing in. His ragged breaths fill the air, a brutal soundtrack to his desperate, never-ending battle. Harkon's face twists in pure agony and exhaustion, his protective purple aura barely holding on. Then, a chilling growl rips through the air, locking onto Harkon. The monsters are still coming for him. Suddenly, a monster's brutal, clawed strike connects, ripping through his defenses and drawing first blood. Just as it seems hopeless, the red-haired warrior from earlier, now blazing with a vibrant green aura, slams down a devastating cleaver attack, instantly shifting the entire fight. Harkon Kingsguard lets out a guttural cry, his golden eyes flaring with pure agony as he fights against an invisible enemy. Then, a shocking truth hits him, a defiant vow echoing in his soul: I am no longer. A radiant golden light erupts behind him, and he stares upward, a fierce determination burning in his core. The ultimate defiance, a complete shattering of his faith: believe in God. He gasps for air, his golden eye now blazing with an eerie glow as the power surges through him. He struggles to speak, a desperate, questioning plea tearing from his throat: Your Majesty. Then, an explosion of dark, blood-red energy bursts forth, warping reality itself as he emerges in a doorway, a terrifying crimson aura radiating from his body. The chaotic power rages, a vortex of black and crimson devouring all in its wake, its destructive might undeniable. Completely engulfed by the abyssal power, Harkon Kingsguard's face is a mask of fierce, almost demonic resolve, his eyes now blazing with an empowered, terrifying glow. Suddenly, a shocking revelation hits, throwing everything into absolute chaos. In the heart of the chaos, Lee Ho-yeol locks eyes with a fiery, red-haired warrior, clearly the leader of this insane charge, his expression intense as he takes in the unfolding catastrophe. The fight is absolutely insane, all focused on one crucial spot: the freaking palace gates. The red-haired warrior is an absolute beast, tearing through the undead hordes, screaming about these damn undead bastards as he slays them. He's yelling out frantic orders, his voice cutting through the chaos, telling everyone to rush into the palace, protect the royal family, and slaughter the undead to buy them some crucial seconds. Close by, Lo is freaking out about their disappearing reinforcements, desperately wishing he could just spawn more Heart Knights to turn the tide. Lee Ho-yeol, watching the red-haired warrior go all out, muses that even a lion needs blessings and protection sometimes. Then, with a tired sigh, he adds that he's all out of tea to offer. Elsewhere, an orange-haired girl, absolutely terrified, glances back at a creepy, shadowy creature, muttering a frantic "I'm sorry." Harkon takes a devastating hit, blood exploding as he's caught off guard. Engulfed in a crimson explosion, he's thrown back, desperately yelling for everyone else to get out of the fight. But even as he's battered, Harkon's spirit burns. He won't break, remembering the sacred vow he made to his queen. The battlefield's fury vanishes, replaced by the serene glow of the palace, his mind now solely on his queen. A majestic, golden hall unfolds, culminating in a massive, regal door. Armored and cloaked in white, he dominates the opulent hall, a silent, powerful guardian. His mind races with the dire intelligence: the demon general has been located in the northwestern valleys. Before the royal doors, Harkon steels himself, his devotion unwavering. He pledges his unwavering service, ready to drop to his knees and execute any command his queen issues. A powerful monarch, cloaked in fiery red, casts a grim gaze downwards. Her eyes, filled with a chilling resolve, sweep across the horizon from her palace window, as she declares the terrifying presence of the demon's commanding general. The chilling truth escapes her lips: thousands of humans are doomed to fall before the demonic horde once more. A loyal subordinate bows low, acknowledging her supreme authority with a reverent, "Your Majesty." The demon struck, and just like that, the explorers vanished without a trace. Her majestic red cloak pulses with an otherworldly energy, shimmering with golden light as she stands firm. And if that wasn't enough, the very mage's tower, the bastion of magical investigation, was utterly annihilated, leaving only shattered stone. The terror was palpable, spreading like wildfire as desperate civilians huddled together. A mother, shielding her child, screams a single, desperate word: enough. The nation's people. Gone. Vanished without a trace, leaving behind a terrifying, blood-red wasteland. Searing, crimson energy pulsed, a terrifying reminder of the raw power that just wiped them out. Reality itself was shredding. While the Majesty, regal yet utterly distraught, stared out a grand window, her mind reeling from the sheer scale of the disaster. She'd prayed to the gods every single night, begging for answers, but they'd left her on read. Not even a peep. Her face was a mask of stone, but the crushing weight of her people's agony was undeniable. Over a desolate, twilight landscape, the chilling question screamed in her head: did God just bail on them too? She turned to her loyal knight, her voice barely a whisper: Harkon, what do you even think anymore? Harkon, ever loyal, could only echo her deepest fear: has God just abandoned us? Her loyal knight, Harkon, calls out to her, his voice laced with deep concern. He declares with conviction that the demons are the root of all their suffering. God hasn't abandoned them, he shouts, the demons are just a temporary roadblock on their path to the divine. Harkon, filled with a burning resolve, makes a solemn vow. They'll march forth and crush the commanding general of the demons. And blast open the path to God once and for all. But the Majesty, her face a mask of utter despair, remains silent. Her voice, a mere whisper, shatters the silence. She no longer believes in God, she tells Harkon. The Majesty gazes at Harkon, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. And with a quiet conviction, she tells him, I do believe in you. Harkon, his face set in a determined grimace, prepares for the onslaught. Then, a deafening quang rips through the silence. And Harkon explodes into action, a crimson blur of pure power. Shredding the grotesque monsters in his path. His blade a crimson torrent of destruction. Leaving nothing but shattered remnants. Then, with a battle cry that shakes the very ground, Harkon commands, charge forward. An enemy soldier screams, blood exploding from his mouth as he's absolutely crushed by the relentless assault. The battle explodes, and Harkon, the king's guard, absolutely shreds through the monstrous horde, his allies roaring, reminding him that his majesty is waiting. Even as blood drenches their shields, the soldiers stand firm, absolutely refusing to fall. Harkon unleashes a furious advance, a literal whirlwind of steel and crimson energy. He stands as an unbreakable bulwark against the tide, the commanding general, his presence absolutely unwavering. One of the demonic generals, a horned, gray-skinned monstrosity, staggers back, a searing, glowing wound erupting on his chest from Harkon's devastating strike. Despite the brutal injury, a furious, murderous thought flashes through the demon's mind: if he could just get rid of him. But Harkon shows no mercy, bringing his weapon down with absolutely brutal force, crushing another foe. His eyes blaze with a fierce, blood-red light, a primal roar escaping his lips, promising absolute death to his enemies. The demon general, absolutely furious, roars his intent to kill. His dark aura explodes, a truly menacing presence. Too late, he snarls, thinking he's got this, but Harkon Kingsguard's face is pure determination. But hold up. Before the demon general can even land a hit, something lightning-fast slices his hand, drawing blood. Harkon just unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, a powerful surge exploding around him. And that azure light expands, forming an impenetrable shield of pure mana. The energy keeps surging, completely enveloping him. As he stands there, a total powerhouse, his armor now absolutely glowing with that fierce blue aura. The demon general is absolutely stunned, recoiling from this radiant knight, demanding to know what in the world this power is. A primal scream rips from the demon general's throat, his face twisting in pure agony as Harkon Kingsguard's insane blue energy just absolutely wrecks him. forcing out a desperate "no." While the knight just stands there, absolutely radiating with that insane, crackling blue power. The demon general can barely even get out a strangled "n." As that blue energy just explodes, totally blinding everything in its path. Then, bam. A totally jarring shift, and suddenly we're in a bustling modern city street, with a crowd buzzing and cameras flashing at something totally unexpected. Massive glass and steel skyscrapers now totally dominate the skyline. As Lo, still rocking his full armor, somehow just pops up on a super busy sidewalk. Wigang and Lee Ho Yeol just materialize right next to him, looking totally confused, and Wigang can only manage a bewildered, "Where?" The demon general coughs up blood, absolutely wrecked by Harkon Kingsguard's insane blue energy, his body just giving out. Then, out of nowhere, a voice screams, as Wigang and Lee Ho Yeol are just somewhere else. Totally lost, surrounded by weird buildings, like, did we just cross dimensions? But back in the fantasy realm, the demon general is still getting absolutely pummeled, and all he can think about is getting back to his majesty, even as he's falling apart. His arm, totally shredded and gushing blood, is barely there in the middle of all this dark, bloody chaos. Even through all the pain and destruction, he's still only thinking about his majesty. Reality itself starts ripping apart, as a massive, deep red energy vortex just explodes. This crazy force then changes, blasting into a blinding blue and white light. Then, the energy just explodes into this wild purple and pink blast, with a clear symbol, totally confirming the dimensional shift is done. As the light dies down, Wigang looks up, still bathed in the weird glow of this totally new world he's stuck in. An insane burst of purple and white energy just explodes, ripping through the air, engulfing a figure in pure, raw power. The sheer magical force just keeps pumping, a total maelstrom of light and destruction. But through the chaos, Harkon's face is just pure agony and desperation, his eyes screaming with a terrifying realization. He stretches out a armored hand, a desperate plea ripping from him, "I've been waiting all this time to get back to Her Majesty." His hand, now covered in blood, shakes as he asks the terrifying question, "But have I arrived too late?" The Majesty is plummeting through the purple energy, and Harkon just throws himself forward, screaming, "Forgive me for being late, Your Majesty." He's straining, pushing, trying to grab her, his whole world narrowed down to saving the falling monarch, a desperate protector in a world that's just gone insane. Then, a dark, fiery power just explodes from him, a declaration ripping through the chaos, "I, Harkon." His eyes are now burning with an ominous red glow, his face set in fierce determination as a demonic aura just explodes around him, signaling a terrifying, game-changing transformation. Suddenly, a cataclysmic surge of vibrant pink and red energy explodes, warping reality itself. The power intensifies, splattering like blood as it pulses with raw, untamed force. And from the heart of that inferno, a voice roars with absolute, unyielding devotion, vowing to become a living weapon and annihilate every foe for the Majesty. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Lee Ho Yeol's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, his own blue energy crackling around him, barely containing the sheer force of the surge. A choked gasp rips from his throat as he cries out, "Harkon." The raw, untamed energy continues to surge, a deafening roar accompanying its destructive power. Harkon Kingsguard's very form twists and contorts, consumed by the infernal crimson power, his transformation hitting a brutal, agonizing peak. Fully transformed, his eyes burning with infernal red light, Harkon stands as a terrifying, resolute figure, his voice booming with an unbreakable oath, "You said you'd be my sword and slaughter all enemies, Your Majesty." A crimson energy explodes, crackling with raw power, as Harkon's voice rings out with unwavering conviction. Engulfed in a fiery aura, he declares his absolute loyalty. His armored form glows with intense magic, a testament to his unwavering vow. He promises to become a sword, a slaughterer of all enemies for His Majesty. The declaration sends a shockwave through Lee Ho Yeol, his eyes widening in disbelief and pure shock. A gasp escapes him as he utters the name, Harkon. Suddenly, a powerful surge of red energy erupts from his own form, a guttural sound accompanying its violent manifestation. The destructive aura distorts the very space around him, reflecting the turmoil within. Blasting with raw, uncontrolled crimson power, Lee Ho Yeol is losing it, a guttural "kook" tearing from his throat as a past vow rips through his thoughts. His power explodes, warping reality itself, as he battles the raw, untamed energy surging through him. Pure, destructive crimson energy rips from his body, shredding the very fabric of space with terrifying force. Two stunned figures watch the chaos unfold, one shouting, "Are you okay?" while the other demands to know what's wrong with him. The blonde man lunges forward, yelling, "Hey! Are you out of your mind?" as the orange-haired woman snaps, "I said noise," trying to cut through the chaos. Harkon Kingsguard observes the terrifying display, a dark thought flashing through his mind, Harkon, really had to be the one to get possessed. The crimson power rages around Lee Ho Yeol, his suit barely containing the destructive force threatening to tear him apart. Harkon Kingsguard is locked in, watching the madness unfold, his mind screaming, "Progress." But this status abnormality? It's a ticking time bomb he has to deal with. He's gotta shut down this domination before it takes over everything and latches onto him, because a crimson energy wave just exploded, ripping through the very fabric of the hull. The surge is going critical, and now it's channeling through a blood-soaked sword, radiating an unholy red glow. A white-haired bystander is absolutely stunned, his eyes bugging out, as this destructive power just keeps on growing. Then, a sudden, violent energy burst just shreds the air, and you can practically hear the silent scream of pure agony. The white-haired guy gets absolutely blasted, blood flying as the sheer force of the surge slams into his space. But then, out of nowhere, a massive, red-skinned demonic fiend charges in, its glowing red fist ready to deliver a devastating blow. Suddenly, a red-haired figure screams out in pure panic, desperately yelling Lee Ho-yeol's name, "Are you alright?" Lee Ho-yeol is absolutely consumed by the power, letting out a primal scream, his eyes burning a furious red, blood splattering his face as his hair turns dark with raw crimson energy. The raw, untamed energy from the surge rips through reality, forcing a white-haired figure to their knees, their eyes blazing with an ominous purple as they struggle against the overwhelming force. And just moments away, a red-haired figure can only manage a bewildered, as the situation spirals out of control. But the true terror has just arrived. The demon general, a hulking mass of red muscle and pure malice, appears, ready to unleash absolute devastation. Harkon Kingsguard, ever the calculating observer, can only watch the spectacle, grumbling about Lee Ho-yeol's insane power, admitting no one else could handle it, but also worried about what happens when he's truly displeased. Wigang, looking absolutely terrified, can only nod in agreement, desperately asking what their next move should be. The demon general's sheer power is so immense, it's enough to make your entire life flash before your eyes. Wigang is absolutely freaking out, shouting that he saw his life flash before his eyes and is only alive thanks to Nam Cheoncher. Suddenly, the demon general strikes. A devastating blow sends the Majesty reeling, her cloak ripped by the sheer force, while Harkon Kingsguard can only stare in shock. She's sent flying, a mere ragdoll against the demon's power. A desperate cry rips through the air, begging the captain to wake up. Harkon Kingsguard is down, bloodied, barely conscious. Then, a brutal clang of steel. A bloody blade slams down, the impact ripping through his dazed mind. His eyes fly open, pure panic in his gaze, he screams, "We have to get back to His Majesty, together, right?" A guttural groan rips from his throat, the pain and pressure of the moment crushing him. But then, a furious roar erupts. He snarls, "Shut up." His eyes lock onto the shadowy horrors forming before him, their crimson eyes blazing as he snarls, "How dare you filthy demons even utter His Majesty's name?" The shadows writhe and twist, their demonic forms solidifying, crackling with sinister red energy. More of these dark horrors surge from the abyss, a rising tide of pure evil. Then, a blonde knight, standing right there with the demons, snarls back, "Demons? Is that what you're calling us, Captain?" Suddenly, two figures in gleaming white and gold armor burst onto the scene, dropping a chilling declaration. Engulfed in a furious crimson aura, Jessica, a blonde knight, raises her sword, her voice dripping with pure challenge. Her form radiating pure malevolent power, she holds her aggressive stance, absolutely primed to strike. With a sudden surge of dark energy, a crimson spear of light absolutely erupts, tearing through the air with devastating force. Jessica follows up, her sword arcing with that same ominous red glow, a devastating sweeping strike aimed right at an unseen target. As the relentless assault continues, Enoch's armored foot glows with that same malevolent power, his voice absolutely cutting through the chaos. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes snap wide in sudden alarm, completely caught off guard by the sheer intensity of the attack. He stares intently at the radiating crimson, a chilling realization hitting him hard about the true nature of that light. Jessica continues her relentless assault, unleashing a massive, energy-infused strike that absolutely engulfs the area in a blinding, furious red glow. He's trapped. Jessica and Enoch are going all out, unleashing a brutal, crimson energy assault that's tearing through everything. But then, a frantic shout cuts through the noise, a desperate warning about something huge coming down. Then, a massive wave of evil red and purple energy just slams down from the heavens, hitting the ground with an insane explosion and sending rubble flying everywhere. Lo and Wigang are absolutely stunned, watching the destruction unfold, their faces screaming, "Watch out," as they prepare for the worst. The explosion just rips right through Lo's armor, leaving him bleeding and his gear totally wrecked. And out of that insane energy vortex, the demon general himself drops down, totally surrounded by the same destructive power that just blew everything up. He's still coming down fast, a total harbinger of doom. Then, with one last, explosive burst, the demon general unleashes a colossal wave of red energy, swallowing everything in its path. The demon general unleashes an absolute torrent of crimson energy, the destructive force exploding outwards, tearing through reality itself. Debris erupts violently from the ground, as the devastating impact just keeps spreading. shattering the earth and sending massive chunks of rock flying everywhere. That red energy consumes everything in its path, leaving nothing but utter devastation, and he just stands there, surveying the chaos. Caught in the lingering destructive aura, Lo screams, his body racked with agonizing pain. And then, the demon general moves with terrifying, blinding speed, leaving a crimson streak in his wake. A primal roar tears from the demon general as a cataclysmic pink and purple aura explodes around him, unleashing pure, unadulterated power. The very earth shatters beneath his feet, as the energy field detonates outwards, a wave of pure destruction. With a deafening boom, the destructive force swallows everything in its path. Unleashed and unstoppable, the raw power absolutely obliterates the landscape. At the heart of a maelstrom of energy and flying debris, he is the absolute epicenter of pure, unbridled destruction. The final, earth-shattering boom fades, leaving behind a landscape utterly crushed, with residual magic still hanging heavy in the air. From the heart of the newly forged wasteland, the demon general emerges, cape whipping, his eyes already locked onto his next victim. The last echoes of his devastating power fade, leaving him perfectly poised, ready to strike again. His crimson eyes blaze with unyielding resolve, a silent, terrifying roar of power radiating from his entire form. The demon general's power exploded, a violent burst of red and purple energy absolutely shredding the air, expanding rapidly as it consumed everything in its path, reaching a terrifying crescendo of pure destructive force. A blinding white flash momentarily engulfed the entire landscape, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. As the dust began to settle, the devastation became horrifyingly clear, with countless figures buried beneath the newly formed rubble, their forms barely visible amidst the shattered earth. The very ground had been ripped apart, leaving behind a chaotic, broken landscape of stone. Amidst the utter destruction, Jessica White stood, her eyes wide with shock as she looked down at Lo, who lay injured on the ground, barely able to speak. He could only manage a weak, "I just fell," as she cried out, "Okay." From the surrounding debris, desperate coughs and pleas for help echoed, with one voice crying out, "Help, over here. I'm stuck under a rock," and another, "Help. Any healers?" before a final, urgent plea for Dame Jessica. The battlefield is a wreck, but Lo is up, checking on Enoch, who's down hard. "I'm fine," he grits out, but his focus is all on his injured brother-in-arms. His eyes burning, Lo snarls, calling Harkon an insane monster, a disaster beyond human comprehension. Just a few feet away, Trey Min, another knight, is on his feet, shouting for a comrade, then quickly confirming he's okay, despite the chaos. A gash bleeds near his temple as he touches it. Yet his eyes, despite the pain, blaze with fierce determination. More knights, a pink-haired and an orange-haired fighter among them, are on high alert, their faces etched with the gravity of the situation. Even the Majesty looks on, her face a mask of deep concern. Then, a sudden rustle cuts through the air, and someone lets out a shocked gasp. Wigang, standing with Lo, mirrors the shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gauntlet hand bursts forth, absolutely radiating with intense purple power. The sheer power around that hand just keeps building, absolutely surging with raw energy. Then, a lightning-fast movement, leaving behind a dazzling explosion of shimmering particles. That hand snatches a tiny, glowing crystal, its radiance blinding as a nearby armored warrior gasps, "How?" And with a powerful impact, those armored boots slam down onto the rocky terrain. Someone screams, "Human," as the figure makes his grand entrance with a super weird hand move. Lo and Wigang are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor, as they watch this insane appearance unfold. This moment is blowing everyone's minds, with viewers freaking out about how incredibly powerful and cool Lee Ho-yeol is. He stands there, silver hair gleaming, eyes burning with a fierce red glow. Lee Ho-yeol holds up his hand, a silent, powerful statement of his arrival. He hits a classic, "Please don't hit me" pose, but it's anything but weak. Lo is absolutely stunned, unable to utter a single word. Wigang freaks out, demanding answers. "What are you?" Lee Ho-yeol just casually holds up a hand, like it's nothing. The question hangs in the air, how is he so incredibly clear, so powerful? Then, the true power unleashes. He's engulfed in a terrifying, crimson demonic aura. This isn't just power, it's the kind of raw, dark energy you'd expect from the glimmering eyes of demons. Yet, his expression remains utterly calm, completely in control. And then, the ultimate mic drop, "Dunno, man," he says, as if this insane power is just a Tuesday. The crowd is absolutely stunned, Lo barely able to process the raw power, asking if this insane energy could actually be demonic. But before anyone can even react, a new, terrifying force bursts onto the scene, absolutely radiating demonic energy from some insane exorcism ritual, a knight with a blood-soaked blade, ready to throw down. Nam Taemin, the knight, doesn't waste a second, dropping a chilling ultimatum, "Reveal yourself, or get absolutely annihilated." Under the direct threat, Lee Ho-yeol's mind races, knowing he has to say something, or this could get deadly fast. He lets out a quiet, ha, a tiny sound that speaks volumes about his mood. But then, his eyes flash open, a steely determination burning within them. He stares straight ahead, absolutely ready for anything, his cool demeanor completely unshaken. Across the scene, Wigang is completely wrecked, slumped on the ground, totally overwhelmed by Lee Ho-yeol's insane power, his mind absolutely blown by what just went down. Lee Ho-yeol just casually looks down at the unconscious pink-haired knight, another casualty of his absolutely wild aura. Still reeling from the overwhelming power, Wigang desperately tries to formulate an answer. Wigang is visibly distressed, blue energy crackling around him, as Nam Taemin's voice slices through the tension, a clear challenge in his tone. The knight, radiating a fierce crimson aura, scoffs at the pathetic display, his patience completely gone. With a terrifying surge of power, he roars his intent to strike, his entire being crackling with destructive energy. But just as he's about to unleash his fury, a single, commanding word slices through the air, stopping him dead in his tracks. Lee Ho-yeol calmly extends a hand, a simple gesture that holds immense power. He stands there, unfazed by the chaotic energy swirling around him, his expression perfectly serene. Nam Taemin is completely stunned, his aggressive stance momentarily frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden halt. Meanwhile, the pink-haired knight, still reeling from the overwhelming aura, can only voice her utter confusion, desperate to understand what's happening. Nam Taemin's eye snaps open, a burning question searing through his mind, is Lee Ho-yeol trying to tempt him, or is there something else entirely at play? And then, as if to answer, Lee Ho-yeol just stands there, perfectly still, but a soft, ethereal glow starts to burst from him. The very ground beneath his feet cracking and shattering under the sheer pressure of his awakening power. His entire body transforming into a blinding beacon of pure, white energy. A hand rises, absolutely shimmering with concentrated light particles, the air around it practically screaming with raw magical force. Nam Taemin's eyes go wide, jaw dropping in utter disbelief, his legendary composure absolutely shattered by the sheer, overwhelming power on display. Even Harkon Kingsguard, the battle-hardened knight, can only gape, his mouth hanging open in stunned, absolute silence. A hand clutches a dazzling brooch, sparking with an undeniable energy. The artifact practically explodes with shimmering particles, hinting at immense power. A squad of armored knights stands in awe, instantly recognizing the legendary brooch from the mage's tower. They know this royal relic demands its rightful place back with the queen. But then, Lee Ho-yeol unleashes his full aura, glowing with raw power as the knights pledge their absolute loyalty, ready to fight by his side. A battle-hardened knight's gauntlet clenches a blood-stained blade, a testament to their fierce resolve. One of them can only manage a stunned, Sir Hoyeol. Suddenly, Wigang is face-to-face with Lee Ho-yeol, his mind blown as he shouts, "Is he back?" Lee Ho-yeol, cool as ice, knows Wigang finally gets it, projecting a silent message, no weapons, just friendship. Wigang is absolutely repulsed by what he sees, letting out a guttural sound of pure revulsion, while Lee Ho-yeol just keeps on sketching, completely in his own world. He lets out an audible, phew, the sheer disgust practically radiating off him. But Lee Ho-yeol is on a whole other level, getting a massive system alert, exorcism ritual proficiency, maxed out. Then, the system hits him with the big question, activate exorcism ritual? Before he can even decide, boom. His skill rank skyrockets to level 2, and a brand new feature drops, leaving him hyped to know what it is. Suddenly, Wigang's face twists from disgust to pure shock, his eyes bugging out in total disbelief. A soft, ethereal glow starts to pulse from Lee Ho-yeol's arm, a clear sign of the raw power he's just unlocked. Just as he's about to flex his new powers, a blaring system alert screams, "Sir Hoyeol. Look out," as a terrifying red energy explodes around him. He whips around, completely blindsided, as the system drops the bomb, he's just been hit by a freaking demon general. Suddenly, an unseen force absolutely decimates Lee Ho-yeol, dark, jagged energy and blood-red effects exploding around him as the impact sends a shockwave through his entire being. His face contorts in pure agony, the pain absolutely searing through him as the chaotic energy continues to engulf his entire form. Amidst the brutal assault, a single, bewildered thought escapes him, "Huh." Suddenly, Lo lets out a shocked exclamation, his blonde hair flying as he reacts to something unseen. While Harkon Kingsguard grimaces, his face showing pure worry. Lo's urgency skyrockets, a series of exclamations screaming pure panic. And he screams a desperate warning, his words blazing with a crimson glow, "Sir Hoyeol. Look out." Too late. Lee Ho-yeol is instantly swallowed, a torrent of dark, red energy exploding around him, hitting him like a truck. He's utterly bewildered, the crimson aura raging as the attack just keeps coming. The dark power slams into him, his face twisting in agony as blood-like splatters explode from the impact. Still trapped in the malevolent glow, he can only manage a confused gasp, totally blindsided by the brutal attack. Blasted by the mysterious dark energy, Lee Ho-yeol is instantly plunged into a terrifying void, with ominous red lines slashing through the gloom. But in this twisted reality, a dark, regal figure dominates the scene, perched on a throne and pulsing with raw purple power. Transformed and trapped, Lee Ho-yeol's eyes blaze as he desperately tries to grasp his situation, questioning if this is all in his head or if that powerful figure is behind it all. Then, a flash, a memory or a vision, shows him in his normal suit, with Wigang right there, talking to him. The scene snaps to a terrifying, glowing red eye, and a chilling voice booms, revealing the entity as one of the 7 deadly sins. The dark entity's face is laid bare, its glowing purple eyes and intricate markings screaming raw, otherworldly power. A haunting declaration echoes from the entity. Its only goal, it claims, was to protect its kingdom and everything it held dear. The purple energy surges, consuming everything, as Lee Ho-yeol looms over a struggling Wigang, both trapped in the vision's crushing grip. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there was this legendary place, the Yusra Kingdom. A place where the land and sea were just overflowing with riches, and the whole kingdom was absolutely bursting with life. The air itself practically glittered with sparkling jewels. And everyone there just loved each other, living in total peace and happiness. But then, out of nowhere, one fateful day, a mysterious stranger just showed up on the beach, and everything changed after that. The people of the kingdom, being super kind, took care of this foreigner, totally welcoming him into their community. They even sent him back home, after treating him like royalty, thinking they'd given him the absolute best hospitality. But guess what they got back for all that kindness? A full-blown, brutal invasion. The vision intensified, revealing a brutal armored figure towering over a bound victim, with raging fires consuming the kingdom. The invader mercilessly yanked a captive by their hair, as a desperate voice cried out, "My people had no idea how to fight back." These armored invaders absolutely crushed everything in their path, storming through the kingdom's majestic archways. As the betrayer's shadow retreated from the utter devastation, a chilling question hung in the air: what was the point of all this? A voice from the past desperately begged, "If you just wanted the jewels, we would have given them to you." But the invader just sneered, letting out a maniacal laugh. "Share them? I can just take everything I want." Now crackling with dark energy, glowing chains wrapped around his menacing form. The vision intensifies, a chaotic storm of dark energy and shimmering particles erupting around them. Then, bam! The dark-haired invader bursts forth from the chaos, absolutely crackling with pink and purple energy, a pure force of menace. The raw energy pulses, slashing through the darkness with crimson streaks, building to his terrifying declaration. Engulfed in a blazing purple aura, the invader raises his hand, his voice booming with pure, unshakable conviction, declaring, "I'll take it all." From behind, his form is now blazing with an electric blue glow, his power absolutely exploding. Those sharp, red eyes are practically on fire with unyielding hunger as he snarls, "It's mine." His voice absolutely explodes with possessive fury, "No one else's but mine." Lee Ho-yeol's face is grim, witnessing this raw power. His final words are a chilling, absolute declaration of conquest: "This island, this ocean, this sky." The vision shatters, instantly transporting Wigang and Lee Ho-yeol to a breathtaking, tropical paradise, the southern treasure island of the Yusra Archipelago. The legendary Yusra Archipelago, a rumored goldmine of treasures and even rare slaves, now unfolds before their very eyes. But before they can even process it, a furious shout erupts from him. As he scoffs at the enemy's over-the-top theatrics, calling their grand pronouncements nothing more than pocket change. He's had enough, declaring he won't listen to another word. Then, the demon general, a towering embodiment of darkness, unleashes his terrifying claim of absolute power. But Lee Ho-yeol isn't backing down, firing back with a defiant declaration that all earthly riches are utterly worthless. His hand instinctively goes to his chest. As the general, with chilling intensity, promises to teach him that the only thing truly worth stealing is the pride in one's heart, leaving Lee Ho-yeol stunned by the challenge. The sheer impact rips through the air. But Lee Ho-yeol's gaze is absolutely unyielding. Energy crackles and surges around him. He moves with blinding speed and precision. Wigang shouts in pure alarm from behind. Meanwhile, the majestic palace of the Yusra Archipelago. Lee Ho-yeol's hand, now blazing with a brilliant blue aura. His target is crystal clear. Lee Ho-yeol's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, channeling an insane surge of power. He's not just interfering, he's about to unleash pure chaos. The blue energy around him goes absolutely wild, swirling with insane power, just a tiny, terrifying fraction of what he can really do. And then, boom! With a blinding flash, that concentrated energy explodes outwards, a devastating wave of pure, unadulterated power. It absolutely obliterates the foundation of the Yusra Archipelago's palace, shattering stone and sending massive chunks of debris flying like confetti. The destructive force just keeps ripping through the structure, engulfing it in a maelstrom of blue light and crumbling masonry. As the energy finally fades, a massive cloud of dust and smoke billows up from the absolutely devastated site. Miles away, in a desolate, rocky wasteland, Wigang stares up at the distant explosion, gasping in pure shock at what just happened to the palace. Right next to him, Nam Taemin's eyes are bugging out with disbelief, barely able to stammer out that something absolutely unbelievable is happening. And across the world, some random dude watching on his laptop, is absolutely freaking out, eyes wide with astonishment at the sheer scale of the destruction. The Yusra Archipelago's palace, once a symbol of opulence, is absolutely shattering, its grand facade collapsing under the immense force of the attack. Massive chunks of stone and debris are raining down, as the structure continues its agonizing descent into ruin. From a distance, Nam Taemin and Wigang watch in absolute shock, the sheer scale of the devastation leaving them speechless. The armored knight can only stammer, uttering that the one responsible is nothing short of a complete monster. Amidst the vast, fractured landscape of what was once a grand palace, Lee Ho-yeol stands alone, a solitary figure at the heart of his own destructive power. The air still shimmers with residual energy, confirming the utter annihilation of the structure. Moments later, Wigang is by his side, as Lee Ho-yeol leans back, utterly drained, admitting that his mana nearly gave out and he needs to rest. Meanwhile, a dark, clawed hand clenches, as the demon general commands Greed to come forth, questioning the futility of such destruction. He observes a golden, ornate structure, perhaps a symbol of the very wealth now destroyed, and muses on how pointless such riches truly are. The palace is a blood-soaked ruin, and the fallen soldiers are a grim testament to the sheer power unleashed. Every dead eye screams the same question, look at what your soldiers sacrificed to protect you. But from above, the demon general watches the chaos unfold, his voice booming with disdain, how can you even call yourself a ruler? The very ground is littered with shattered golden fragments, a stark reminder of the sheer destructive force unleashed. Then, a terrifying, shadowy aura explodes around the demon general, red energy claws tearing through the air as his eyes blaze with pure malice, a monstrous roar escaping him, you dare. The shadow consumes him, morphing into a nightmarish entity with countless glowing red eyes, a blood-curdling shriek echoing across the wasteland. He's a colossal demon now, a terrifying silhouette against the ruined city, and the terrified masses are fleeing for their lives. But a new challenger emerges from the destruction. Lee Ho-yeol, eyes blazing with furious red power, roars, you dare destroy my palace. My wealth. The demon general's shadowy power surges, a vortex of red eyes and pure malice as he thunders, you dare challenge me, greed of the 7 deadly sins. The demon general lets out a guttural roar, his voice dripping with pure disbelief, you, a human. His monstrous form, a towering mass of shadowy energy and crimson wings, absolutely dominates the battlefield, descending with crushing force. Pinning Lee Ho-yeol beneath its oppressive aura as he desperately struggles against the overwhelming, suffocating power. A terrifying vortex of dark power churns within the creature's gaping maw, ready to unleash hell. As it declares its terrifying intent to consume all, unleashing a devastating attack that instantly triggers a debilitating status abnormality. I'll swallow you all up. Amidst the absolute chaos, a fierce mage with fiery orange hair rallies her desperate allies, screaming for them to endure and buff their defenses. The monstrous entity then shifts its terrifying gaze to a small, blue-haired figure and her soldiers, threatening to devour every single one of them. The childlike figure chokes, unable to breathe, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing power, realizing she couldn't even put up a fight for a single moment. All the while, the chilling, all-consuming presence of the cardinal sin, greed, watches over the unfolding devastation, a silent, terrifying promise of doom. The demon general, a nightmare of shadow and crimson, roars his chilling decree, everyone will become his undead thralls, forever guarding his boundless greed. Nam Taemin, utterly horrified, unleashes a guttural no. His grip white-knuckled on a blood-soaked blade, ready to defy fate itself. But the general just sneers, convinced their will is broken, their restraint shattered. Then, a thunderous cry rips through the air. Lee Ho-yeol, eyes blazing with fury, unleashes a primal scream, that's enough. His teeth grind, a silent promise of retribution. And from him, pure, raw purple energy explodes outwards, captivating the armored legions below who stare up, breathless. As Wigang, his own gaze burning with fierce resolve, prepares for the coming storm. The new energy exploded, and the demon general was absolutely floored, a primal roar tearing from his throat, his mind reeling from the impossible defiance. And the crowd, including Wigang, could only stare, absolutely captivated by the showdown, their jaws practically on the floor. But Lee Ho-yeol was just getting started, a blinding purple energy now radiating from him, ready to turn the tables. The demon general, absolutely fuming and backed by his shadowy army, roared for answers, how in the world did this guy just shrug off his mind control? Then, a terrifying shadow beast erupted behind him, and the demon general dropped the bombshell, he was one of the freaking 7 deadly sins. But Lee Ho-yeol wasn't even blinking, his stare was pure steel, ready for anything. Li Ho Yeol shot back, completely dismissing the demon general's big reveal, because he'd just activated the exorcism ritual with the Vampire Count's orb as a sacrifice, a game-changing move that blocks all status effects for his team and lets him literally invite a demon into his own mind. As Li Ho Yeol clutches a pulsating red orb, unleashing a powerful command, "Wake up, last." A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a thunderous quang, announcing the arrival of the king of the Yusra kingdom. Dark, swirling energy, punctuated by ominous eye-like forms, billows forth with another powerful quang, causing the demon general's monstrous maw to gape in shocked disbelief. Li Ho Yeol's golden-brown eyes now burn with a fierce purple light. As he holds the orb, now patterned like a miniature world, and delivers his chilling declaration to the demon, "It's time to correct your mistakes." But the demon general's voice echoes with a chilling, mocking laughter, "Kohahaha." As if his monstrous form intensifying, ready to defy the challenge with overwhelming power. The demon general unleashes a devastating attack, a monstrous eye burning with confidence, believing this move is an easy dodge. But Li Ho Yeol, watching the raw power unfold, just nods, declaring, "That's enough." His power explodes, black hair crackling with energy as his eyes blaze purple, blue lightning dancing around him. The demon general, however, is caught in a flashback, his mind replaying the fall of his palace. But Li Ho Yeol shows no mercy, unleashing a devastating counterattack with a single word, a torrent of blue energy absolutely crushing the demon general's red aura. He screams betrayal, his voice a thunderclap of pure power. The demon general unleashes a desperate, explosive burst of red energy, trying to push back the overwhelming tide. But Li Ho Yeol's power just swallows him whole, dark, swirling energy devouring the monstrous general. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion of blue light and debris, Li Ho Yeol stands victorious, the only one left standing after his earth-shattering assault. The sheer, raw power of the last attack left the air crackling, a vortex of purple and green energy slowly fading into nothingness. But the real shocker? The sheer terror on the faces of the onlookers, their jaws practically on the floor as they witnessed the impossible. And another one, just as floored, couldn't even compute what just went down. Then, a sickening splatter on the ground, a brutal reminder of the sheer, devastating force unleashed. And there he was, the demon general, absolutely wrecked, crashing down from the heavens like a broken doll. The female observer, practically screaming, shouted that Li Ho Yeol had gone full throttle, no brakes. But the orange-haired guy? He was glued to his tech, the screen blazing with some seriously wild data. Then, boom. A pillar of pure, electric blue energy shot into the sky, leaving everyone wondering, who in the world is that? And there he was, the man himself, Li Ho Yeol, absolutely transformed, eyes blazing with electric blue, radiating pure, unadulterated power with glowing patterns etched onto his very being. Out of the very heart of the cardinal sin's destruction, something new, something terrifying, begins to manifest. While the demon general crashes down, utterly defeated, a new player hits the ground, rising from what should have been his end. With eyes blazing red, he scans the alien world around him, a single, desperate question burning in his thoughts. Wigang clutches his chest, utterly bewildered, how is he even here after taking down the cardinal sin with himself? But elsewhere, Li Ho Yeol is absolutely bombarded with system alerts, his eyes burning electric blue as he rockets through levels at an insane pace. The sheer power surge and data overload completely disconnect him from reality, he can't hear a single thing.